Hi everyone, I'm deciding to make a Crash 3 105% guide slash tutorial for beginners. It won't be super complicated, but for now, this part is going to be about the basic movement, essentially. So before we get into anything, I should just show the moveset. So square to spin, that's your main attack and a useful tool to maintain speed in general. You have your jump with X, which can have the height altered by the X button duration. You can tap it or you can hold it for a slightly higher jump and longer airtime. The circle button performs a crouch, which can allow you to dodge enemies, I guess. But mostly what the crouch does, circle or R1 performs the crouch, sorry. But when you combine other buttons with crouch, you can do a lot of cool stuff. So the directional pad with the crouch button can allow you to crawl, which can let you get under certain gaps. But more importantly, rather than crouching and pressing a direction and then pressing crouch will give you a slide. This is your most useful option in the entire game, and it links into a bunch of other things. Crouching with a jump, that is R1 or circle, and then X will give you a high jump. And X with crouch will give you a body slam, which is used to break specific boxes in the game. So overall, the moveset is not super complicated, but there are some extra moves that I will get into later. But I suppose I can get into them right now. So along with your crouch jump, there is also a exploitive version called the glitched high jump, which is the same exact thing, except you press square, the spin button, right after you jump. So it's crouch, X square, close together. Not at the same time, but close together. And you will get additional height, and this is not intended by the devs in areas you will see later in the game. But that is all the basic stuff, basically. Now we will get into the... Well, I guess we should do the slide spin as well. Doing a slide and then spinning after will give you a slightly angled spin. This is a slide spin, and it's the same as a normal spin, except you move forward during it. That's all. So now we can get into the nitty-gritty movement of this game. The main speed tech, which is to say the main source of movement you will use throughout the platforming levels of this game, is the neutral slide jump, which looks like this. So as you can see from this area, this is a normal slide jump holding right the entire time. Yeah. And this is a neutral slide jump. So I went about this much further. And all you have to do to do it is initiate a slide and then press the jump button, but before you press jump, release the direction you are holding. So I'm going to slide right, release the D-pad, and then jump. And that's all there is to it. The basic form, that is. So this is what you're going to use in the game to tackle most of the speed-related sections. It's pretty nifty stuff. Note that the slide spin will not give you any speed if you do this. Notice how I completely come to a halt here. So you want to do it with jumps, but not spins. Spins you want to hold forward, so you have to keep that in mind. Very niche as well, notably, if you press the spin button while doing this, your momentum will completely stop. So if you plan on spinning midair, start holding forward again. In general, it is wise to hold forward about halfway through after the apex of the jump. because once you get to the apex of the jump, your speed starts to deteriorate. This exploit works because your sliding speed is maintained while in midair, which is not intended, and that's why you go further than if you just hold right the entire time. Once you hit the apex of the jump, Crash starts to slow down, so that's when you can repress right. So now we need to introduce the other main thing in Crash PS1 games that makes them fast is zigzag. So that is the process of alternating the diagonal buttons while moving in a certain direction. But you're like, oh, this doesn't look very fast. Well, you don't want to do it while you're walking. It is very, very useful while sliding or while airborne or slide spinning. Zigzagging while sliding and spinning is also a very good option for movement if you aren't comfortable jumping in a certain area. It is also very useful when going down slopes like this one. So you could just slide down it, and that gives you reasonable distance. But if you were to slide spin down it with zigzag, you go much further. Or if you want to be really fancy, you can include a jump at the end, so you can see the speed there. Very, very useful. But before we get into like a bunch of zigzag nonsense, we can talk about curl sliding, which is also imperative tech. So what curl sliding is, and I think it's pretty like confusing at first, it's basically, this game is very bendy, so you notice how like the level kind of curves to the left here. So it's like, how do you approach this if you're not holding the D-pad, right? If you go forward, then like you go over here, like in this direction, and you don't want to be here because you're stuck. You know, there's not much going on. You don't want to be over here. Then if you diagonal, it's like that's okay, but you know the angle was pretty bad. You didn't really want to go this way completely, like. So there's got to be a better way. So what the curl slide does is it allows you to get around these bends without losing your speed. Sort of. It's extremely useful. You use them everywhere. So how you do them, rather than doing a straight NSJ or just a diagonal NSJ, you input the secondary direction, the diagonal part, late. So after the slide input. So I'm going to slide forward and then tilt my D-pad to the left here, and I'm going to do a curl instead of a regular old diagonal, because once again the diagonal is really awkward. It's not great. So you use these all the time. You still have to let go of both before you press X, but you want to input the secondary direction a bit later. This will allow you to do certain bends a lot better in general, like that one, for example. There are areas where a diagonal straight up is better, and you'll just have to learn them, you know. Diagonals aren't bad, it's just that in a lot of curvy scenarios, they are not that good, that's all. So the curl slide is your best friend, you learn it right away. Just practice it, you know, slide up and then tilt your D-pad in the direction you want after the fact. They are extremely useful in Crash 2 and 3. So now I will get into triple mask mechanics, invincibility, how invincibility works. Because invincibility is a big part of Crash 3. Not so much Crash 2, but Crash 3 loves invincibility. And why does it? Mainly because you get a massive speed boost to your slides, and by proxy, your neutral slide jumps will also receive a massive speed increase. This is much, much faster than normal movement. You just go flying. You go so fast. It's absurd. This So the hardest part about learning this is how to deal with crates, how to break boxes during it, because in 105% you are going to be breaking every box in the stage. So how do you do that with invincibility properly? And I will try my best to explain it. There's a lot of different interactions with boxes. Very importantly, note that if you approach crates mid-air, they will freeze for a second and then break. Like that. Except checkpoints. Checkpoints always break right away. But why does that matter? Well, because if you approach them from mid-air and try and slide past them, they will act as a wall for that brief period where they are breaking. See right there, I tried to slide through them and I was stuck because they were acting as a wall because I was mid-air. So how do you avoid this? There's many ways. There's a bunch of ways. Generally, you want to be grounded or ascending from a jump when you do this, when you get near them, because that will break them instantly. So descending, they will freeze and then break. Ascending, they will break instantly, which is very interesting. So how do you tell if you break them, if they break like off screen, for example? Like in this instance, they'll break off screen. So how do you know you get them? Because in 105%, there's no sound effects, notably. I'll mention that in the next part, that's fine. Well, how do you tell if you can't hear anything? What I do is I look at the Wumpa. If I gain Wumpa like that, that means you got them. If you are talented enough to press the triangle button to view your inventory while doing it, then that also helps. But I look at the Wumpa counter. If a Wumpa flies to my inventory, then that's how I know I get it. If it's a blank crate, you're just gonna have to trust it, but hopefully I explain it well enough to the point where you'll understand as well. There's another way you can know, of course, and that is the yellow sparks will fly out, like that, if you interact with a crate. So if I'm all the way up here, I missed it, right? Because there were no sparks. But that time there were, so that's like a way of knowing. So either look for the sparks or look for the Wumpa in your inventory. Very fast tech that you can do with crates and triple mask is NSJing off of them. Like that. This is pretty advanced. I don't expect you to do this right away, but it makes it very effective at speed. Like that is extremely fast. But there's a slightly niche thing about it. If you slide immediately, you sink inside the crates. So when you do this, when you land on top of boxes and slide off them with invincibility, you will slide right inside them. I was actually too late there. If you slide as soon as possible, like that, you'll get stuck in them. So what I do is I actually take a second to walk off of the crates, like that. So as I'm about to start falling off them, I press slide. This helps a lot with avoiding that issue. It completely removes it, basically. Very, very useful. Extremely useful. And generally, Triple Mask can reach boxes that are about, I would say, 5 boxes above Crash. It reaches vertically very far, so if there's a box high up in the air, Triple will most likely reach it if you just slide jump at the crate. And once again, same rule applies, like if you collect Wumpa or see the yellow sparks, then you're good. So that is essentially how invincibility works. Note that slide spinning is not the option you want to go for, although it is useful in some instances. Once again, where a slide jump would be awkward to implement if there's like a pit in front of you of some sort, then slide spinning is not bad. Slide spinning is not like a terrible option, it is not a bad thing if you do it. In fact, I encourage it in some areas. Slide spinning down slopes is extremely useful. That sort of thing. Big slopes like this, you can potentially like extend your slide and zigzag down them and then finish in a spin, which is not bad. Obviously, you won't be going backwards in Toad Village, but you know what I mean. So that is essentially how boxes work with invincibility and some of the basic movement. So yeah, that's about it for the beginner stuff. On to Under Pressure as the first level in the run. Alright, so we're here with Under Pressure, the first level in 105. So the first thing you do before you even start a run is you die, actually. You die somewhere in the game. It can be anywhere to anything. Just make sure that after you die, you quickly pause and exit to the warp room, and then pause and exit to the main menu to start your run. You don't want to wait a long time, you don't want to do anything like that, because you will mess up the global cycles, which are an important part of crash runs as well. Cycles in this game are constantly moving. Even if you're not in the level itself, you could be in one level and a different level's cycles are still technically going. But there's a way to reset them, quote unquote, manipulate them by taking a death. So, before you start a run, you want to take a death here. Pull up a recording of the stage here. Volume will be lower, but it's okay. You don't need audio to understand that well. So you die, and then you will pause and warp room. You can also press the select button to automatically select warp room. You don't have to menu down. So you quickly go to the main menu. This will make it so it is the same every single time. So I just wanted to let that information out immediately. But we're not doing that yet, because I got to teach you how to play the game, to play the level. So in the water levels, you'll notice that just pressing the D-pad has very minimal distance. You don't really travel that far doing this. It's pretty slow. And then you'll notice if you tap the X button, you kick, which is a good bit faster. That's actually a lot quicker. It's pretty good. And then if you press square to spin, you'll notice that is a very noticeable speed increase. So what you want to do is essentially just mash square and X. You want to do this for most areas. There are some parts where you do not want to press square at all, but we'll get to that. So since this is 105, we need to get all of the boxes, right? So it's like, okay, I'll grab some boxes with my new fast square stuff, right? Oh, I didn't go anywhere. Oh, I'm holding forward, but I'm not going anywhere. What's wrong? Am I the worst player of all time? Maybe, but I'll show you what's wrong. So weird interaction with boxes and walls in general, and this coral, for example. If you spin and you are up against an obstacle, like certain walls, these coral blocks, or crates, you will be stopped dead in your tracks. So how do I avoid this? It sounds miserable. How do I play this level if every time I want to spin crates I get stuck? How am I supposed to break a lot of crates at once if I can't move? I can't move. What am I supposed to do? Well, it's only if you are rubbing against them does this happen. So if you are simply away from them before you start your spin, then they break with no halting at all. So all you have to do is space your spins so you are not up against anything when you press it, and you'll maintain your speed. Now this is... wrong state, sorry. This is very challenging to get the hang of. Do not be discouraged if you are having trouble with this at first. It is very difficult. And note that you cannot mash the square button and get infinite spins. There is a cooldown in every level with spinning. That's called spin timer. So every time you spin, there's a cooldown. You can't just mash it. I'm mashing as hard as I can, and I'm not spinning any faster. So you need to be knowledgeable of the spin timer, respect the spin timer, and learn from it. So in sections like this, where it's like, oh, I'll break them from here, You can, but you'll get stuck, and sometimes you'll miss. So you need to be very mindful of that. But that isn't even the only vehicle. There's another vehicle. This is the submarine. The fish submarine thing. I don't know what they call it. So basically, what this thing does is when you touch it, you constantly move in it. You are always moving. You can turn it, but you are always moving. You cannot sit still. So you can press X or square to fire a missile. These missiles are used to break crates, obviously, but they do something more important than just break boxes. They also break coral, which you need it for. So if you get hit with this mech, and there are still boxes in coral, you're screwed. You are completely screwed. So prioritize not getting hit in this vehicle. So be knowledgeable of where the enemies are. If you watch the way I play the level in the showcase, you should be able to see where they can and can't be. Note that sharks always move left and right, and pufferfish move up and down. Sharks can adjust to your vertical height like this. Note. But in my video that I will show at the end, you'll see the route I take where that risk is very negligible. So why does it matter? One more thing, by the way. Circle can also charge, which cannot really be affected once you do it. It's pretty committal. You can slow down if you hold like the opposite direction or don't press anything compared to holding forward with it, but it's very minor. If you press circle, you are going forward a lot, and you can't do anything about it, so you need to know where you're going. Also note that we are getting the crystal on the first pass of this level without getting the gem. We are going to attempt to get the gem during the time trial, which you'll see in my video is not too bad once you've mastered the... You don't even need to master it once you are familiar with the box breaking mechanics of the underwater stages. So one more thing I'd like to add about this vehicle is you can turn and shoot at the same time, so don't be scared to turn too early before shooting. You can also turn and charge at the same time. So don't worry about that. Those two things overlapping. It's very responsive for what it is. One last thing is when you see stacks of boxes like this one or these ones, what you want to do is you want to shoot your missile into the ground. So you'll see there's a box above me. If I shoot into the ground, my missile actually gets pushed up and hits the crates. This is extremely useful for big stacks. So there's 3 right here. I shoot into the ground, the missile clips into the crates and breaks all 3 at once. This is extremely useful instead of going one at a time. Like boom, 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 boom. See, I had to use 4 shots there. If you were in the ground, or like aiming in the ground when you did it, you do it a lot smoother. So you're already through. And you may be asking, why do you get the crystal by itself and not get it with the gem? Isn't it right at the end of the stage? It's actually for a pretty important reason overall. If you're not comfortable doing the time trial yet, you can do this, but it's slower, of course. So you'll notice that the crystal is up in the air here, but the boxes are on the ground. So the reason we don't do them together is because you'd have to grab the crystal, like so, and then go all the way down here, because this thing is very bad vertically. The vertical movement is very poor. So you do it to avoid that. Saves about 3 seconds. So yeah, I'll play the example video of me doing the crystal pass and time trial, and that'll be it for this part. Just practice spacing, and you should be good in general. Note you also want to hold the triangle button after pressing New Game to automatically skip the cutscene. And then as soon as you enter the stage, you're going to toggle to the options and turn the sound effects to 0%. This makes it so boss cutscenes do not play throughout the entire run. You don't have to grab the mask there. It's a safety precaution that doesn't lose any time, but if you're having trouble with the spacing, feel free to avoid it. Up to you, of course. So in general, with this game, stages in this game, you obtain a crystal in each stage, the giant pink stone, and that will allow you to do the time trial for the stage, which will spawn in a giant clock, and you have to beat a specific time. For 105% in this game, you have to get at least gold relics in every level. You can get platinums and golds. Sapphires are unacceptable. You will not be able to get percentage. So you'll see I grab the crystal and get out. And those giant rotating electrical things are set in a way that is very favorable towards me, which makes the level very easy. Note that similarly to walls and boxes, spinning near those blades will get you stuck, so make sure you are careful near them. This movement in the video is pretty advanced. I don't expect you to be able to do this at all this early, but hopefully having an input reader will help learn. So these blades right here. Ideally you do not wait at all, but I'm not here to show you ideal video, I'm here to show you the idea of what you should be doing. And if it's too hard, you don't have to do it. It's not, you know, I'm not forcing you, I'm just showing you. It's very daunting to learn a bunch of different control schemes for this game, but as long as you put the time into them, you'll get over them pretty quickly. Note the shooting into the ground there to break those. And then I shoot a missile and charge here to break that coral early. Very useful. This section is very scary at first, once you're unfamiliar with the movement. Getting into this part and then getting down there. If you have to take a lap and go around, there's no shame. It's really tough to nail that down early. You can break 6 of those boxes there, but most of the time you will whiff one, so just turn around and shoot it. These fish, you'll learn where they are with time, but if they're at the bottom, you need to be careful. If they're at the top, you can just rush to the bottom and shoot all the crates. So notice the gold here is 117.92 to beat. You have to beat a 117, practically 118 to get the gold relic. Pretty reasonable amount of time once you've nailed down the movement. And once you throw up the final item and it is collected, you will split and go to Toad Village. Just kidding, we're doing Orient Express, not Toad Village. I didn't misspeak. Shut up. So this is one of 2 tiger levels in the game. The tiger levels are really hard. The beginning of the run's hard. We do the hardest stuff first, you know, that's how it works. So basically what this level wants you to do is walk forward to Purah and get on Purah. Notably, you cannot spin, you cannot crouch, you can't slide with Coco. You can only walk and jump. That's all you can do. So the best thing you can do at the start is walk forward and zigzag and jump. You know, it saves a little bit. You don't want to do max height jumps because you'll actually jump farther than her trigger basically like reaches. So if you jump forward like as close to Purah as possible, that's bad, because you could have triggered the animation to get on her a bit sooner. So now that we've explained the first 2 seconds of the level, how do we do the rest? Basically you walk up and then you jump onto Purah, and it's an auto run level, so you can't stop moving. So if you miss a box, you have to die, or you can try and do it during the time trial. Most likely you will miss, so doing it during the time trial is wise. Obviously this is not the base speed. Here, let me re-enter here. Or I guess I could have died, whatever. You can actually hold the square button to run, and this is the main thing you will be using. Note that running and collecting crates is quite difficult, but with practice you'll get the hang of it. So you break boxes pretty easily with that. Airborne crates are really easy to break, don't be scared of them. These stacks of boxes aren't too big of a deal. Singular stacks are not a problem. These boxes that are 2 by 2, that are 4 boxes together, in Tiger level specifically, you need to let go of the run button when you approach them. It is very important. So let go, you get all 4. If you run into them, you are at high risk of missing one. So just so you're aware, make sure you hold the square button, or let go of the square button rather, when you approach box stacks like this. So let go, get them all, repress square. Very simple, easy to understand. If there's a group of them, do that. Any other formation you can grab while running, don't worry about it. And you'll notice in the video that I skipped this, but when you get to the end of the level, Coco will land and then do this animation with Purah before getting off. This can be skipped with a certain tech, which is called Cuddle Skip. It saves about 6 seconds, 7 seconds each time you do it. It's not too difficult, but I won't be telling you how to do it here because I already made a video about how to do it. So if you care to save that time for this level in particular, I'll have it in the description. But that's about it for Orient Express, besides the video showing you what to do, basically, which we'll get to right now. This is pretty much what I aim for in Orient Express. You do have to grab a decent amount of time crates in this level. Not all of them. Note that although I have a mask when I enter this level, I will be getting rid of it shortly, because just in case you miss a crate, so obviously if you miss a box, it's better to do the relic during the time trial, right? Or do the gem during the time trial rather than die and retry right now. So just in case, you would want to enter the relic of this level with 0 masks. And why would you do that? That doesn't make sense. Well, because of a very niche bug in these levels, having masks can incorrectly spawn in the floating crates in the stage. The crates that hover in the air can load underneath the stage and make them inaccessible. So it's very important that you have 0 masks entering this stage. So you'll see here I'm able to grab the gem and then get to the ending without doing that animation. Once again, a guide for it is going to be in the description. I made it like a while ago, but I think it still works fine. So for this relic, notably, pretty minor but still important information. Every time you jump on the tiger, you save 1 frame. So anytime there's nothing happening, I will be pressing the jump button. So you'll get on the tiger and start the trial. Note the way I get these boxes is quite challenging, in the box pass that is, but you'll be able to do it with practice, so I believe in you. Also note that you grab masks here. You want to grab as many time crates as you can early, and both masks. You don't really need time crates late if you grab a ton early. If you miss a lot, you will not get the gold time, so make sure you grab a decent amount. You don't need all of them, but you need a good chunk of them. Usually I get about anywhere between 21 and 24, depending on how many boxes I got. So, a lot of time to spare here. Also for this menu, you want to press up and X when it shows up. You can press up to immediately go to the done button, and then that will complete the trial for you right away with the initials. So that's Orient Express. Toad Village. Wait, never mind. Makin Waves next. Alright, so level 5 is Makin Waves, and this is the first jet ski level. There are 4 of them in the game, this is the first one. It's pretty simple, there's not a lot to look out for here, but another control scheme, obviously. So I'll show you how to do jet ski things. It's not too complicated. X is accelerate, and left and right to turn. You can see here the turning is a bit slow. Unless you press down whenever you try and turn, and do diagonals whenever you turn. This is extremely fast. So you can make your turns, you know, pretty wide to extremely sharp. So this is like holding a diagonal direction. So this is used for tight turns, or if you want to try and be fast and snag a box mid-turn, you could also do this. Like that, for example. So really good for your tight turns. More notably, every single jet ski level has many ramps. Now these ramps are used to grab boxes, like so. And the thing about these ramps is they are determined, where the height at which they send you is determined by the waves going through the stage here. You see how, like, I get pushed up and then fall down here. The ramp gets pushed up ahead of me slightly, and then I get pushed up. You know, there's like a tide that goes through. And that is on a global timer, which means unless you play the same up every time up to this point, you will get different wave cycles. Now for most areas, that is irrelevant. Some ramps always work. But on rare occasions, you can hop over crates because of a wave if you're holding X. You can overshoot a box, you can undershoot a box, etc. These 2 ramps right here are notably wave dependent. If you're too low, you can completely whiff one of these crates. It's very, very possible. So be mindful of those 2 in particular if you are mid-attempt. And this is the final ramp in the level. This one is important because if you need to hold down when you go off it to do a backflip. I guess it doesn't apply yet, but going off ramps, holding certain directions, do certain things. So if you hold sideways, you do a roll like that. If you hold down, you do a backflip. And then if you hold forward, you dive under the water like that. So there's 3 different options every time you go off a ramp. And for this ramp, the final one in Makin Waves specifically, you want to backflip whenever you go off it. If you do not, you will miss that final box sometimes. So be wary of that. Alright. And now I will show the level in a 105 setting, and for both splits, that is. And we'll talk about it, I guess. So it is important in this run, or in this stage, rather, that you aim to exit with 2 masks. Highest priority is exit with 2 crates, or 2 masks, sorry. You want that because you would like to have triple mask in other important Warp 1 stages, such as Toad Village or Boneyard. If you happen to take a hit in this stage, I recommend doing the relic immediately after, because there are 2 masks you can grab out of this stage. And masks carry over. If you leave a stage with 2 masks during the relic, you will go into the warp room with 2, you know. These seagulls are always the exact same. So normally the way the seagulls work is if they are sitting on top of a box and you run into it, you will take a hit. But for some reason, these seagulls always hover above the crates when you get close to them, so don't worry about them. They're fine. They will be a threat in one of the other levels, but not this one. So these waves, generally, you want to be very cautious with them. See how I barely got those boxes on those ramps? Those are the only ramps where I would recommend being cautious. And then this final ramp here, you simply backflip and you're good. So where the bombs are and the boats are and stuff, that's going to be different every time you play the level. You're just going to have to learn it through experience. So just play the game. You'll eventually get the hang of it. Jet ski levels are very knowledge dependent. So you're going to mess up, you're going to miss stuff, you're going to get hit, but you'll learn from it, so don't worry. So the relic right after, this relic time is pretty tight if you avoid the time crates that I avoid. It's not ridiculous. It's not like 1 second of leeway. You have about 3.5, 4 seconds of leeway doing it with this route. So I could obviously like go wide here and get that time crate, but you want to stay narrow to get tighter turns, get to the end sooner. I only get time crates if you completely need them. The ramps that give you multiple are very worth it. I slowed down there to grab a mask because I want to when I leave. If you've already done Toad Village and Boneyard, you do not need to play this relic safe at all. You can just accelerate through everything. So if you do happen to miss any crates here that I'm going for, you can go for some backup ones on those scary ramps that I mentioned earlier. If you miss those after missing like 4 seconds worth of crates, you will probably fail the time, so you can go for these ones if you felt like it. I know I'm fine though, so I don't need to. You could even damage through these bombs here if you don't need the masks, but I do, so. Take your backflip there and you're good. So you have to beat a 58-20, and I think on average you should get anywhere between 54 and 56, depending on which crates you grab. So this level's not too bad. It's your intro to how the jet ski works and how waves work, so it can be quite the challenge to get the hang of those things. But overall, not too bad of a level. And once you have your 2 masks out of Makin Waves, you will head towards Toad Village, most likely, so that's next. Alright, so we are at Toad Village, level 1. This level is extremely simple. It's the first level in the game, so there's very minimal holes to fall in, hazards, just a bunch of crates and whatnot. Not that much going on. These goats will just walk back and forth, you know, normal crash enemy stuff. There's only 3 enemy types in this level. It's really, really basic. There's these frogs who jump back and forth. Notably, they will try and aim at you, so be aware of that. They don't just go in a straight line. They will target you if you are in their vicinity. And then these sword guys who, you know, spin around every couple seconds. Spinning anywhere near them will result in you getting hit. Your hitbox is actually much larger while spinning than you are not spinning, so keep in mind that, so you can see here, he is not hitting me currently, but if I were to spin, he would hit me there. So keep in mind that this is for every enemy in the game and every hazard in the game. Spinning increases your hitbox size a decent amount. But yeah, there's generally like not much going on to this level. I suppose I can show the thing at the end real quick, because it's like kind of a unique Crash 3 mechanic, but maybe it'll apply, you know, one of these stages. This game has roulette boxes, which will oscillate between multiple different options, and then if you don't break them in a set amount of time, they will turn into metal, and you cannot get them anymore, so break these quickly. But in my videos, you'll be able to see how to do that, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, we can take a look at the video here and check out Toad Village. You need invincibility for this level. You don't need it, but it saves time. So you would like to see invincibility in this stage. NSJ here, and then spin to break those two boxes. Glitch low jump to break that crate on the bench. You don't have to glitch low that, but it's, you know, if you'd like to. So invincibility here, you want to land on those that 2x2 crates, like I said before in the first part, and then slide off it late. So basically you just use invincibility to get to the bonus. Note that I did not break that mask crate next to the bonus because we're going to need it after. Because bonus, touching moving platforms removes your mask state. That bonus could have been better if I bonked on the question box there, but besides that it was fine. Pretty much try and replicate that bonus, barring the lack of a bonk there. So as soon as you get off this platform, you want to slide into that crate and use invincibility once again. I like to slide spin those boxes. You don't have to, but I like to. It's NSJing all of those. Make sure to grab the crystal, obviously. And then for this last roulette box, if you make it in time, you can slide it with invincibility. Because if you were to jump at it, you would break it later, which would make the gem spawn later. And then you have to wait a second for the gem. Because if you get all the crates and then slide into the ending, you don't get the gem. So you have to wait for it. So keep that in mind. Generally, you would need good movement to get triple that far, so don't expect to get that far right away. It's fine if you don't. As for the time trial, this is level 1's time trial, so it is extremely lenient. I actually would recommend playing this level in the time trial setting to practice your movement, because it's not a tight window. You can skip every time crate in the level and still make it with enough time, plenty of time to spare. Your only objective in this stage is to exit with 2 masks, basically. That's all. So they give you 2 masks in pretty easy spots, you just grab them, and you just get to the end. The Toad Village is really, really simple. It's your intro to invincibility, it's your intro to the base movement of the game. I would recommend playing this level pretty extensively as your first stage with the speed tech. But yeah, it's short and sweet, not too bad at all. Alright, so level 4 is Boneyard. This is the first of 2 chase levels, and you'll note that Crash game chase levels involve moving against the camera. These are what new runners dread, but hopefully referencing my video and as well as playing it a decent amount will drill in where to go during this stage. Note there are no insta-kill holes anywhere, simply lava pits and pterodactyls, so you can only get damaged in these stages. You cannot get killed, barring you get hit 3 times. So these levels have the lava pits, the pterodactyls, and one of the most frustrating, in my opinion, things, the grass. So what the grass does is it slows you down an extreme amount. But also, if you try and slide jump around it, especially with invincibility, it will cut your jump. Basically, your momentum will just die. So learning how to avoid this grass is key to speed in these levels. And in my video, you'll see where I aim and how I do my jumps to avoid them. This bonus has a lot of information that I want to go over. So this is a staple mechanic in the entire game, so note this for every stage, pretty much. Any elevated platform that moves you to a location, you can do what is called a stick to it. So a stick is when you are ascending from a jump near one of these platforms, if you're up against it. So rather than jumping on top of it, you know, your jump arcs, you go all the way onto it. If you simply slide jump, or NSJ obviously, onto it, this will happen. Notice how my jump did not go over the platform, I just immediately stuck to it. So that is extremely important. Every platform in the entire game is like this. Barring Toad Village bonus, I believe. A few ones that are on like flat ground, you just slide onto them. But these kind of platforms, you want to do the slide jump. So this bonus, notably, has, you're supposed to come here with, or you're supposed to grab the arrow that I broke and go up here. But if you glitch high jump body slam, which is crouch, jump, square, and then while midair and while holding X, so you get maximum height, you press the crouch button again. So crouch, X square, hold X, crouch, and right. You need to hold right as well to get up here. You will get up here without the arrow, which saves a lot of time because normally you'd have to go down here, bounce, and then go back down, break it, and then do this. So it is a big saver to do that. Note that on very uncommon occasions you can get up here without body slamming, but unreliable. If this happens, you're just lucky, basically. So don't count on that. So once again, end of the bonus, you do an NSJ onto this platform and stick to it. Extremely useful tech with platforms. And I believe that's all I have to say. You can spin the grass, but we're just going to try and avoid it. These enemies as well will float towards you, and then when they get close, they will attack you. They're pretty non-threatening though, I wouldn't worry about them too much. Yeah, let's pull up the Boneyard segment here to show you how to play the level. Alright, level 4, Boneyard. That's an outtake, sorry. Here's the actual gameplay. So this is a pretty advanced technique when I slide down these slopes here. You slide down them and then jump when you land. That's a pretty tight timing. I would recommend spinning when you land and holding forward, as it's much easier to time. So you want 2 masks in this level. That is really, really important because this is one of the better triples in the early game. Because it blows up these TNTs without having to light them, and you can avoid all this grass. So you want to jump not up against the grass, but right before it, basically, and you just completely skip all of it with no speed penalty. You'll notice if you do it wrong, if your speed halts. Getting to this bonus before triple expires is really fast. Like, that is really, really good. So if you can do that, your movement is solid. So you NSJ and then spin those into a glitch low on those, and then glitch high that stack and do the body slam thing I discussed before. Note that I hull skipped there by sliding over the hole right there. I slid over the hole and then ended with the spin. You don't have to do that, but it's nice and fast and leads into that NSJ nicely. So off of this platform, you want to slide spin into a normal jump. That grass is pretty unavoidable, so glitch high here. I've messed up there, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world, you know, you can make mistakes. So as we approach the end, this level is unique, actually. It has a unique mechanic where the gem auto-collects. Also, jump spinning out of grass is very useful, you saw there. I actually want to go back to that. That was very... when you I land on the grass here, so I jump and spin, so you don't get any speed decrease. Very useful if you're getting caught on the grass. Um, but notably, you can miss the gem here and it will automatically collect if it's on screen. So if you were to hypothetically overshoot the portal and fall all the way down, the gem would not collect. It has to be on the screen. So what that means is that you can wait for it if you feel like it, or if you drop, make sure you drop right at the edge, because if you overshoot, you miss the gem and you have to play the level again or reset your run or whatever. So you can exit immediately if you feel like it, but you run that risk. So that is Boneyard's first pass. We cannot do the second pass yet because we do not have the red gem, so that'll be later. Alright, so once you collect 5 crystals, you will fight Tiny Tiger. Every boss in this game requires you to watch a cutscene unless you hold triangle to skip it. So before every boss, make sure you hold triangle. Tiny will jump back and forth at you. He will attack you a certain number of times, and then on his final one, you can just spin him to deal damage. On phase 1, he will jump 4 times. Phase 2, he will jump 5 times. And phase 3, he will jump 6 times. So just count how many jumps he does, and then hit him when necessary. If you stand at this top left spot, the lions cannot touch you. Just make sure you are not moving or doing anything whenever they start coming out. So 6 jump there, I spin him, and then you get your first power-up as a reward. You obviously want to stand in the middle to collect it right away. So you get the Super Body Slam. This is used to collect Body Slam crates at a much better rate. It's a useful power-up for sure. All power-ups can be skipped with the triangle button, so as soon as you grab it, just mash triangle. And that's about it. Tiny is super, super simple. So yeah, and you go to Warp 2. Alright, so upon getting to Warp 2, you will do level 6 G-Wiz if you have 2 masks. This level, I would say requires 2 masks, but you can enter with 1 and it's no big deal. Because this level has triple right at the beginning, and then it has this mask right here. If you need the backup, then you grab it, but if you already have invincibility, you actually don't want this mask because the extra animation of getting invincibility is not worth doing. So I have like a recording of what you're doing in this level for box breaking and whatnot. A lot of this stage is using invincibility. Obviously, worst case scenario, you don't have any. That's okay. It's fine, you know, it's not the end of the world. These levels aren't like super important for that like type of thing. It'll just make getting like box breaking a bit tougher, right? So it's not that bad. This stack in particular, you will most likely be approaching with triple. You want to approach it from the ground and with a spin. If you don't spin, it's like a bit awkward, but if you just approach from the ground with a spin, you can wipe them all out easily. So the main thing I wanted to talk about, the regular level's pretty basic. I think it's pretty easy to understand. The main thing I want to talk about is the bonus, actually. This bonus is a bit tough. The strats you do, at least. Obviously, like, let's play strat, whatever. You get this box by, like, you know, doing it this way, or whatever. But the way you do it in this, you're going to use the switch here to bounce on it while the bridge is being built. So that's way better. I would recommend learning this. So you start by slide spinning, holding forward, and then like doing upright later. So like that motion. If you do diagonal, obviously you're not going to get as far, which is bad. So you want to hold right and then push up later. And then after that, you're just going to glitch high the first two crates up here, and then while you're falling, you're going to press spin again, and then step backwards to break the bottom three. Now, if you press square too early here, you will spin timer and not spin, obviously, because spin timer like stops you from spinning. So it looks something like this. So you see how late I spun there. That's because if you spun any earlier, you would not break those boxes. You would just do nothing and then bounce. So you do that, and then after that you simply NSJ here and spin that. Keep in mind the rule of Crash 3 with spinning: if you're holding no directions when you spin midair, you lose all your speed. So before you spin that box, make sure you're holding forward. If you don't, you'll just sink right down. So after that, you'll get to this bit. This bit can be a bit tricky. It's a bit tricky. So you're going to use the body slam power-up you got from Tiny to do this part, actually. So those crates are obviously really slow to spin or bounce to bonk them all. So what you're going to do is use the body slam. So from here, you NSJ into a spin once again. Mind you that spinning when you land on arrow crates does not bounce you. Normally they bounce you, but if you press square when you land on them, they don't. So we're going to use an NSJ into a spin to break the bottom two boxes and land on the arrow. And then from here, we simply jump and body slam, and that breaks them all. Sometimes you'll miss one, but if that happens, you'll need to spin it from the arrow. Now this bit is the scary part, I would assume, is the part that looks scary to people. So what the goal is here is to land on the arrow, spin this box from the right side of it, and then land on the question mark right here. So let's see if I can do this right. It should look something like this. Oh, I missed. Yeah, so I missed there because I was too far right. That'll happen, you just need to learn the spacing a bit. See if I can actually do it. Yeah, this bonus is super good to learn. Yeah. So I would recommend not zigzagging during this strat either, because you risk overshooting the crate you're trying to land on. Let's see if I can actually like die and show you. Like, you just overshoot it and die, right? So I'd recommend doing no zigzag there. Just hold forward. And depending on your initial bounce spot here, depends on whether or not you need to slow down midair. Because sometimes if you're really far right, you need to like slow down a little bit when you're approaching the switch, or else you'll miss that crate like I did. So if you're further back, then you should be fine. Like, no problem really. Bad example. I promise it's a lot easier when you do it all in one motion. I think that's why I'm messing it up. When you do it all in one fluid motion, it's super good. I missed that one because I like spun a little early, whatever. See, if you practice it, you'll be better at it than me. Sorry, I'm doing this after I like played NE% a lot, so I guess I'm rusty. But yeah, this bonus is like the biggest part. I would recommend practicing for G-Wiz. As soon as you're comfortable with general Crash 3 movement, you should be pretty set for this level. Same thing with the time trial. Also, if you're an NE% runner, the time trial is practically the same, minus one detail I'll get into. But yeah, I think I'll let the video play now of the gem and relic passive G-Wiz. If there's anything I can add, I will, but for the most part, it is pretty chill. So keep in mind I don't get the invincibility here. Make sure you hit this nitro and don't go for those boxes. The nitro actually reaches that far, so make sure you do that. Right there, you want to glitch high the stack as you touch it. If you don't, the life crate on top will just fall onto it, won't break basically. So you need to glitch high those that tower of 4. It's a bit awkward, but you know, once you practice it a bit, you'll be good. So you get the triple here and then break that TNT. Pretty simple. So this is the stack where you want to spin. So you spin when you land. Keep in mind that if you spin the frame you touch the ground, you'll do a Ricky bounce. So keep that in mind. Try to spin a bit early or late. Don't spin right when you touch the ground, I guess. So this is the bonus, like, done properly. Wow, crazy. This guy's good. So yeah, glitch high and then spin and turn back. Mind you, turning back in this game, glitch low this stack as well. Keep in mind that turning back in this game, you don't want to press right and then press left to turn around. You want to do like a semicircle motion, so you want to go like up left and then left. If you do right and then left, you'll stall and you won't move as quickly, so you want to do like up left. Right to up left, basically. This game doesn't like 180 direction changes. So you just spin that guy. That guy can hit the nitros in front of you and damage you, but it doesn't really matter because you can just reroute if you get hit. It's fine. So G-Wiz Relic, you don't normally do after the box pass. You tend to use it as more of a backup split to get masks, because this level has 3 masks in it. So what you'd want to do is you want to go to a different stage with 2 masks and then play it. But if you don't have 2 masks, then you come here because there's triple in this level and it's easy. All of these type of levels are pretty easy to get the gold time in if you just NSJ properly. So there's a mask here right behind that stack of boxes that I got. Very easy to miss. New players miss it all the time. I used to miss it all the time. That's how you get invincibility in this level, so you have to get it. Make sure you remember that that's there. But yeah, it's just pretty basic movement, similar to Toad Village, right? It's just really, really similar. It's no big deal. Try to avoid those boxes there because they will stop you, so you just want to go around them as best you can. And yeah, your triple will wear off around here if you're moving good, and depending on your routing, you can get hit by those nitro if you want, but if you're trying to preserve masks, just go around it. And don't snipe the swordman into it and then hurt yourself. That would be bad. Yeah, it's all about G-Wiz. G-Wiz is pretty simple, so yeah, that's it. Alright, so Tomb Time 1 is such a simple level that I can probably get through it while playing it. So this is a pretty unique stage where you cannot get the box gem yet. You need the purple gem from Hub 3 to be able to get the boxes here. So you essentially just get the crystal and leave. If you've played any percent, it is the exact same. So just come here with 2 masks and you should be good. I'll dive into like some minutia once I play through it once, just so you can see it. But you basically get triple mask. Triple mask is very useful here because it keeps all of the doors open. So normally the gimmick of this stage is like doors close, you have to wait on the doors, yada yada. So, or you have to open them manually with the buttons. But if you have invincibility, you just don't worry about that at all. Which is why this is a very important level for triple mask. So yeah, that's all you do. That's it. Pretty basic right there. We'll go back in and talk about some minor things once I get to like save state here. Yes, there you go. So minor things about these levels. These levels have oil, which is a pretty unique thing in this game. If you played Crash 2, it's basically the same thing as ice. Keep in mind this level has a downhill slope, so sliding, zigzagging, and spinning at the end is the best thing you can do, basically. Slide at the ledge and then zigzag, and then spin before you finish sliding. Went through that in the first part, basically. So a lot of things I'll see people do is when they're on oil, they will zigzag. Zigzag does not do anything on oil, so don't worry about it. Your speed gets like capped when you touch oil and slide off it. So all you want to do on oil is just slide spin or slide jump, depending. Keep in mind if you slide before you touch it, you don't get the increased speed, so you want to be on the oil before you do anything. If you're simply like just sitting on it, or not sitting on it, and then you try and slide, you won't get any speed. One minor thing near the end I'll show that's pretty helpful. It's like minor, it's really, really minor, but I want to show it anyways, because it is helpful. So near the end of the level there is some more oil, obviously. There's also like a super slide, you can do that right there. I don't know how those work. But you saw, like, I was going very fast off the oil. It has something to do with, like, your timing, I think, of the slide or whatever. Anyways. So I do it there, I guess is a good place to show it, too. You'll see I slide off the oil. I'll slide jump off of the oil and then tap jump when I land. That, preserves the speed off of the oil. See that? It's really, really fast. There's two parts I do that in this level for this split. Really useful for preserving speed. Obviously, if you time it right. Particularly this ending oil slick, it's really good. So obviously the buttons pull out the drawbridge here. If this platform is close, you don't need to press that button, but you know, in that situation I had to. So right here, I slide jump, and then tap jump, like that, and then I get right past the flamethrower enemy. Just a minor speed thing. So if you're not comfortable neutral slide jumping, you can use this switch to, you know, make the platforms do this, but you really don't need to if you're competent at neutral slide jump. You can just do the platforms on the left side and then go from there. Yeah, that's Tomb Time 1, really simple. Tomb Time 2 will not be so easy. So yeah, there you go. Alright, so this is Hang 'em High, level 7. Hang 'em High gem, crystal gem, whatever. So the initial pass of Hang 'em High. Things I would note in this level, very beginning, you can't really glitch high to this trampoline. The sides of the tarps have a hitbox though, so you don't need to land on top of them. So what you'll do is you'll just turn into them. So you'll go on this arrow and then turn into these. You don't need this top one. You can just hold X and go off the second one like that. But yeah, just hug the sides basically, like slightly touch them. This enemy. When the level loads, you'll see this enemy, his position. You'll end up learning where that means he'll be whenever you get to the top. Regardless if he's walking away or swinging, you can get around him. If he's obviously not swinging, then you go. Note that if he's like this close, it might be a bit risky, because if he turns and hits you, you don't get triple mask and you lose invincibility. Very important to have invincibility in this stage. Yeah, if he's swinging, you can use this wall on the side. You can glitch high jump and then normal jump, as long as you're holding against the wall. If you don't hold against it, you slip off. So you have to be holding the left here, and then you just jump over him. A challenge you'll find is these tarps. Just being able to spin jump off of them is quite challenging. It's pretty tough. Like if you don't want to bounce on them because you want to be on the ground sooner, which is the case most of the time. Just practice the timing. You basically just want to press the X button right when you land on top of them. And that's jumping off of them. Sliding off of them is a bit different. Also note, this is a general rule. I actually might have explained this in a previous part, but I forget. If you spin while midair, you lose all speed. All your momentum dies instantly. So make sure you're holding a direction whenever you spin midair. That could kill you, like for example with these tarps, like say you want a neutral slide jump and then spin on top of it. Let's say you spin early, yeah, you just die. So make sure you're holding a direction whenever you go for these. Sorry, this controller's a bit garbo. The D-pad, that is. These enemies, if you spin them, this happens, and they become like an impassable wall, basically, while the pot is like falling on their head. If you slide them, however, they instantly die. So I'd recommend generally sliding these guys, or just jumping over them, whichever. There's a box up here, the fruit lead to one. With invincibility, you can get it without having to worry too hard, but if you don't have invincibility, you can zigzag like that off the first one. So you just zigzag, and then you're good. But you should have triple here, so that shouldn't be a problem. Alright, so this is the part where you want to be able to like slide off of the tarps. The timing is really weird, but basically you just want to land on the tarp with a spin and then slide a bit later, or earlier rather than you're thinking. And if you mess it up, that'll happen. So, you know, it's hard, you know, I don't get it every time, so... But yeah, like that, basically. It's pretty fast. You don't have to do this, but obviously it's better in some areas. Obviously you don't do it on every single tarp, you have to learn where it's good and where it's bad, but that one is usually one. And right there, if you bounce like that, that means you jump too early. Or rather, you are not far enough forward off the tarp. That means you're on the tarp when you slide jumped, basically. So you don't really want that to happen. You want to just jump after the fact. The only reason it's happening in here is because I don't have triple. Normally if you have triple, this is not a problem. Yeah, like that, basically. Yeah, I just want to get over to the bonus, and then I can show the video of how to properly do the section, basically. Show what a proper run-through of the level looks like. Alright, so let's pull the video up. Let's pull it up, pull it up. So basically, this has triple, 2 masks on entry. This is probably the most important invincibility in the first 2 warp rooms. Also, if there's any tiny mistakes, yeah, this one, like I said, this D-pad's kind of weird, but like if I'm going in any off-kilter directions, whatever. So yeah, use the trampoline there and just grab that box. You'll see how easy it is with triple. And yeah, there was the tarp slide jump there. I'll slow that down a little bit so you can see. So if you've looked at like other parts with like how I check for crates, basically, I look to see if I get Wumpa, essentially, or see sparks. So you'll see that I see sparks there, and I'm in the vicinity of those 2 midair, and I see the Wumpa collect. So you get a feel for it. You can also press triangle if you are able to during that, and you'll be able to check that way. But generally, if you see sparks and you're like above the crates in their vicinity, you will get them. So that's cool. You don't have to do this. It just makes it so you can extend the invincibility timer the right amount, basically. You want triple mask to last until these boxes here, if you can help it. You know, see right there, I did a stick, which I've done in previous levels as well, which is slide jumping onto the platform like that, so I don't have to wait for Crash to finish falling. This bonus takes advantage of spin bounces right here. This is like a tricky spin bounce, glitch slow into spin bounce right there. It's zigzag, and it gets all those crates. And then with a tight zigzag to the left, you can get that TNT and get up there. That bonus in general is pretty, what do you call it? Advanced. It's probably the hardest bonus in the first two hubs as well. So yeah, you glitch low onto this, break that last one, and then at this point you spin bounce off of this bottom question mark. And then after you press the jump button, you just zigzag a lot. If you don't zigzag enough, you will not get the far right box on top. So if you miss that one, that's why. Then right here, you slide spin into this stack, and then glitch high to break everything. Then this jump, this slide right here, if you zigzag this slide too hard, it kills you. You overshoot. So don't zigzag this slide too hard, just like a little bit or none at all. Just so you know, do not, don't over zigzag here. Yeah, right here, this is probably the hardest part. I aim for the middle or the leftmost part of this TNT. If you land on the far right, it's really hard to wrap back around. And you'll see that I use diagonals here. It's diagonal upright, and then when you land, you want to do diagonal up left. In Crash, you cannot do right to left quickly, like changing directions. So you have to do diagonals, like semicircles instead. Also note that if that TNT blows up because you touch the checkpoint, or the bonus rather, and you die before the next checkpoint, the box will not be collected anymore, and you have to re-enter the level. Oh, also this this body slam was on accident. The emulator is really laggy at this part, so this is supposed to be a glitch high, but I wasn't expecting the lag, so that's why I body slammed there. It's obviously a mistake. This part, similar to earlier, there's this Wampa chain leads to a crate up in the air that you can't see. Generally, if you just hold right and spin at the right time, you should get it. If you're too far left, you'll bonk on it, which can actually kill you. You can save yourself by zigzagging, though, but generally it looks like this. You just grab it if you hold right and spin. Sliding that enemy into those crates is really, really good, really efficient. That's why sliding that enemy is good. If you spin him, he gets in the way, so just slide him. And then you slide spin into those. And then right here, that spin into this slide is pretty tight timing to not get spin timered on this enemy. So if you try and rush those inputs too fast, you will not spin there, and that guy will hit you, so be careful about that. But yeah, that's essentially Hang 'em High Crystal Gem. It is a very hard level, so don't worry if it's giving you trouble. It's very hard to do. I still don't know how to do it. I don't know. Yeah, I think that's everything. Wow. Alright, Midnight Run. Midnight Run is the second Tiger level in the game, and the last one, thankfully, for you. So for this level, you just need one mask. You need one, not two, not zero, but one. If you enter with two, there's a way around that, which I actually show in the video that I do. If you've seen the Orient Express part, you already know how the Tiger works, basically, but there are some techniques that are exclusive to this level that we'll look into a bit in my recording, so... let's look at the recording and see what's going on. I would show specific things, but I think this level's pretty straightforward, basically. So yeah, enter with two masks here to show you what you should do if you have two. As soon as the level begins, similar to Orient Express, you want to do jumps and zigzags. Do not hold the X button though. The trigger to get on Pura is a lot farther away than Orient Express, so you actually want to tap jump both times pretty much, at least for the second jump. Make sure you tap the second one at bare minimum. If your zigzag is good, you'll reach the tiger when the trigger happens. So if you have two masks, this is exclusive two mask thing, you want to take damage as soon as the level begins, so you run into this enemy. This is to avoid the floating boxes spawning incorrectly. For some reason, having two masks can spawn those boxes wrong. So if you have two, get hit. If you don't, then don't get hit. So you want one for later. This part, you sidestep these boxes while charging, and if I can slow it down here, you want to let go of the charge button whenever you cross this pit. You do not want to jump here. You want to walk across and whole skip this pit. And once again, you'll see there's a 2x2 stack of crates. To break those, you cannot be running, so you need to be walking, which is why we need to release the charge button. So as soon as I cross this pit, you'll see me let go of square. I'll slow it down, even though the audio is shit. So I cross the pit, I let go of square, and I get the boxes. So that's important, practice that. Then you run for a while. Letting go of square there to grab that box, you miss it otherwise. So for this part has like a trampoline and then boxes on the high ground, basically. But you can actually ride the railing and avoid using that trampoline entirely. I'll slow this down a bit so you can see. Go on the railing here, and then you jump off it. If you jump too high up on the railing, you actually die here. You'll die to this platform, the wall, basically. The wall kills you if you jump too early. So you wait until you're actually lower than you think. If you're too low, the camera will not pan up to you, and you can't get the crates. So you have a cue for being too low, and you have a cue for being too high. Too high kills you, too low, the camera doesn't follow you. But if you do it perfectly, then the camera will follow you, and you will not die. And then you jump and grab those. So that part can be pretty tough, takes practice, but you can troubleshoot it and do similar to what I do. Another whole skip here. Basically, you wait until you're at this corner. So this pit makes like a corner. You wait until you're there, and then you hold left, and it works. If you're too early, you die. Too late, you probably missed the crates. So yeah, that part's just timing. And here is the cuddle skip, which is why we need the mask. So basically what this cuddle skip is you jump on this enemy's head, and then you jump to the right up to this flag pole. You'll see like these horizontal posts sticking out of the top of the flag. You actually jump off of that. So it looks like this. And then I'll go back and show what you're supposed to do. So it'll look like that, basically. And what you need to do that's very important is whenever you want to aim for the middle of the guy's head, basically, around the middle. And when you land on him, you want to hold right and hold jump. Don't hold jump like too long, but make sure you hold it a decent amount till you're near the flagpole, and then you can let go. And then as soon as you land on the flagpole, you hold jump and right completely. So hold jump, and then jump off of that, holding jump. If you don't hold jump, sometimes it doesn't work off of the flagpole. So yeah, this is the cuddle skip. You do it both times in the relic and the gem. It's the exact same. It's not different like Orient, so yeah, it looks like that. Getting the boxes in this level is definitely a challenge, for sure. Still like the hard part, I would say. The cuddle skip, once again, it's like yellow gem early. If it's going wrong, you're probably doing something wrong, basically. Like I used to mess this one up all the time, and now I like understand it a lot better. So this is just the relic. It's similar to Orient's relic, where you just want to jump as much as possible. The relic time is impossible to fail. You cannot fail this relic. It's just not. Don't worry about getting crates. You just cannot mess it up. They give you way more time than they really should. But that's fine. Just make sure you have a mask. This level has two masks. One of them is very easy to get, which is the one I got. The other one is like kind of requires slowing down a little bit. Also noteworthy to say, I don't do this level like perfectly. I don't. There's actually some strats you can do that are riskier, but I don't do them. So I'm just showing you what I do. Just know that slowing down loses like letting go of the run button, that is, loses like probably, like, I don't even know, like 1.5, 2 seconds each time you do it. So I let go sometimes, but I feel that it's like necessary and comfortable for me. So yeah, you'll see the cuddle skip is exactly the same. Just make sure you have one mask, not two, and you should be good. But yeah, Midnight Run, not too hard once you get it down. Once you practice it enough in runs, it should be smooth. So yeah, I hope this helped. All right, we're gonna do Hog Ride and Dingodile in this part. We're just gonna do it raw because I don't think I need to record and talk about this level because this level is very straightforward. Basically, you want to hold X whenever the second red light goes off. It's not tight timing, just any time after the red light goes off, you just hold X, that's it. I'll go more in depth about the bike controls in Road Crash because I feel like it applies way more, but in this level you just hold the X button and turn with boost. You grab the wheelie and you just hold left and right. And you just don't bump into anything. It's pretty simple. If you're unfamiliar with the controls, this part can be a bit hard, but it's all about just timing left. You can pepper your inputs, so you can like do like a little bit, you can like tap right, for example. If you want to like slightly move, you can tap the buttons. Also, if you let go of the X button right before a ramp, you go a little faster. It doesn't really matter though. Yeah, you just tap the X button, or you release whenever you're about to go off a ramp. It's really like not important though. Yeah, so I'll lump Dingodile in with this level, because this level is pretty simple. This boss fight, you just glitch high jump over the wall he has. Hold triangle when you start it, by the way. Hold triangle every boss. So you basically just glitch high over the wall. You can zigzag if you want. It's actually possible to hit him in one glitch high if your zigzag is good enough. This wall has like an invisible hitbox, but there is a visual cue for it. So if you jump up against the wall at first, it won't work. So what you should look for is the soot on his face. Whenever he shakes it off like that, you can go over. So that's the visual cue you should use whenever his face like isn't dark anymore. The double jump always spawns on the top left, no matter where you're standing. So you just wait for it, and then it shows up. Really easy fight. You just do glitch high jumps and wait for his face to wait for him to shake off all the soot and ash, and then you can go over. Really easy. So yeah, we'll go back into Hog Ride here. The time trial is tight on this level, so if you go in the dirt or like lose a wheelie too early, you will have to restart the trial. It's actually like a tight timer. But yeah, you'll see here, I'll hold X as soon as the red light like shows up. So like right now, you can just hold X and it works. It's really, really easy. But yeah, this one cycle is probably the hard part. Like the crystal's very easy, but this part is quite challenging. Not that hard, actually. It's fine. You just have to avoid the cars and stuff and be familiar with how tight steering is. And you'll just see like I'm tapping like left and right. I'm not really holding that much. The road crash section will be like the real motorcycle tutorial, you know. There's not a lot to talk about here, since you're just going in a straight line for the most part. Yeah, go to the left of this police car. Only the dark dirt slows you down. The greenish color does not, so you're allowed to go there, but don't get too close to the brown dirt. But yeah, if you do everything right, you should get sub 40 here. 39.70. I think that's because of like PS1 lag. On hardware, I usually get like 39, like 90 or 39.86. That's funny. I guess since like the MU is so laggy, you just get a better time. It's funny. But yeah, split's incredibly easy as long as you just don't lose your wheelie ever. So I hope you learned something. Pog. Alright, so this is Hang 'em High Relic. Hang 'em High Relic basically should be around the last thing you do in this warp room, because this relic requires double jump to complete, which sounds weird because we just beat the level without it. But the reason for that is we need it to access the yellow gem area unintended, because we're going to grab the yellow gem and complete the time trial at the same time. This is yellow gem early. It's one of the biggest sequence breaks in the entire category. And we're doing this so we can play Dino Might in one visit, essentially. So the way, and after I show this, I can show the actual recording of the level being played in full, but I want to go over this first. So basically, you want the camera facing upwards. Notice that if you turn backwards, the camera moves a little bit. You want it forwards. And generally speaking, I like standing on this black line on the wood. That lines me up pretty well. So what we're going to do is we're going to neutral slide jump to the left, and then double jump spin. Spinning after double jump is slightly higher. You go slightly higher when you do that. And we're going to land on this brown platform over here, which I'll show now. So the goal is to land on this platform. And you'll notice that the camera did not move. We need the camera to come with us, because if it doesn't, then the floor over there will not be loaded, which means that we cannot go get the yellow gem. The yellow gem will not be collected if it's off screen. So we need to fix that. And you have to do a very specific set of inputs. You don't have to time it precisely, but it is like a step-by-step order, basically. So before we land on the platform, it's going to be off screen, so you need to get a feel for it. But before we land on the platform, we're going to release the D-pad completely. So basically we're going to hold left until we're about to land on the ground, and then we let go of the D-pad. And then after we do that, we're going to tap up and then tap down. And that will fix the camera if you do it correctly. So neutral slide jump left, double jump spin. I didn't get my jump there. Let's try that again. Neutral slide jump left, double jump spin, land on the platform, tap up, tap down. Oh, maybe I was too slow on it, we'll see. So it's a bit finicky and I'm not used to using emulator. There we go. So now you'll see the camera's following me. The camera looks different and the music has changed, right? So that means that we are locked in, basically. If you tap any other directions that aren't left, the camera will fix back to normal, so we don't want that. So generally you want to either hold left or face left after you fix the camera. So I'm going to end a state to the left again, and then double jump spin and get over there. Well, in theory. Sorry, I was close to the ledge, so I was trying not to die there. Whoops. There we go. So we land over here. The yellow gem will be right here, whatever. So all you have to do from here is just in a shade to the right, double jump spin, and then you're there. So, and if you need to retry this, you just need to go past these switches, and the platform will reset. But yeah, I was failing it there because I was just like out of rhythm or pressing things slightly wrong, so I apologize for that, but I will tell you that my success rate with this is like, in runs, is pretty close to 100%. With the way I do it, I never mess this up in runs, really, so if you just trust my method and do as I do, then you should be fine. So yeah, I can show the recording now. If there's any specific things, I can talk about them, but there's not too much going on in this time trial, really, but I can explain some small things. This time trial has invincibility. Time trials will add their own mask crates because the devs wanted you to play the levels a certain way every attempt. So this level gives you access to two different masks, or not two different, three mask crates basically. So they let you get invincibility pretty early. So just spin bouncing on those tarps. You could bounce on them, whatever. Now this is the one important thing I will mention in this time trial. This enemy here, you have to slide him. This one. You must slide him when he's on facing the left side of the level, because he will snipe a mask crate in the distance back here. You can't really see it because I did hit it, but it's like to the left of this box. So if that guy's on the right side, it will miss and you won't get triple right away. So make sure you slide that guy whenever he's on the left side of the I don't know what that wording is, like when he's on the left of the middle of the tarp basically. So he hits this box over here. So like if he lines up with this box, also you have to slide him, don't spin him. So, and you'll get triple here, which is great because lets you fit in an NSJ. Getting triple earlier here is a lot better than getting it later. So we use triple to clear this gap and then slide off that tarp. You'll know your triple's good if it wears off here. If you get this NSJ off with triple, then you're really good. Basically, you're on a good pace. See, we line up for the yellow gem early, stand on the black line. You'll see that I pan the camera down, but that's because of the way I zigzag. You are supposed to be facing upwards, but I face down because it's only because of me. This is the way I do it, so you don't have to do it like this. I just do it because I end up panning up anyways. I do a zigzag during my slide, you'll see, or during my double jump. So you'll see I tap down, and then I tap up, basically. So I end up tapping up midair, if that makes sense. So I get on the right track, regardless. So even though I tap down here, I do tap up midair. So that fixes it. I'm just like trying to show you, I tried to show like the easy way to do it. Alright, so grabbing this gem, also important. I explained this in the gem, in the gem pass actually for this level, but basically you want to do like semicircles. So you look at my, if I walk to the left here and then walk to the right, this will be very slow, this movement of grabbing the gem. So what I do is I hold up left and then I hold up and then I hold down left basically. And then I wrap it around to down right. So that'll make it so I instantly turn around. Otherwise you would get stuck in place basically. And the jump back is the same as the jump there. Yeah, super simple. So you'll see this in full motion. I do up left and then left down and then down right and then right. So it's like you have to make a circle basically to do like quick turnarounds and stuff. But yeah, hopefully not too complicated. I know I'm not like, I'm kind of, my explanations are kind of all over the place, but yeah, that is how I do yellow gem early and the hang 'em high relics. So, and if you do the setup correctly, yellow gem early should work every time. So there you go. Alright, so Dynamite. I've decided I'm gonna split up Dynamite, Hot Coco, Eggipus Rex, even though they are all together, like in the same split. And that's just because I want you to be able to analyze each level alone, basically. So, in my opinion, this should be the level that you go to at the start of Warp 3. You'll have 2 masks, because yellow gem early you exit with 2 masks, so you want to get this triple mask here. This triple mask is pretty tough. You have to get through a lot of grass while the invincibility is going, and if you like touch the grass the wrong way, you'll slow down. Basically, if you run into it, or if your slide extends into it too much, like this one initially, you just jump over it. This box is really weird. Like normally vertically you would just break this. You would just reach it. But since these metal boxes are in the way, you can't get exactly underneath it. So you have to do like a glitch high jump. If you double jump, you could get it also, but it's really slow. So you basically just grab triple here and then do a glitch high and then go over this grass like that. Rising glitch high to get those boxes as well. So basically I'm just avoiding the grass here. If you touch the grass there at all, you'll slow down. So this level, you'll see I am ignoring the yellow gem platform there. That is because we come back later. This level is a nightmare. Basically this level has a secret exit. And funny thing about the secret exits, you can bring items from the current level you're in to the next stage that the secret exit takes you to. So we're going to collect both gems and the crystal, and then go to the secret exit. So how do we do that efficiently? Well, we have to basically grab everything and then go to the secret exit. But the secret exit's in the yellow gem, so how do we accomplish that, right? You do this by making sure the final checkpoint you break is the one in the yellow gem section. So you're going to ignore the yellow gem at the start and move along the normal path until you reach a certain point, basically. So we'll do that. So that means we're coming back through this section again. So you'll have to memorize the layout for this level. You'll see in my example video, this is probably going to be a long part because this level is the longest level in the run, so yeah. So basically you want to treat the mindset of, oh, you can leave boxes behind as long as you get them on the way back. So normally, for example, breaking all 3 of these would be slow, as opposed to just breaking 2 and moving on, and then getting it on the way back. So that's basically how you approach this part. This checkpoint, for example, we just ignore it because we get it later. I will say this box wall here is tricky for doing the backtrack, basically. You could just glitch low it and break everything at once, but that's slow. So what you can do instead is you can NSJ and spin the top row and then slide off of this box. And that will make it so the pattern is like a U shape, like these two, and then one in the middle. And that makes it so you can slide spin through them without slowing down. I might not get it. It doesn't, it's okay if you don't get it, but yeah, basically you want it to look like that, exactly like that. And why is that good? Because on the way back, you can go like this, and it gets everything, see that? If you don't get all of them, you can react accordingly, but yeah. I don't even know if I do it in my video, I don't remember, I recorded it a while ago, but we'll see. In this stack, for example, you can slide this, because you get the other one later. Diagonal upright, NSJ to cross this gap. Sometimes you get no jump here, so don't try and overextend. But yeah. This section is kind of complicated. I might actually like save state this part because I don't trust myself to do it right. Basically, you want to NSJ and then land on this box here with a spin. This one I'm standing on. You want to land on it with a spin, and then slide spin off of it. Like that, basically. There's varying results. You can get, like, this one. You can get only the 3 over here. There's a bunch of different results for this part. You know, a lot of different things can happen like that, you know? If you don't break this, you can leave it for later. This one here, don't worry about this one. Doesn't really matter. Like, a lot of the boxes in this level you can just leave until a certain point. This part you want to NSJ double jump spin. The double jump doesn't always work. Section's pretty laggy, but I mean it looks like this. Something like that. And then you grab that. You can do it again real quick for fun. In motion. So it looks like this basically. So you'll see that I don't hold jump when I hit the arrow. You don't need to hold jump there. It's overkill. And you'll notice how that one section, the boxes are like different all the time, basically. It happens, whatever. You have to do it a certain way. Alright, so this bonus, actually, wait, I want to show you something. It's bonus specific, so I want it to be, you know. So, this is kind of, like, backing, this is kind of foreshadowing, whatever. But later in the level, we're going to break this checkpoint and then use this box to get back up, like this, right? But we do that after the bonus. Just make sure you're not holding down whenever you do this, because this triggers the dino sometimes. Oh, I didn't that time. Here, I'll try and show, because it's funny. Just don't hold down on this platform, because when the dino triggers, it will destroy the box you need to get back up. You can get up without the box, but it's slower, basically. Like, it won't come out. Damn. Unlucky. So I'm really tired when I'm recording this, so sorry if it's scuffed. Yeah, start of the bonus. This bonus is really boring because it's just body slam simulator, but you guys gonna slide and then glitch low body slam here, like that. And then this is slide into glitch high body slam, or glitch low, whatever. This is slide glitch high body slam. You want to body slam near the middle because that'll happen. So aim for the middle a bit more. Once again, glitch high, glitch low body slam. This part is slide spin jump body slam. Just anywhere around that box will work. And then this part, you'll see people do it like, they'll slide spin and then do it here. Don't do that. Instead, you want to NSJ tap jump body slam. And it might be scary because you're near the edge of the pit, but this floor has a really like generous hitbox. You see here, like it's really easy to not die here. So definitely mess around with that. It's a really simple bonus. You just do some like, you know, glitch high body slam, glitch low body slam, whatever. And then once again, platform here that you stick to, slide, just NSJ into it, stick. So yeah, just don't hold down on this bonus. It can trigger the dino, so be mindful of that. All right. Once you're done with the bonus, you want to slide spin, and then when you get to this ledge, you want to slide, and then when you land, you want to press jump and land on this box here. So you want to slide, land, and jump on the box. I would not recommend zigzagging here, really. Or timing the jump inherently. Timing the jump it's fine, but doing it like this is fine too. Now if you mess this up, say this happens, you like, you know, you somehow bounce on it and don't make it. I don't know, you suck, whatever. You can get up here if you do a, similar to Yellow Gem early, you do a double jump spin. So double jump spin, you're up. Like, it's just slower, basically, because double jump, you know, double jump is slow, right? But yeah. Anyways, you get back up here. So this is the last checkpoint in this section. So we're going to go back to the Yellow Gem now. This backtrack will take you a while to learn. It's very tough. And yeah, like break that now, whatever. But you'll just have to watch the video and practice. And you'll have to remember what crates you've left. I usually leave the same crates. Notice how I NSJ here to go over this grass without touching it. That comes with learning. You'll probably get caught on that. And those boxes would be there, so you would slide spin those. I just broke them as an example. Yeah, checkpoint here. You basically just have to learn the path. Right there you can... I did this in Boneyard as well. You land in the grass with the spin jump so you don't slow down, basically. Just avoid slowdown. So you'll know you're near the Yellow Gem once you get to this nest. Avoid the egg. The egg can like bounce you or push you backwards. It's really dumb. So yeah, stick to the Yellow Gem. Alright, the Yellow Gem section is pretty tricky. It's pretty tricky. It's got some tight jumps in it, for sure. You want to make sure to beat this guy, because those guys... this part's really annoying, because the fish is spinning when you get to him, so instead you just want to jump over it like that. This jump is really hard. Like, not because you have to zigzag or whatever, it's just the spacing forward is hard, and sometimes the jump input doesn't come out. So... And also, if you expect to land and start a slide immediately, you will just get hit and then bounce and then body slam because you hit the slide button. So this jump is really tough. You might even have to zigzag the end of it like I did there to make it. It's like right there I didn't get a jump, for example. So that jump is really hard. If you don't do it, you legit just have to like wait because the enemy just cannot like get past him, you know. Alternatively, you can just wait if you don't want to do it and you value your masks. So, you know, do what you want there. All right, this part is, I would say it's the hardest part of the level. I don't know. So, fun fact, you know, this is a reinforced box, right? So that means that explosions can't break it. See? Explosions don't break it. But for some reason, the way it's coded, TNTs will explode when they despawn, when they're pushed off screen enough. So let's say I light this and I get it off screen, right? So it blew up because I pushed it away too much. You'll see that the box is gone. So it's hard coded to destroy this box, even though it normally wouldn't. So we just go past this. You know, it gets confusing because I would just go past it and you wouldn't understand. But yeah, that's how it works. So you NSJ onto this, and then land with a slide spin here. Oh, I messed it up. Oh no. Don't try and spin too fast like I did there. This is me spinning too fast. But yeah, like that. That'll get you under this TNT without getting hit. And you'll get the crates, and it's all good. That's not the hard part, though. For me, the hard part is after. So yeah, sometimes that hits you. You know, that's why you like having masks, basically. Alternatively, you can... I don't know, do something like this. Like, that's fine. If you want to do like a spin bounce, that's safer. Just make sure you don't go too slow, because otherwise this won't get destroyed, right? You could also do this if you're fancy, but I don't know why you would do that. So yeah, you get to this part. This is the tricky bit. This is what your mask is for. You need at least one mask. If you don't have any masks, you have to do like a backup strat, which I'll show you. But you basically want to body slam in a position where Crash clips this TNT without getting his body slam interrupted by it. So you want the body slam to conclude, and then you take damage. Because getting hit by a TNT will cancel the body slam, but you don't want to cancel it too early, basically. I can show you an example of it not working. Well, that was how you do it. Sorry, hold on, I can't do it wrong. I can do it wrong in runs just fine, don't worry. Here, I'll show you like this. Wait, what? Oh, it's patched. Hold on. There, so you see that? The body slam gets interrupted, I don't get these, so I have to slam again. And that could potentially have a terrible after effect where you don't off-screen this TNT in time, and then the life crate doesn't get collected, so be mindful of that. But yeah, you saw. You body slam, and the TNT hits you after the slam ends, basically. So this section's pretty tough. There's safer ways to do it, but this is the way I do it. So, and then you want to go right there. See how it ticked to 88 off of 86? That means that you got everything. If you get 2 at the end there. So yeah, and NSS there, NSJ over the grass, and then we're getting to the last section of the yellow gem. Yeah, so this is the last checkpoint in the level. So that's how you know that you are. If this is the final checkpoint you break, you are good to go, basically. So yeah, this section is just memorization. Make sure to not hit this pterodactyl to my left. You will go to the secret level, and that's bad, so don't do that. Yeah, section is memorization. You know, spin bounce on that grass there. If you just stick to the right and do NSJs, you'll be good. So you collect the gem here, and then you NSJ and spin this. And then you stick to this platform. Yeah, here's a random, like, secret. I don't know why I'd show you this. It doesn't matter, but there you go. Let's play strat. But yeah, you'd go here and then NSJ onto the yellow gem platform. Very simple. So it takes you back here. This is the beginning of the 2.5D section in the normal path. So if that bouncy crate's up here, you can glitch high it like that and you'll break it. If you're going to land on this from this NSJ, remember you can spin onto an arrow and it won't bounce you. So yeah, there you go. So our goal now that we've looped around, is to grab the box gem and then die on the dinosaur. So yeah, once again, you have to memorize this section. And yeah, no real threat really. Touch this jet stream, grab this, turn around, and die, basically. So once you've respawned here, you are locked in to the cycle for the next level and the level after that. So once you respawn, you just need to go, basically. Because how you perform from now on will dictate how the next level behaves, basically. So yeah, respawn and you just go. Just do a couple NSJs, and then NSJ into the pterodactyl. So you want to jump. You want to jump into it. You don't need to walk into it. Don't walk into it. It's slow. You just NSJ into it. So NSS, NSJ, and then the level's over. So that's Dino Might, basically. So I can show you a recording of the level done well enough. Not perfect, but well enough. And that'll be it. Yeah, only, how long is this? Like 20 minutes or something? Yeah, not bad, right? It's pretty bad. Yeah, let's show the video. And yes, this level will take probably one of the most time consuming to learn, so you'll have to put up with it. But it's worth it. So yeah, glitch high this box and then NSJ over that grass. Really important to avoid slowdown. Those box breaks are very, the way they're done is very intentional because of how Triple Mask works. You know, if you followed along with the Triple Mask guide, we break this 3-stack while rising from a jump. If you break it while falling, you might miss one. So we break the 3 in front of me with a rising jump, and then we land on the back 2. Landing on the top one will always break the bottom one. And then you slide off it. And remember, don't slide too quickly as well. If you do that, you'll sink into the box and not get a jump and lose precious Triple Mask time. So notice how I delay my input there a bit. So yeah, right at the grass here, jump over this guy. This guy will hit you, just zigzag while you're midair from getting hit. And once again, my gameplay is not perfect. It's just good. I deemed it good enough. So yeah, slide spin those crates. I don't glitch slow them because I'm just going to get the third one later. You also never want to get Baby T here. Baby T is just slow because you have to hatch him. See, I break that box wall. I broke 6 boxes there that time. That's good, you know. As long as you break the middle one, that's all you need. So if you break more, that's like a bonus. Oh, nice delayed jump. I slid way too early, but you know, it's whatever. I showed you what I did. So yeah, just standing still on the bonus. I don't want to trigger the guy. Yeah, glitch low body slam. And then glitch high body slam. Glitch high body slam again. You know the drill. This bonus is pretty easy. Glitch low body slam, slide spin jump body slam. And then NSJ jump body slam. And yeah, you can never really die there. It's really hard to die. You have to time it really poorly to die there. I've died there before, so don't feel bad if you die there. You know, it happens. It's just hard to die. Yeah, so yeah, slide jump onto the checkpoint and then get back up. Simple. You have to double jump here, by the way. I didn't mention that. You have to double jump this. You cannot glitch high it. This jump onto the metal boxes. If glitch high doesn't reach, sadly you have to double jump, but you know, whatever. And yeah, I leave that bouncy crate there because I just get it later, right? Over the grass, and here's the box wall that I left. So you break those parts, and then you're all good. And yeah, memorization from this point forward. Unfortunately, I don't really know what to tell you as far as memorizing the backtrack goes in these levels. You just have to play the game. You can make your own visual indicators for stuff like that. And yeah, stick to the yellow gem like that. So yeah, a good Dino Might split. You split this level when the screen fades to black at the end. So a good Dino Might split would be around like 4, I'd say like good is like 420 to 422. But if your level's amazing, like if I get a really good level, for example, I would get around like 416, 418 between that range. So. And yeah, if you see 2 boxes tick there, that means you got both of them. But yeah, don't feel bad if you're struggling with this level. I think it's one of the hardest levels in the run, just because it's long and it has a lot of potential slowdowns, like all the grass, all the boxes can be tricky with the invincibility. You can do the beginning without invincibility as well. It loses like, I don't know, 7 maybe. Maybe less, maybe like 4 or 5 if you play really well. But you don't need triple for this level, it's just advised. So yeah, glitch high this box, there's an example of that. You just grab it like that. Bonk off of that ceiling with the NSJ and do another NSJ. And then this maneuver here, it was just I've done this in Boneyard as well, but you just buffer a jump input. So you slide off the cliff and then buffer a jump. And if you time it right, it just works. So you just jump. You don't have to do that though. You can spin. Spinning's way more consistent. But if you're feeling yourself and you're good, you can jump there, whatever. But yeah, we just grab the box gem here. Don't worry about getting any crates. The dino gets them, and you grab that and you jump into the guy. Don't leave the level. Please don't leave. So yeah, the items are in our inventory right now, and even though we're about to leave the stage, they remain in our inventory. So yeah, we just grab the dino, and that's the level. So there's Dino Might. Hope you learned something, and it helped. Thank you. Alright, Eggipus Rex. This is the... I want to say this is the shortest level in the game. Hey, we just did the longest, now it's time for the shortest. This level forces you to use Baby TA, we just ignored him. Poor guy. So yeah, this level just has a time trial and a gem at the end, no boxes. Level 0 crates. No crates at all. So basically the way this guy works is he's basically just normal crash controls, except you can't spin or slide, you just jump, right? And he has a very high jump. So you just walk around and jump. He does have slight momentum, so you notice how I'm holding left, holding right, you know? But he is not turning immediately, he like has to come to a stop. So we circumvent this by like doing diagonals, basically. See how he's not stopping at all if you diagonal. It's like this is just how crash works in general, right? Diagonals just ignore momentum like changes like that, right? So that'll be used a fair bit. And once again he benefits from zigzag, so you just you zigzag whenever you can midair. On the ground it does nothing. Don't zigzag on the ground, only airborne. So that's basically it. Except for his interactions with pterodactyls, which I'll get into here. Notice these jumps, I'm doing diagonal into the wall to turn quickly, otherwise you cannot. So let's see if I can find a good place to show this, I guess. Yeah, so the way pterodactyls work is they will damage you if you are ascending, but if you're descending, they will not hurt you. So ascending, I get hit, yeah? Descending, bounce. And this does not matter your height on them. Your height is not relevant, it's the state in which you're falling. So I'm like right on top of that guy, I kill him because I'm falling. So that should be very clear. Rising, damage, see? Falling, no damage. So yeah, those are the only things you really need to understand here. It's just the way he controls and that rule about pterodactyls, because that is very relevant. This level will be on a cycle based on how you entered Dino Might. That is relevant. And yeah, one technique that you can do if you want to go as fast as I do in the video, you don't have to do this, is you start the level by ignoring him at first, because if you hatch him, you have to hatch him and then wait, and then you get on him, right? But the faster way to do it is to hatch him and then leave him there. So let's say you don't hatch him, so he's still in the egg, right? So let's go to the next spot he's at. Oh, he's not hatched yet. Oh, okay. So let's hatch him and then go look, you know? I mean, you know what's gonna happen. He's gonna be out of the egg. So if you hatch him at all, anywhere, he's unhatched everywhere. See? So in my go through, you'll see me grab the clock like this, turn, and then slide, spin. You glitch low onto the egg and then slide jump off it. It's pretty tough, the timing. You have to jump only a certain height, and if you slide too early, you'll sink into him. Like it's a box, basically, in a way. But yeah, you don't have to do this. Fun fact, I did not do this. This is one of the last things I implemented. Ever. What I used to do was this. And you can do this, but it will lose a little bit of time. That's okay, but it's not a big deal. Unless you, like, do whatever works for you. You don't have to do it like this. If your movement's not good enough, then you should probably just do this. Which odds are it won't be, because it comes with time. You won't be amazing immediately, right? But yeah, let's pull the video up so you can see the level. Once again, this level's very short, so, you know. So yeah, grab the clock and glitch low onto the egg. You'll notice that I'm doing slide spins with zigzag here. I'm trying to make a specific cycle, glitch high over that vent as well. You'll see my zigzag is pretty nuts. I found that for some reason, maybe it's an emulator thing, but I was like kind of behind on my cycles. I kind of had to zigzag like a nut job. It's actually more lenient on hardware, I think. But yeah, so notice I'm falling and I kill that pterodactyl because of it. Once again, falling. You can stall against the wall like that. Yeah, really good time here is a 37. I would say on average, doing the safe beginning, you should be getting around 41-ish. But yeah, I want to highlight this part one more time. Yeah, notice how I go up against the wall here. I'm waiting for enough time to start descending here. So notice how I touch the pterodactyl right when I start falling. Here, look at this. See that? Falling, bounce. See? Very easy to understand. And yeah, always walk into that. Okay, I'll show you one more thing. Oh yeah, this is also the longest break in the run. You get 20 seconds of crash throwing items because you have 5 items on you right now. You have 3 things from Dino Might and the 2 Eggipus things. Beautiful. So you get a lot of time to sit around, I guess. Alright, I'll show you one more thing. One more thing. And this will actually save you. Like, it might actually save your life with this. Save a run, even. So let's say your cycles are different, which is very possible, because your movement's going to be not the same, and yada yada yada. Whatever. It's relevant at the end of the level. Let me just get up here. You see how slow it is without the dino, by the way. So if you lose the dino, you're kind of miserable. But yeah. See, assuming you have the dino and you get to the end, I'll show you something bad that can happen. So when you get hit on the dino, you get popped up in the air, you know, like most things in Crash, just how the game works. So let's say you jump into this vent, this steam right here. Look at this. So you jump into it, you get hit, and you leave. See that? And you miss the gem. So don't do that. If you're gonna get hit, then don't hold left. You'll deeply regret it. But yeah, Eggipus Rex, that's about it, really. It's a really short level, so. Hope you learned something, and hope you can practice off the recording, so thank you. Alright, Hot Coco. This might be a level where I show the playthrough first, just to add some context into what you're doing, but you know, you'll notice that I went to Road Crash here instead of Hot Coco, and you're like, oh, well, why? Why would you do that? That's because Hot Coco is in this level. You just have to find a secret exit. And this secret exit's really easy. You just run into, there'd be an alien sign on the side of the road, and you just run into it. So you just drive along, and you'll see this alien sign on the left side of the road, right here, and you just hit it. And then a cutscene triggers, and you enter the level. This is the second jet ski level in the run, and it is very difficult. This game loves throwing extremely hard levels after the first level with a gimmick, basically. So the reason why I want to show the path first is because this level is free roam. It's open. You can go anywhere. You can do whatever. You can go any direction and grab whatever you want, basically. You'll notice that you'll see that that is a nightmare. Because it's like, how do you route this? You know? Like, you could go so many different directions, do so many different things, whatever. How do you do this? And, you know, I'll show you, so don't worry. One thing that is super, super important in this level, and it goes for all jet ski levels coming, is one thing. One word. Deceleration. Deceleration. So what is that? Well, you see, if you hold X, you accelerate. So what's decelerating, logically? Oh, it's letting go of X. And this allows you to pepper your speed, basically. So if you're going too fast at something, you can slow down. So if there's a wave that's going to destroy you, then you can slow down, basically. So anyways, I'll show you the route I take and what I do. Yeah, the way waves work in this level is based on how you played Eggipus Rex and Dino Might. The waves will behave accordingly. So it's tough. So if you play the idea is if you play Dino Might Eggipus Rex the exact same every attempt, you will get the same waves in Hot Coco, which will let you learn the level efficiently. So as you do runs, you will slowly learn what to look for. And yeah, exiting Eggipus Rex, you throw up a relic, and what happens when you throw relics up? You dance. So immediately you start pressing triangle to cancel that, and then enter road crash. We'll get into the bike next, actually, because we do road crash after Hot Coco. But also deceleration is very good on the motorcycle. So, you know, you get the start boost holding X. You know, I already showed that in Hog Ride. You'll see when I take tight turns, I actually let go of X. And this is the theme, I guess, of this segment, deceleration. So, turn is tight, you just let go, you know? So, regardless. I mean, it's a lot of holding X, but every now and then you'll see me release it. Yeah, just run to the alien sign and play the level. You are on a cycle, so make sure that you play the same, and if you mess up, you're going to have to adjust. But this will take a long time to learn. This level is extremely hard and technical. I cannot go over every single outcome. So basically, you're going to turn right immediately with down right on the D-pad, right? It's like the level begins, you grab the clock, and you immediately swerve down into the right. So you grab these three. And right here, deceleration. Look at that. Slow down and swerve. So, unironically, when you approach any tough section that has a lot of hazards around you, just release the X button for a little bit. It's so useful. But yeah, I'm on a cycle currently, so this is the cycle that I do. You aren't going to be able to do it immediately. There's too many variables, yada yada. But a way I line this up, because you cannot play the same every single time, right? So how I line it up is this ramp right here. Yeah, this ramp. There's a wave that comes in. You can see it actually raising the ramp right now. This wave right in front of me. If the wave is lifting the ramp, it is impossible to break this. You will just never get it. You'll fly over it. So if you fly over it, that means that you're too quick and you need to wait. The wave cycles line up if you wait for this wave, no matter what. So if this wave is here, just sit there. Just wait. I don't wait because I don't have to, but I definitely recommend waiting there if the wave is in the way. I don't want to pause all the time. I'll probably stop pausing now. Just wanted to show you. That part's really important to line it all up. But yeah, as you watch this, just notice how often I let go of X. Like, just notice how often I release that button. Like, it's so important. There's a lot of quick turning with diagonally down directions. There's also a lot of releasing the X button. Combining these is how you avoid dying most of the time. But yeah, obviously taking note of the route I'm taking. This ramp can be a nightmare. You just have to You know, go when there's not a wave there, and then grab those 2 boxes like that. This ramp is notorious because there is a box under the water. And what people say, at least what people told me when I started, is, oh, you just hold up on the D-pad, and it grabs this box. Don't do that. Instead, you want to hold up at the apex of your jump. So like when you're up here, you want to start holding up. Or you can only hold up a little bit, whatever you want. But basically, if you hold up the entire time, as soon as you leave the air or the water, you can go underneath this crate and miss it. So don't do that. Also, there's a wave that can cross here, and if the wave is in the way, it's impossible to get this crate. So you have to make sure the wave is not in the way. Once again, you'll learn with time. I can't really teach you. I'm just telling you what to do. Everyone has their own cycle, so I'll play that again without interrupting. So notice how I don't hold up immediately here. And I at least let go and repress. Don't hold it the entire time. I am grabbing all these boxes very methodically, like all of them getting grabbed at their own time to stay on cycle. This bomb can be a bit scary, but just know it's very fast. That bomb is extremely fast. Look how much I slow down here. See, note how long I just don't press X there, because there's a wave coming, and I cannot afford to speed up. If I speed up, I will fly over. See how much I slow down there? Like, I do not repress X at all. And that's only because that wave is there. So if that wave's not there, you can just hold it. These bombs are out of the way for me. They might not be for you. I'll, like, show you what to do, I guess, if they are in the way. This part's very tricky if you're new, because that turn is hard, and getting onto that ramp is hard. That shark is a nightmare if you mess that part up at all. But yeah, we've looped around the entire level and grabbed everything. These are the final crates I grabbed. Yeah, the level's over. The time trial is very lenient because of a glitch on the NTSC-U version. So if you're using PAL, the time trial will not be this lenient at all. 120. It's a glitch with NTSC-U for the gold to be this fair. Yeah, this final jump here, you know, I turn around sharply with down left, and I immediately go. You don't have to go this fast. If you hold the X button after landing like that, odds are you'll run into the bombs and have to replay the entire stage. So just wait there, be patient. You know, I'm just very antsy because I'm going fast, right? And I've done it a million times, I know what to look for. But yeah, that's the route. Sorry if I like the rewinding and pausing made it confusing. I just wanted to go over some things that I look for, basically, or I struggle with. But yeah, we can go to specific parts, and I can show you little things. Like I was going to show you those bombs over there. So I'll just go over there right now. What to do if those bombs are in the way. So look how fast this bomb is, by the way. Like, you gotta respect this bomb. It's very fast. It'll sneak up on you when you least expect it. But yeah, so you drive over here, and then these bombs are over here with these 2 crates. So let's say they're in the way, and you can't get the 2 crates right now. You swerve into this wall, and that slows you, and then you just wait, basically. So just swerve into that wall, and it'll slow you down completely. And this part you have to do in one swift motion. If you don't, I don't really know what to do. I don't remember. But I can show you what the shark is like. He's awful. Notice how he's just camping the ramp, you know. So if you mess up, you have to deal with this guy, and there's not much you can do outside of waiting, if I'm being honest. You can try and pass him, but he might just kill you. So yeah, right here, this is the end of the level. You can, like, do this, basically, and then grab the crates. But yeah, that's how Coco. Hopefully the pausing and stuff didn't make it too confusing to watch the recording. Just know that the level will, depending on how you play Dino Might and Eggipus Rex, it will give you different results. But routing it this way will make it the easiest and most consistent to learn. So if you copy my route, you'll eventually see patterns, and you'll see certain things to aim for in your routing, in your cycle. So if you're a cycle behind me or 2 cycles behind me, with enough play, you'll end up learning exactly what to do to react to each situation. Just know that if a wave messes you up, just remember that and try and apply something different next time, either waiting more or letting go of the X button more when you approach the ramp again. But yeah, that's about it. This level is very tough. It will discourage you. It'll make you upset, but you can do it. Maybe. Good luck. Alright, so Road Crash. Road Crash is the second bike level in the run. And you know, it's also the hardest, even though there's 4 of them. This is the hardest motorcycle level, just based on just the general like way the track is shaped and the boxes are located. It just generally makes it the hardest stage. You have to like have a deep understanding of how the bike works to not get completely destroyed here. So if you're new and you're starting out with this level, expect to like struggle to win the race. Basically, it's like that hard. But you know, general tips with the bike that I would give: when you go around tight turns, let go of the X button because decelerating makes the turns like a bit tighter, and you don't swerve off to the side too much. There's a square button which lets you brake, but generally speaking, I just never use it. I mean, I can show you, like, if you try and brake around a tight turn, you just go flying off the track. It makes you really, like, slippery when you turn for some reason, so if you ever do brake, just make sure to tap it a little bit, basically. And yeah, these enemy drivers are like a huge problem. If you can help it, just never run into them, never interact with them. They will just sometimes they just shoot you like 90 degrees to the side. But yeah, for example, I'm like hitting square and like yeah, I'm just like swerving super hard. It's not very good. But yeah, with the input display and whatnot with my recording, it should be relatively clear on how to play this level properly. But just wanted to clear up that you should mainly let go of the X button going around tight turns and never really touch square unless you like tap it a bit. So yeah, like using square here, I just swerve off to the side. It's really bad. So there's some vehicles where the braking is good, but this is not one of them. Instead, you just want to let go of X. But yeah, I can just pull up my recording and talk about it a lot better there, and we can slow it down and go over some other stuff that happens in the level, so can pull that up real quick. Yeah, Road Crash, this level takes a while to get good at, so don't get discouraged, right? Don't get discouraged by it. It's okay. I think I need to turn the source up for this. Yeah, it's a little scuffed, but don't worry. It's maxed out. Okay, never mind. But yeah, you'll see just generally tapping left and right, you know, not really trying to overdo it. If you swerve for too long, you'll just start to like you turn at a radius that's just not really ideal, basically. But yeah, this level you do the crystal first, and that's because you need time crates to get the gold relic. The gold relic in this level is actually pretty tight. It's probably one of the hardest gold relics in the game. So you just do the crystal by itself because you get to skip boxes. Whereas if you did the gem during the crystal, you would, what do you call it? Not get crates. You would get them anyways. So it's like, if you do it now, you don't have to get boxes now instead of getting boxes in both visits essentially. But yeah, you'll just notice that I'm just tapping my directions a lot of the time until I hit a boost pad. And yeah, this S bend here is like the hardest part probably for like overall steering. And you'll see all I do is I just release X. Like, I just let go of the X button. See, I'm like barely pressing it at all. And you can also try, if you're going too fast, so you can also try tapping square, which I think is the only way to use brake. Using brake any other way, like, it's just not good. You just want to tap it. And then this ramp skip here, this strat right here that skips this ramp while keeping the boost. It's actually a lot easier than it looks. All it is you just line up to the right of this white line. So you'll see like this. You want to be on this line right here. If you're too far left or too far right, you can save it if you react correctly, but it's pretty tough. Yeah, you just want to be on the line where like this white line lines up, essentially. So once you're lined up, you just hold X, and then you scrape the boost pad. You just have to like barely go past it, and then it works. And after you hit it, you want to hold right on the D-pad afterwards, after getting the boost, because that'll push you slightly more to the right here. You can like slow it down for like no reason at all, just to show you. But yeah, it's like a little bit to the right, and then you're there. So sometimes the setup isn't like amazing, but also you go to the left of this ramp. Generally speaking, you want to let go of the wheelie past that cop car. You can hold it longer if you get a really good turn, though. And yeah, you'll just see every tight turn I do in this level, I just don't press the X button ever. Like, I just let it go, you know what I mean? I think people overcomplicate this level a lot. It's like, in that regard, it's like, oh, you gotta brake, you gotta try and maximize, like, boosting and stuff, but you actually just don't press any buttons. Yeah, the crystal is just basically that ramp skip and just taking those turns correctly. The one cycles where it's actually like pretty tough. And like I said in Hog Ride, the start boost is super easy. You just hold X at any point after this red light. It doesn't matter when. You can be right after the red light goes, you can be a frame before the green light flashes. As long as you're holding X in any interval, it works. It's not like a tight timing. You hold it after any moment in time when these red lights go off. Doesn't matter. This section right here, you shoot down the middle of these two like barricades or whatever they are. There's a gap in the middle where you can just pass them. If you are too far to the right and you nick the side of this one, like you hit right here, it could shoot you to the left, like you'll ricochet off it and go left. If that happens, you're kind of in bad shape for the car placements, but just aim generally for this like left side and then turn right as you pass the middle. And if you do it right, you won't hit any of them. If you bump them, it's okay. The goal is just to not get slowed down or get bumped to the left, basically. And I think in this recording, I go right through the middle, so... Yeah, so I didn't get bumped there, and I didn't get slowed down, so that was good. That's also a lot easier than it looks, just go down the middle. And you'll see once again, I'm just tapping directions and not holding that much. Just tapping. Yeah, this part here is pretty tricky. Depending on how fast you've gone up to this point, this guy will either be pretty in your way, or he'll be out of the way, basically. If you go about as fast as I do, you will have to swerve to the left to dodge him, which I do here. So basically, this guy's gonna go to the ramp now. So when I hit the boost pad, you'll see me like hold left on the D-pad. That's to like get a little more distance to the side, because he's going to be dead center on this ramp. So the goal is to be to his left whenever I cross. If you're slow, he will be like at the ramp whenever you hit this, and then you can just go down the middle and be totally fine. So you just have to play the level up to this point and then decide for yourself what to do with him. But if you go my speed, you will have to go to the left here. So basically, if you're slow, you go down the middle or hold right a little bit, and then if you are fast, you hold left when you touch this, and if you do it right, you should hit the left side of the ramp and not get in this guy's way. So, and some runs you'll be faster than others, basically. So he can be a lot worse or better depending. Once again, the tight turn, I'm just not holding X at all. Like I'm tapping it a little bit intermittently, and that's it. Yeah, so this is an example of improvising this this boost pad here. So I couldn't get the lineup exact, the lineup I was talking about on the white line. Notice how I'm like to the left of it. And I try to fix it, but I swerve a little too much, so I don't get lined up at all. So I'm currently off my lineup, so I improvise like last second to get it correct. I like tap left a little bit there, so you don't need the lineup. You can improv it and still get it, but it's a bit risky to do, generally speaking. This box here, there's a box behind this police car. It's pretty easy to miss. Don't feel like bad about like letting go your wheelie early to not miss this, because it's pretty risky. But basically, you wanna grab this box and go to the left of this police car up here. And I get hit by the dirt here. You can like completely pass the dirt without getting hit by it, but if that happens, it loses like half a second, so it's not a big deal. And you just go off this ramp. You have a very large hitbox when you land off of jumps, so it's pretty hard to miss that crate. And yeah, this part here, you get these boxes and then hold right, and then you let go because the turn is too tight to get to that boost pad without letting go. So, you know, you just want to take a second to let go, essentially. And guess what you do whenever you let go of the wheelie and there's a tight turn? Guess what you do? Yeah, you don't hold X. You don't press it. You just hold nothing but right. See? Nothing. And this last box here, I generally let go of wheelie right when I'm about to hit it. That lines up for like a good turn around this pit. These pits are pretty easy to fall in, so be afraid of that a little bit. But yeah, just once again, not holding X at all. And then you just grab this and you're out here. The goal is 120. 120 is actually a very like strict time limit. I know I get a 114 here, but especially if you're new, this is a very like hard trial to get the hang of, so don't be discouraged by it. Just like take my advice on how to take turns and stuff, and you should be in decent shape. So I think that's about it for Road Crash. It's a hard level, so all the Warp 3 levels are going to be hard, so, you know, just that's what to expect, I guess. Alright, Dino Might Relic is next. This level has an extremely generous gold relic requirement. It's one of those levels where you can, like, skip every time box and not have to worry about anything as far as like missing the trial goes. This level just has similar things that Boneyard has, where you just need to dodge the grass and the like giant enemies, basically. So I'll go over like what I do in my run through when I pull the recording up. Only thing I can really note in this level is just spacing, and also this is the only time like you use Baby T that isn't Eggipus Rex, because he's not hatched out of his egg, so, or he is hatched, so you could just grab him immediately. So yeah, movement with him, if you played Eggipus Rex by now, you know, it's the same thing, you just zigzag and jump. Notably, if you get hit while riding him, it's not a big deal. It's funny, like, taking him is actually not even that much faster. See, you could skip him if you, like, hate him for some reason, but he makes the level easier, so I don't know why you would do that. But yeah. Also, this level has 2 masks in it, and you need both of them if you're doing the route I do, so the other one's down here, so you don't want to like jump whenever you do this. If you do like the other movement, if you do like this movement with the jump at the end, it won't work because you'll miss the mask crate and be sad. So yeah, I probably just get into the recording now. It's not, this level's not too complicated, so I'll just show you what I do basically and talk over it. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, no big deal. Yeah, it is working good. Yeah, so one of the things at the beginning to note is this jump here. The grass is like directly in front of you, right? So you want to actually tap jump like as soon as possible here. So you want to do like the quickest NSJ ever, like immediately jump as soon as you land here, or else the grass will stop you. So that part's kind of tricky. It's not that crazy though. And yeah, this guy, these enemies are just kind of like raid boss as hell. So I just like NSJ double jump this guy. I'm sure there's another strat you could do, but that's just what I do here. I just can't be asked with this guy. He's just impossible, so I just NSJ double jump spin. You could probably do a better strat, but I don't, so. Like I say, you don't have to copy me, you just do, like, I'm just showing you what I do. So yeah, you get Baby T here, and you see you just spam the zigzag button. Wow, amazing. Make sure you're not zigzagging when you land. You'll know when you do that if you're like walking a random direction that you don't mean to, which I do all the time. So you know, just comes with like spamming it. So you want to try and like not be pressing anything but up when you land. And you want to get hit there. If you take him to this area over here, there's like a trigger to make you hop off him, and hopping off him is like slower than just getting hit. So. Yeah, you want to ditch him there, so you just jump across this part to the right and land in the lava and hop off him. Right here's a spin, slide off the crates. I'm probably done this in a different level by now, but when you spin on top of boxes, you can slide off of them. And like they act as a platform temporarily while they're amidst like breaking. So you basically just land on them and then slide off immediately. Yeah, and then this part, this is like the most technical part, probably this like 3 seconds of gameplay. So yeah, right here, these nitro are like really, really in the way, and you cannot afford to get hit by them. So what you do is you do what I just did back there basically, but I do a jump instead of a spin. So you do a spin onto the arrow, and then when you land, you do an NSJ. But make sure not to press jump too fast, because if you do, you'll bounce off the arrow, which is bad. So yeah, I slide here. You'll see there's not much room, but you can fit one in. So yeah, if this hits you, then you did it too late. If you bounce off the arrow, you did it too early. And if you do it just right, you get over without taking damage. And you may have to zigzag at the end to cross that. That is pretty tough. If you're not super comfortable with your NSJs, you can simply just use the arrow or something. Like, you don't have to do this, it's just what I do. And yeah, I land with a slide spin here to grab the mask. You'll have to forgive my movement a little bit. The D-pad on this on my PC setup's kind of shit, so don't worry about it. Zigzags, slide spin down those slopes there. Yeah, the level's just over. I don't know. You have to memorize the layout because it's a Dino level, but that's how the game works. So, but yeah, I mean, I beat the relic by 17 seconds, and I skipped like every time crate that was out of the way. So it's pretty hard to not make this. So, level's super simple. The goal is just to get 2 masks exiting. That's about it. All right, doubleheader. This level is pretty much like Toad Village and G-Wiz, except you have like 1 new enemy variant. Most notable thing about this level is that it can crash whenever you finish that animation of jumping out of the portal. So if you have a bad disc or you're generally just unlucky, that can happen. Never press triangle whenever the level is starting up, because this creates like more lag and increases the chance of crashing the game. Yeah, this enemy is the only new thing in the level that isn't in the others. Every time his like clubs have a hitbox, so every time like he swings them, you can get hit by them. So if you're like on the far side of his swing, it still hurts you. So generally, you just like need to steer clear of these. You can jump over them. Also, if you have triple mask, it still hits you and stops you in your place. So yeah, do not think just because you have invincibility that you can't get bothered by these guys. The way you take care of them is that you jump on top of them and they fall over. And during this brief period where you jump on them, you can actually slide off of them like this. Well, never mind. Why is this so hard? I don't know, whatever. I can do it on this guy. Yeah, you can slide off of them like that. So, it's just a general thing you can do with them. But for a lot of this level, you have invincibility, so it doesn't really matter. It only matters at like the end. But yeah, I'll just show the recording and talk about what's going on from there. And yeah, like I said, you want 2 masks in this stage. Invincibility, pretty broken, as per usual. See how you just like steer clear of that guy and grab triple, and then you just walk upright, jump spin those boxes. And if you remember from the very start of the guide when I talked about how triple mask works, then you'll understand that these crates right here all break, so no problem here as long as you just walk on them for a little bit. And yeah, using this right scenery to get across that pit. This is the thing I don't see people like notice really. These TNTs blow these up, so you don't need to hit these. Only hit these. This doesn't matter. Don't worry about this. This is irrelevant. Just make sure you blow these up. And yeah, land on that and spin this. As long as the TNT falls, this is like a very niche TNT interaction that exists. But for some reason, I don't know why, if a... oh shit. Alright, go back to that. If a TNT is falling, if a TNT lands on the ground, and there's a box on top of it, it starts counting down. But if it falls on the ground and there's nothing on top of it, it doesn't light. So that's a very weird TNT specific interaction that doesn't make any sense, but because this crate is here, this thing lights when it falls. So if you break this somehow, then this is not going to light, just so you know. But it will explode, as long as you get far away. Same with that roulette box, just go fast and light the TNT and it'll blow up. This box stack is just a glitch low, you know, glitch lowing three box stack high like crates works, so all good. This bonus stick here, you can only stick on the bottom left portion. For some reason, if you go straight or you're on the right, it doesn't work. So if you approach here or here, you don't stick. But if you approach here, you do. So slide at it from this area, basically. I don't know why. The game is weird. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Alright, this bonus is pretty complicated. So normally you'd like hit your head on all these, but we're trying to like 3D range wrap around. You're trying to make like a semicircle basically to like hit all these from the side because bonking on all of them is slow. So I've talked about how diagonals and turning around works in general, but what you do here is you try and aim for this right half of the arrow box while holding up and right, and then whenever you pass this crate, you can adjust from up right to up left. So we can like slow it down and look at the input display, I guess, to like get an idea, but bounce there, and then you'll see as I pass that crate, I adjust to left, and then I spin all of them. So this can be a bit finicky. If your timing is weird, you can miss, but yeah, that maneuver is pretty tough. So you mess that up, don't worry about it too much. There's also some backups you can do with it that I'll show as well. This bonus goes by fast. It's hard to like catch everything, but you know. I'll actually go over things now to be more like helpful, I guess. Yeah, so I already showed this part, but it's like, you know, like that basically. There's a backup you can do if you mess up the initial part of the jump. This is like a safe backup you can do. You can like double jump spin, and then you'll land on top of them, and then you just slide facing the wall, and that breaks them. So that's like, if you want to do like a safer strat, that's, you know, only a bit slower, then you could just do that. Basically, it's not super complicated, but I just prefer to do the faster thing. I don't know, it's just like second nature, right? But do whatever, I don't know. Like, that's pretty good still. And yeah, next you just like NSJ over to this if you get a jump, and then double jump whenever you get the life box, and then spin slide down on those. So that's pretty good. This part you have to make sure to jump early, similar to the Dino Might like grass or whatever, because if you hold the slide too long, then you light the TNT, so, or you blow up and die, so, you know, that's bad, don't do that. And yeah, this this switch, you know, it's covered with the crates, so you can't really hit it easily, so what you do is you jump on top of it and then slide off like that. So you light it and you get to move to the left at the same time. And then this part, what I do is, there's like, what, 4 boxes here? Yeah. So you jump on this TNT and then spin the top 3 crates and then use the bottom one to slide off of it. Talked about sliding off of crates, you know, out of a spin, you can slide off of them. So yeah, you jump on the TNT and then like do that basically, except you do it correctly. But you know, even if you miss it, the TNT could get it. I'll actually show that like better, because that was bad. When I don't do it all in one motion, my muscle memory like fails me. So yeah, like that. So if you diagonal too much, if you don't hold right enough there, you can die in this hole. So make sure whenever you slide off of this crate, you are like holding right and not diagonal upright, because you will die. And yeah, we've left this singular crate here, and it does have a purpose. We use it to get these. So yeah, that's the bonus, basically. It's pretty complicated, but those are like the hard parts, I suppose. I can play it again in the recording and go over like... So, and there's another thing at the end I want to talk about as well. Just another turning around mechanic in the game. Yeah, double jump, land, spin, slide down. Break those 2. Break those 3, slide off the bottom one. So yeah, right here, the way I break this is just using, once again, using diagonal inputs, because if you just do left and then right on this spin, you will not be able to quick turn away. So I can show it in full speed and then talk about it, but I basically land holding up left into the crates, and then I do a semicircle on the D-pad, and I'm able to like walk away immediately. Like that, see that? Like if you just do left and right there, you will not be able to walk away that fast, so. I just want to slow that down, look at the inputs a little bit, just to like show you, but this is just how turning works in these games. Like, spin, and then I immediately do alternate diagonals, right? You just want to make like a circular motion, essentially. That's a very small thing, but it's just a general rule of thumb in the game, right? You'll see I go from up left, and then I immediately, like very briefly, go up right, and then down right. And I just get to walk away immediately, so... I don't know if that made sense, but the bonus is complicated is basically what that all means. I hope that helped, maybe, I don't know. Yeah, slide spin those. Slide spin here, glitch load these onto the bench, and then do the slide off of that enemy, like I showed earlier. Glitch loading those, once again, like generally like 3 stacks of boxes, you want to glitch load them, so. And yeah, one more here. Sliding off the enemy, hitting the detonator, and then walking right, or walking left and spinning it and leaving, so. That level's pretty complicated, but at the end of the day, it's just get triple and break the boxes efficiently, right? Yeah. Deceptively difficult stage, but not too bad. Also pretty fun. Alright, Deep Trouble, second and final water level in the game. This level has backtracking and all that good stuff, so it also has unique like hazards that aren't in under pressure, so. First rule of thumb is that you want at least 1 mask in this level. 2 is fine. but ideally you have at least one. And the reason for that is you need 2 masks by the end of the stage, basically. You don't need them, but it's, you know, advised. But yeah, the drains in this level are like the main thing that's new, I would say, apart from the backtracking section. So yeah, the way the drains work, they work very strangely, actually. They have really weird interactions that make no sense, but basically they just spin around. They do suck you in a little bit, so you do want to like tap a direction like away from them. Like for example, right now I'm not pressing anything and they are like sucking me in slightly. So yeah, be mindful of that. They have this like baffling mechanic where they give you iframes when they hurt you, but the iframes don't work against certain things. Like when a drain hurts you, it gives you iframes to other drains, but not to nitro or fish. So if I were to get hit by this drain and then run into the fish, I would lose both masks. So be aware of that. When you get hit by a drain, you are not safe unless you run into another one. I don't know. Before you ask why, I don't know. But yeah, the point of this level outside of getting the crates is there's a switch at the end of the level, and you need to hit it and then backtrack to activate. This TNT will become visible. An interaction I want to show that is is also very weird, but it's important to know is how the sub works when you don't hit the switch. So you'll try and hit the switch, and then you'll come back, basically. And when you go back, you're supposed to go in here. And normally when you touch these, the submarine is dismounted and destroyed. But if the switch is not shot, then this acts as a wall. I don't know why, but if you're ever stuck over there, it's because you did not hit the switch. So now you know, if you're ever confused about it. But yeah, we can pull the recording up now and talk about that some more, the level some more, in depth. Warp 3 level, so it's hard, yeah. Who would have thought? Actually crazy, you know, never really occurred to me that it would be challenging. So yeah, as soon as the level starts, I like to like boost and hit those two and then shoot the TNT and then turn back and shoot the other thing. So another thing I need to note is that all the enemies and all the hazards you see will be different when you play the level. Like, they will not be like this when you play it, odds are. So a lot of this, like cycle variants, it just comes down to experience. You have to play the game to know what to do in certain situations. I'm just showing you what you should generally go for, basically. So when these guys are on different positions, you have to learn what to do. I can't really teach you that. That's all like instinctual at the end of the day. So I will tell you the general things you want to do, but outside of that, yeah, I can't really help. So yeah, you have to shoot that crate. So if those fish hit you, you're screwed, basically. Also, this is a very weird thing. This only applies to this part of this level, but this tube right here has a larger hitbox on the left side than it looks, basically. Like in Under Pressure, this would be a very tight window, but in this level, on this tube, it's very easy to make this. Like, you'll see how much I'm hugging the left wall, and it lets me pass. So this particular tube has a lot of leeway for some reason, basically. So if you're ever like worried you can't make it, you probably can on that one. Other ones, I don't know. But yeah, like I talked about in Under Pressure, spacing with crates, you can't spin up against boxes unless you get, if you do, you get stuck. So you'll see that I always spin before I touch a crate, never when I touch it. So that spacing is very important. These sharks be in a different spot every time. And you'll see that I turn around whenever I get close to drains. That's because I basically just let Crash like get closer to the hitbox without actually touching it. And then when I turn around, I spin. I don't kick. So like when I'm turning, I press square. I do not press X, because if you turn and press X, you will swerve left first. But if you spin, you will go right immediately. So that's kind of a cute thing. It's basically a way to like avoid taking damage, a bit safer. So it's just that when you turn back around, always press square and not X immediately. Once again, you'll see me do this on most of these. This section here, you have to be very careful. This happens to everybody at least once, but if you are too close to like this wall, or for some reason this wall, the camera can get stuck, and Crash will just swim off screen without the camera following. And if you go too high, the camera will snap to Crash, and then the game will freeze because it's trying to load too much stuff at once, basically. The camera goes like too fast and it tries to load too much and it'll just freeze. So if you notice that the camera's stuck, you just swim back down if you can. It happens. It doesn't happen that often, but like it might happen to you basically. And yeah, this part you just wait, odds are. If you have a good cycle, you can just go immediately, but yeah, otherwise you just go here. It's pretty straightforward. So right here, there's a drain here, if you see on the bottom right. You have to go immediately if you want to beat it. You have to just hold right and mash, spin, and kick, basically. But this guy can be in the way, very much so. So you have to like keep your eye on the right side of the screen and try and look for him and see where he is. And adjust. So I see that he's up top, so I go below, basically. Sometimes he's in a terrible spot, like in the middle, and he's like puffed up, and then it's really tough to get past him, but yeah. You just want to go, and you see I barely make it, see? So if I waited at all, I'd get hit there, so you're just very pressured to go. This is probably the hardest part of the level. You shoot that coral and then immediately turn back and boost. I boost in a specific way, so I end up right before this drain. If I take any other spacing, it shoots me into this. So if your spacing is bad, you will just boost into that drain and lose the vehicle, and you cannot lose the vehicle. It's not allowed, so please do not do that. If you're scared of doing all this, then just, don't boost. Just hold right. But you want to end up here. Off screen, there's a nitro here, there's a nitro up top, and then there's another one on the same exact axis as this one. So we're just trying to shoot those two. So I shoot two missiles here. One to hit this guy, and then one to hit the one on the far right. So you see I shoot two. That nitro blows up this crate, and then there's a nitro over here off screen that I'm hitting with this. And then once I turn from doing that, I break the coral and break this, and then I come back up, and then the drain's off, and I boost. If you don't shoot the missiles, you boost into a nitro. So make sure you shoot these. Very important. And then as I approach here, there's a fish. Sometimes he's up top and you don't have to shoot him, but other times he's here. So now this is the last part before turning around. Off screen here, there's 4 crates. There's one here. Pretend my mouse is like the boxes. There's one here, one here, one here, and there's a switch here. So I shoot a missile there to hit the top crate. And then I sink to the floor to shoot the last 3. So I shoot one, you get a Wumpa, so that's how you know you shot it. And then you shoot 3 more times. And you'll know that you've gotten everything if you see that exclamation shootout. I'll show you that again. If you see the exclamation point fire, then that means you're good and you can go left again. So yeah. You boost back left. Make sure you shoot a missile there to kill the shark. And then if your spacing is proper, you should end up around the middle of these 3 crates on the bottom. So yeah, you boost. If your spacing is good with the boost, you break these 3 with the boost. And then you'll see I fire a missile here to kill this guy. And then I line myself up in between all 3 of these, and that will break them all in one shot. If you're slightly misaligned, you will miss one, and you'll have to shoot it like manually again, but that's the idea. And see, you kill the fish, and then you break that final box, and you just head left and back down. This level's not easy, by the way. This is a part that's actually not very hardy, and it looks kind of tough. Yeah, there's a nitro here, or TNT, sorry. And normally you touch it, and then it lights, and it counts down, and it blows up, but you can actually spin it. And all you do is you rub against it, and then press left and square at the same time. And if you do it correctly, you will just swim away, just spin away from it, and blow it up. You'll take no damage. It does not work if you're above it. So if you're up here, it will not work. You have to be horizontally next to it. You cannot be on top of it. It won't work. You will take damage. So make sure you are against the wall of it, not on the top of it. But it's very easy. All you do is hold left and press square. So this tube, you have to go down the middle because there's fish on the side. This part, sometimes there's like a glitchy like mechanic where if you spin on the edge of like a collision, you can get like a speed boost. So sometimes you can speed boost into this. That if that happens, then you know, unlucky, I guess. But basically, you want to steer down left here, and run into this nitro. So I talked about iframes. When you have iframes in this level, you're invincible to drains, but not to fish and not to nitro. So I use the iframes to get through the drains without getting hit. If the fish is here, you have to go over. So you have to react to where this fish is. Sometimes he's in the middle and you just get owned. Like you actually just die, even with 2 masks, because not only does getting hit by the fish take another mask, it also resets your iframes, just takes them away. So you die to the drain here. So if you run into this fish after hitting the nitro, you just die instantly, even with 2 masks, because you'll lose 1 on nitro, lose 1 on fish, and then touch this and die. So make sure you know where this guy is, like react to where he is, if you go for that. This box stack, you just spin the bottom. Make sure you're not up against the crate when you spin, or else you won't be able to get past. So don't do that. Spin when you're a ways apart from it. And you should be fine. And then hug the bottom to avoid the sharks. And damage through here. If you have no mask at that part, you simply just wait. There's not much else you can do. Yeah, Deep Trouble is one of the hardest levels in the warp room. So, and I'm just showing you what to do. I'm not even showing you all the different cases for the cycles. You know, it's just like a very complicated stage, right? Like the fish can be any position, the sharks can be any position. The rotators, the drains are always the same. These are actually proximity based cycles, so they start when they load in. They don't start, they're not on a global timer, which is pretty unique. So they're always the same. But everything else is, you know, global timer. So you'll never have to worry about drain cycles being different. They're always the same. But yeah, I think that's everything I want to talk about in this level, so good luck. Alright, Doubleheader Relic, just gonna jump right into the recording for this one, because the level is not very complicated in the time trial. It's like the other medieval stages, it's just basically boils down to get invincibility and go, you know? It is easy to lose your masks though, so that guy, for example, at the start can get you if you're not ready for him, so just pay attention to that. This guy can get you, I barely dodge him there, so just like get a feel for their hitboxes, and if you're scared, just wait. Genuinely, like there's no shame in waiting. As long as you like don't lose the mask, all good. This is one of the better triples like in the game because the level's very laggy. So it's not like the best, but it's one of the better ones. But yeah, you just kind of move through the stage. I don't know. It's pretty straightforward. You get triple here, so and remember you don't get like an animation of popping up in the air when you get triple, so you just go immediately in time trials. Right there you do like an extended slide off of that like collision to get a little bit of extra speed. Jumping over that pit's a bit risky, you don't have to do that. You'll know you went fast if you kill this guy before triple goes away. So if you manage to do that, that means your movement is probably pretty solid. But yeah, once again, it's the level where it's just like impossible to fail the trial if you have decent NSJ movement, so it's just a super straightforward level. Make sure you exit with 2 masks, very important. It's pretty easy too though, because triple wears off near the end. You can get owned by the guys, the enemies at the end. There's kind of like a billion enemies here. This part can get you, like, this guy can hit you, this goat can hit you, the frog can jump on you when you don't expect him to. It is easy to get hit at the end, so that might happen to you at some point, but it happens. It's happened to me many times, so yeah, just be mindful of that, and you should be fine. Not a very challenging level. Alright, high time. This is... I want to say it's the hardest level in Warp 3, so I will. Is the hardest level in Warp 3. Has a lot of cycles and not a lot of inputs. Yeah, your buttons don't really work in this level very well. You'll see if you practice it. Some things you need to know. Very important thing actually in this section. These fires are normally really, really bad because you have to like jump around them and stuff, and that's really awkward. But if you hug this wall, then they cannot hurt you. No matter what. You can slide, you can spin, whatever. They don't hurt you. So whenever you approach this wall, make sure you're up against it and then go right. And they will never touch you. So that's very important. Monkey bars, as far as like monkey bar mechanics, if you... this is very weird, but basically people will be like, oh, the monkey bars are so glitchy or whatever. It's actually, for some reason, if you're moving, holding jump, you will just let go of them. I don't know why. And it's not even like every time either. It's like, it's super weird. You'll see people that are like, oh, you let go of the monkey bars, like there, for example. Like, oh, the monkey bars just, like, let go on their own. But that's just, like, a property, for some reason, of, like, moving and holding X. I don't know. So, but if you neutral slide jump onto the bars, it never happens, ever. So just never hold jump when you touch the bars, and just make sure you slide before you grab them. When you let go automatically is when you're, like, holding X and not slide jumping, so... yeah, just make sure you NSJ on the bars, always, basically. This trick here to not spin this guy is actually very easy. This guy is like a giant hitbox, so... and as long as you're descending, he cannot hurt you. So you just let go, and that's it. All you do is just press X and hold right. He has a very large hitbox, so pretty easy to do. The bonus is pretty complicated. You normally just do a stick onto it, so you just NSJ here. If you want to track cycles, pay attention to where these carpets are relative to the crystal, and that'll let you know where the carpets are going to be whenever you come back from the bonus. Because when you come back from the bonus, the carpets are invisible, so pay attention to where the carpets are when you touch the platform. And if you, like, memorize, you can keep track, basically. But yeah, this bonus is pretty complicated. There's a lot of ways you can do it. I tend to like land here and then slide down onto these like that. This part in particular is tough, and I'll tell you exactly how to do it. So they want you to like body slam this or whatever, but if metal crates land on Crash's head, they break automatically. So what you do is you double jump spin and spin that. And then you only have one on the bottom. So you have to break the bottom one and bonk on the ones above it. So the way to do that is you just slide. You do a slide jump, like an NSJ, but you press jump super late. You don't press jump quick. If you press jump quick, you don't get underneath. So I'm going to slide into these and jump late. And yeah, you get them. If you don't get under them, then you did it too early. Just time it later. You'll see in the video, the way I do this is pretty advanced. Might show like a more casual way of doing it. I might mess it up horrendously, but we'll see. This question mark box is what makes this part like kind of tricky. Yeah, I don't know. That's like an idea. You can experiment with this part. The way I do it is like this basically. Well, I messed it up there, but you get the idea. You could even do it. You could even do a revision of the way I do it, but like slightly safer as well. So this is like jumping off boxes with a spin, like bouncy crates. It's just the practice of spinning and then pressing jump when you land, like that. So notice that I press X right when I land on the box. I don't really like buffer it that hard. So that's all you do here. Just remember what I said like forever ago whenever I mentioned like if you spin without touching a direction, you lose all momentum. So that actually like applies here. I like spin until I grab that crate and then I stall. So like I go right until I grab that, basically. Whoops. But yeah, that's basically what I do. It's a lot simpler than it looks, but it's pretty tough. If you extend your slide too much, then you sink too low and you can't grab the question mark. So you actually have to jump here relatively early. But yeah, I mean, you can experiment with this part and try and find a way that's better for you. Like, you could even do that. Like, that would be, like, a pretty safe method. Break all three there and then, like, break all three here. Just remember to not go left-right. Just make sure to do, like, a semicircle with diagonals, right? Like I've said before. But yeah. Bonus is pretty complicated, but you'll see in the run, like, how I do it in the run-through. And then, yeah, after you come out the bonus, the crystal will be, like, you know, sitting on the right, and the carpets will be in, like, a position that it'll be different every run, basically. So if you can make it out of the bonus, then you can rush. So you can, like, come off the bonus and then go here, and then grab it. If you're really ballsy, you can, if the carpet's, like, out there, you can spin and grab it, like that. That's, like, super sick if you can do it. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, that's basically it. You can use triple mask to you use triple mask after the crystal, but I don't have masks, so I'll just show you the recording. It'll be good enough, I hope, maybe. Yeah, this level is very difficult, so... And also, you don't have to do what I do. I'm just showing you what I do. You can do, like, way less risky things, because getting out of this level with masks is pretty important, so... I'm just showing you what I do and some, like, tricks of, you know, however you could be doing things. And also, like, Deep Trouble, you have to learn where the carpets are and stuff, like, what to do on any given situation. So it's one of those levels where it's like, I can't teach you everything without you playing the game. You have to play the game, basically. So that's why I like showing the bonuses and stuff, because those are always the same. Those are, like, condensed areas. But yeah, for example, I see that the carpet is here, like, in the middle, when I touch the bonus, which means if I do the bonus fast, I can make this. That's just, like, my rule of thumb. Like, if the carpet is before the crystal, then I can probably make it if my bonus is good. But this isn't that relevant if you're new, right? It's just, like, general knowledge. It's just what I look for, basically. So yeah, I jump late here, once again, to break those. And then that part is smooth. It is harder than it looks, that part, so... But I think that bonus is fun, so it's just chill to practice, I think. Alright, so you get triple. To get triple this early, you have to shoot this enemy into the crate, so you have to do some manipulation. So I just stand on the right here, because this enemy tracks where you are horizontally, so you want to stand on the right side so you can slide him into the mask crate, right? So he's there, so I slide him and he snipes this box. If he's on the left, he doesn't hit it, so be mindful of that. If you get a situation like I do here, where the fire is about to come up, whenever you get triple, you have to do a instant NSJ, or else the fire, like, stalls you. So I see that the fire is about to land, so I press jump as soon as possible. You see the button already flashing, yeah. Because if you slide into something that does damage to you, you lose all your momentum. But if you're mid-jump, mid-NSJ, you carry the momentum forward, so that's just like a really niche thing. Yeah, so this part's just a lot. Yeah, this part's a lot. So I probably have to slow it down a little bit. Um, so yeah, like I said, when you have triple, you have a massive like vertical hitbox, especially above you. So I clip this TNT from down here. This is triple mask purely doing this. So if you have triple, you can clip this and then go to the left. You go to the left of this platform, double jump spin. Normal double jump doesn't make it. Double jump spin. And then you can use this crate as a platform to jump off of. I said this before, but if you slide on a box with triple, as soon as you land on it, you'll sink into it. So make sure you don't slide immediately when you land on it, or else you'll sink down and you won't be able to jump. So make sure that you wait a tiny bit before you act off that. You can also use the arrow if you don't want to bother. You can like touch the crates and then use the arrow, whichever you want. After you do that, you want to pay attention to where the carpets are. Comes with play, but you'll eventually learn what to do in each pattern you get. So I know what to do here, for example. So I just react to what I see. Eventually you can learn certain cycles that exist, but it takes a long time. So yeah, I gotta back up again. There's like more to talk about. So yeah, holding X off of this tarp gets you right up here. Just walk into these. You could also spin, but it doesn't really matter. So just walk into them with triple. Pay attention to where these carpets are. Usually there's one right here waiting for you. If not, react accordingly, whatever. Right here, I usually land and just walk here. If you jump too far, you land on top of them. And if you land on top of these ones, for some reason these ones, you can miss a crate. So I tend to aim for this area, this plank of woods, to like land in front of them. That part's really weird, I don't know. Once again, that carpet, you have to react. And then you get here. You can do a really risky jump where you like slide and then jump up here, but it's extremely inconsistent. You'll just end up dying here most of the time. So I highly suggest just waiting on this carpet no matter what. Same goes for this. So yeah, high time is, I didn't mention it that much, but the inputs in this level are just egregiously awful. They are just so bad. So you will die in this level a lot to just buttons not working. So that alongside with how difficult that triple mask section is and the bonus, it makes for like the hardest level in Warp 3, I believe. So incredibly difficult stage that requires a lot of reaction and knowledge. So it's going to give you trouble for probably the entire time you run this game, but that's how it goes. That's just how it goes. Okay, entropy is pretty straightforward fight. You don't need masks for it, but if you have masks, each mask saves 2.5 seconds. So basically this first phase you do nothing, you just avoid the attacks, and then after the third laser is fired, you NSJ double jump spin over to his platform. When he starts this animation of him slamming the fork down, he can't hurt you, so you're safe once you do that. So you hit him, and then when phase 2 begins, you're going to jump on the scenery on the left side and get over to him. So whenever he's shooting these projectiles, he cannot hurt you, once again. And the goal is to take damage on the final projectile he throws. So phase 2, he fires 2. Phase 3, he fires 3. So on the second one, you want to take damage. So I take damage there. And the point of that is when you destroy this projectile, he begins his laser attack quicker. So you'll see he slams his fork here. If you don't have iframes when he does this, this insta-kills you. So if you do not take damage on that projectile, you will die to this attack. So that's what the iframes do as well. So when you get hit here, you want to pivot down to this platform. So to show you the whole thing, I take damage and then run off and land on this platform and crouch. You probably don't have to crouch, but I do. So yeah, he shoots 4 lasers. So on the 4th one, you jump up. If you jump up too soon, he will do the attack again where he just kills you. So make sure you don't jump up until he's doing this thing. And then you hit him when he starts kneeling. And just repeat. The collision on these it's bigger in phase 3 for some reason. It's like safer. They're different platforms, so. But yeah, 3rd phase you want to stand on the middle one. 2nd phase you stand on the closer ones. Just the way their collision is, you just want to do that, so. And then yeah, he shoots all the lasers and then you hit him. So you just have to learn where to stand on the platforms, and that's about it. You just need masks. If you don't have masks, then you just don't take damage on the projectiles, and you just weight it down on the platforms. That's all you do. So it's not very complicated. You just need masks, basically. If you have no masks, you just camp on the platforms. So yeah, that's about it. All right, High Time Relic. So High Time Relic will also be obtaining the purple gem at the same time. So we're one cycling this level. If you attempt this and you can't quite get it, then you don't have to do it. You can get the purple gem in the initial visit and then do this level normally, but this one cycle is not even as... it's not even so bad that you'll have to... like the normal visit to walk in the park. It's mostly just relic restraint. This relic gives you about... I would say like... if you don't get time crates, like 9 seconds of wiggle room. But if you get all the time crates that you can, then it's like more like 12. So, but after you see how I do it and whatnot, you should hopefully feel a bit more confident with it. So, this level starts with a Death Abuse to sync up global cycles. This level's very cycle heavy, so like these enemies and that platform up there, stuff like that will be on a pattern. So if you grab the clock and then immediately die, and you have to grab the clock first. If you don't, the death route won't be there later in the stage, and we need the death route to get the gem. So grab the clock and then die. If you don't grab the clock, you have to exit the stage and re-enter, so make sure you don't mess that up. So yeah. I'll show the video, but first I have to show the main gimmick of this relic, which is the hangrail skips. And I'll show you how to do them. Hangrails are slow, and in this level you can actually skip them by going on top of where they are. So it basically involves a maneuver of jumping up here, and then doing a slide diagonal down and to the right, and then doing a glitch high into a double jump. So it looks like this, and you'll get up here. Once you're up here, you want to be hugging the wall, so you want to be like... once you land up here, you kind of want to like move upright a bit, so you hug the wall, because there are actually holes, like those gaps in the bars you can see. Like if I was further down, I would fall down that hole. So the gaps are basically like pits, so you have to be aware of that. But this one's very easy. It's just a straight line, so you just NSJ to the right. And you can tell when you land because there will be like some dust that shows up. So that's how you tell. And when you get to about here, you want to just slide off with, preferably with zigzag. I'm pretty sure you have to zigzag a little bit or you die. So you just slide off to the right, and then you land down here. And that skips, you know, killing a bunch of enemies and stuff. Like, you can't kill enemies without the scorpions without spinning, so you have to make sure to clear them. So you move your way across like normal, and then go to the death route. Once again, if you don't grab the clock before you die, this platform won't be here, so... whatever, like, skip this part. Go to the actual, like, hangrail skip here. So this hangrail skip's a bit trickier. There's a couple methods you can do it. I'll show both. I have 2 methods that I have done. Hopefully I remember how to do the old one. It's been a while. But basically, we use this enemy, to get on top of the bars. So you're gonna jump off this enemy and use double jump and death tornado spin. And hold upright to land here. Once again, there's pits, so you want to hold upright so you're lined up with the wall when you land. So I'm up against the wall right now. So yeah, the way I do this, these monkey bars are tricky. This is like the part that's hard about this stage. So I kind of just walk until I'm about here, and then there's this divot in the monkey bars is a hole, so you have to be careful about that. So I usually just do an NSJ, and then I land like here. Once again, the divot to my left, like if you treat it like you're looking forward at it to the left, that's like a pit. So there's basically just a big pit in front of me, so I have to jump over it again. And the way I do it is once I do this jump, I NSJ into a death tornado spin, holding right, and I just mash zigzag. And if I do it well enough, I make it across and land down on the wood platform below. So it's kind of like it's like this basically. I land down here. Your zigzag has to be quite good for that. But there's a method without zigzag that I can show you if you don't want a zigzag. This is what I used to do. I don't really remember how to do it, but maybe I will. But the setup is the same. You hold up right here, and this jump is also the same, so that's cool. But yeah, you essentially land in the same position, and then I believe the difference is I NSJ again, and then I NSJ spin, I believe, is what I used to do. I'm pretty sure. And you land like there, yeah. It's weird. Also, monkey bars, you can get stuck, and that usually means that you slid too early. It could also just be the collision is bad, but you know. I tend to not slide immediately when I land in this section, so yeah, land here, and then I try to land. I died there because I didn't go far enough, basically. I try to land on that last like bar, basically. If you see me like zigzag on the input display, it's because it's a force of habit. Like you can do this without zigzag, but I do it because it's a habit, you know. But yeah, you basically just want to land on like this thing, this like long bar. Basically, you're just safe here, right? And then once you're here, you can just get down here. Something you have to be aware of, and it's really stupid. This is very like niche because it doesn't come up that much, but if you fall from too high in this game, you'll do a faceplant animation, basically, and it locks your controls. It's kind of like body slamming. Like Crash will like land on his face and you can't move. So I can show that. Whoops, I'm down here now, so that's awkward. Well, I'll try and show you. But yeah, it's silly. It's like the strat I do doesn't land here, so I'm not used to landing here. Yeah, so if I NSJ here and do nothing else, I'll faceplant, and I can't move during this. See, I was holding right that whole time, and I couldn't do anything. So you want to land with a spin. So if you do it like that, and you jump from that high, you want to press square before you land, so you don't faceplant. It just cancels the faceplant completely. But yeah, I can show a playthrough of the level real quick. This level's hard, so it also doesn't work. The inputs, you know, if you played high time, yeah, you know, the inputs are the way they are, so don't be discouraged by it. You know, it's tough, so it is really tough. Make sure this is viewing properly. And before it's not, I'm stupid. Okay. Yeah, so I grab the clock and I immediately die to reset the cycles. So everything in this will be the same if you death abuse at the start. I got like a slower start here, so I didn't have time to grab this mask and this box. You can grab these if you want. If you're not going for the best cycle or whatever, you can grab this mask and there's two crates here, so you can grab these time boxes if you want. It's optional, but yeah, do whatever you feel comfortable with. But you can grab these, so keep that in mind. And yeah, this part, this enemy is in your way. These enemies are really annoying, so what I do is I do a glitch low there to make my spin come in contact with him, and this pushes him backwards. And the only way to like kill this guy efficiently once you push him is to just slide or NSJ. So after I put him in this state, I just do an NSJ and he dies. Also, I said this in the box pass section of High Time, but if you're on this, like, if you hug the wall and then go right here, the fire never damages you. If you skipped over that part for some reason. So yeah, I'm just going to jump onto that platform and do the skip as I showed. Once I get to the end, I'm gonna slide off with zigzag, so into a spin. If you're fast, you don't have to double jump off that onto that carpet, but odds are you will. You have to be pretty quick for that. So, and then I do a stick onto the death route. I've already shown sticks many times. And yeah, these fires won't be in your way unless you're on a different cycle. You know, you'll know what cycle you're on when you practice it. This is very important. This is very, very important, this part. You must damage on this guy, basically. Like, if you spin this guy, he gets in your way. If you slide him, he shoots into the carpet enemy off screen. If that happens, you can't get on the monkey bars. So, also keep in mind, if the monkey bar skip is giving you trouble, you don't have to do it. You can just go on the bars if you're on good enough pace. So this strat is not required. You don't have to do it. It's kind of shit. I would tell you not to, but you can do it if you want. But yeah, you run into that guy. You do nothing. You just hold right and run into him. And then yeah, you get up top and do this. My zigzag is very good because, you know, yada yada. So I just clear that easily. And once again, I probably said this a billion times, but I spin when I get near the gem, so I never miss it. So just always spin when you're near gems and crystals and stuff. Very important. This level's hard, but with a 104 time, you see I got a 55 there. I skipped 4 seconds worth of time crates, and I still got a 55. So it puts into perspective. You have like a decent amount of time to play with. So but yeah, as far as difficulty goes, this is one of the hardest levels to learn, I think, to execute. So don't be discouraged by it, or do, because it sucks. But do it however you please, and I think that's about it, yeah. Alright, so this is Deep Trouble Relic. This is one of the most lenient relic times in the game, so time crates just don't really matter here. Main concerns are not dying, basically. There's not much else. This mask crate does not matter. You don't need to grab it, this guy. It doesn't matter. This is a rare stage, like, replenishes masks. Like, if you're missing a mask, there will be one later in the stage. But if you have 2 masks, then the crate doesn't have a mask in it. I don't know, it's weird. TLDR, you don't need this crate. You can grab it if you want, but that boost overhead is like really good. So I basically just boost as soon as I grab the mech, and then I shoot, turn, shoot the 2, and I only shoot the 2 to buy me time because I have to wait for the TNT to blow up. So yeah, you know, routine, always the rule in this game. All of these enemies, all of these hazards are in different spots every time you play the stage. So I highly advise that you route accordingly, which is to say that you put a level that has a consistent cycle and a consistent outcome directly, and put this level directly after it. So in my route, for example, I put High Time Relic and then this, because, you know, this level's like, being consistent is important, because once one of these hazards catches you off guard, you will die or take damage when you don't want to. Like, knowing where that guy is very important. And then, like, when you know where he is, you'll know where these are. So it all, like, goes hand in hand. This part looks scary, but it's not that bad. I know it's like you're going by all these nitro and stuff, but it is genuinely just a straight line boost. So you just have to get a general gist of where to boost, but I, like, don't really touch up and down here that much. I just hold right, and it works. So one thing I will note, slight thing, there's this one tube. I think this goes for every tube, but I'll just use this one for an example. Up here. Yeah, don't mind the alert, don't worry about it. This part. This little corner, whenever you start moving downwards,
Clean shaven weird champ.
you can get caught here. So you don't want to hug the floor, this like tube area. You don't want to be here because you'll get stuck. So you want to be like slightly above it. You'll see I'm like not touching the ground, I'm like slightly higher. So that's important. You'll get stuck here, then you'll be off cycle and everything's terrible. So this level just takes a lot of it's a lot of learning, but once you know everything, it's not a hard stage. So yeah, once you know everything, right? But yeah, I went over a lot of stuff in this level in the box pass section, so there's not much to go over. Just grab masks when they show up and damage through the drains. You know, I've already talked about how the drains function and whatnot, so once you know a consistent setup for this level, it'll always be the same, so you'll get the hang of it. And the relic is of no concern. You know, I beat it by like 30 seconds, so there's plenty of time. Yeah, Deep Trouble Relic, super straightforward, so. There's not much to this once you know. It takes time, like experience, but you know. You can also use this level for mask backups if you want, but it involves a lot more waiting. So, but you have time to, obviously. So feel free to do what you want here. But also, like, you know, skipping all the stuff is advised. Yeah, overall, not too bad. Not too bad of a stage. Alright, so this is Boneyard 1 cycle, Boneyard Relic, whatever you want to call it. I do it after Warp 3 in my route, so that's why I was in Warp 3. You could do it somewhere else, you know, doesn't matter. But yeah, similar to the box pass, if you slide as soon as the level begins, like side spin, you can like soft lock in this corner, you can like clip out of bounds, so don't, as soon as you land out of the portal, don't slide, like slide spin down immediately, or else that can happen. This relic is tight. This will be like a pretty difficult stage starting out. This level's like a big movement test, basically. If your movement's good, it won't, like, you'll make it by a lot. If your movement's, you know, not up to par really, then you'll have a hard time. The thing I can tell you that would, like, help is you could do the run a bit later, until after you get the bazooka, and then you can shoot the clock from, like, back here, for example. That's like a very small thing that can give you a little more extra leeway. If maybe you're getting like 141 consistently and you can't quite beat it, you know, maybe that's your position, then maybe you want to consider like doing this level after you get the bazooka, I guess. But besides that, yeah, it's just like a movement test essentially. So and there's one small thing I want to show, like, in the red gem section. So there's these, like, slopes right here. There's these, like, downhill platforms. And normally you'll be, like, slide spinning in that part. But notably, you don't want to mash slide spin. This is something that, like, kills people all the time that are new. If you Death Tornado spin... If you spin once with Death Tornado spin down a slope, you'll gain, like, you'll hover a little bit, so you'll keep some air time. And if you just so happen to press the slide button while you're mid-air, you'll body slam. I mean, if you body slam in this level, yeah, I mean, you know what's gonna happen, right? It's like, so what people will do is they'll, like, mash the button down a slope. I don't even know if I can do it, but I can try my best. I think it's because I'm sliding too early. Oh yeah, see there's like I had airtime there, so if I were to press R1 at a bad time in that spot, then I would get killed. Yeah, like that. So that's the idea basically. So if you're not aware of your spacing, that can happen. So basically, just like give yourself a second before you do the next slide when you're going down these slopes. So like slide spin and then walk and then go. You know, don't like do it right after the other, or else that can happen sometimes, and then you'll lose like a minute, and that would be very sad. I don't want you to be sad. I don't want you to be sad. So, but yeah, I can show the level in full here. Once again, this level's pretty tough, so don't feel too bad. It takes a lot of practice. It's a chase level, so there's a lot of memorization here. So yeah, slide spin. Notice that I like waited there. And every time I slide down these like big slopes, every time you do it, you'll want to just press spin at the end. Sometimes I press jump because I'm just like showing off or whatever, like I have like an ego or something, I don't know. But like generally speaking, when you like slide down these big cliffs, you want to press spin, so it's just more consistent. This stage also gives you triple mask, so this triple mask is not like super impactful, but it saves a couple seconds. And yeah, you need the red gem to do this, obviously, which is why you do it after Warp 3. You can do it anytime after Warp 3. But yeah, just note my spacing around grass. I always make sure I'm airborne right before grass appears, or I hover over grass, like there, for example. Just be mindful of that. Because if you get clipped by it, you'll get slowed down. So, something I want to say, this part in particular. This is really weird. I don't know how to explain this, but basically, for some reason, they messed up when they like made this stage. I don't know. This like area that I'm circling, I don't know where, somewhere in this area, there's no collision. So you can just like fall through the stage, somewhere over here. I don't know the exact spot. Because I don't mess with it. But there's a clip of me dying to it. There's a clip of other people dying to it. There's just like a spot over here where there's no floor. It's invisible, obviously, but you'll land and you'll die instantly. And yeah, it loses like 90 seconds to like. I play this part very safe. I just like, I land on the right side and I even do like an extra spin to stay in the air longer because I don't want to touch that section. Like, just be careful around there. I don't know. This game's really weird. But yeah, it's just a lot of memorization and avoiding getting clipped by the grass, so. And yeah, the relic time's really lenient if your movement is good. If your movement's not great, you're gonna have a hard time.
To be a part of this, my man. Hope you doing well.
But yeah, Boneyard 1 cycle. It's hard. It's a tough one. So it'll take a lot of practice, a lot of memorization. But you can do it, bro. I believe in you, man. You can do it, dude. Lock in, bro. All right, Tomb Time, Gem Crystal, or Gem Relic. Sorry. Yeah, this split is notorious for like its difficulty. Starting out though, you'll most likely do this section in 2 visits, so you'll do both gems together and then the relic afterwards. That being said, I'm probably still going to show everything at once, just because it's like the harder strategy to put together, and you can kind of get the idea of what to do in both instances, regardless. So, but personally, if I can manage to do it, I will show button glitch here. This is a strat that only exists as like a safety net for the relic. It's frame perfect, so it might take a couple tries, but essentially you press spin and jump the frame that you enter the stage. And if that happens, you'll be able to move crash around the hub while the level is being like quote unquote entered. And what that does is that makes it so you can step on a new button. And when you step on a new button while a stage is being entered, it rewrites the gold relic time. So you'll see that the tomb time relic is 1 minute 10 seconds, but if I were to step on the G-Wiz platform, the relic would go to 122. So, see if I can do it here. One of these times. It doesn't take too many tries. There you go. So I can move crash around, I step on the G-Wiz button, and I enter the level. So, what that does is it secretly rewrites the relic requirement from 110 to 122. So that gives you an extra 12 seconds to play with. And you may be wondering, like, oh, getting the box gem, like, in this level during the relic, like, that's not really possible because you can't enter the bonus. That is true, you can't enter bonuses while you're doing a time trial, but you can do the bonus and then go back to the start, and the boxes will save. So if you're going to do the one cycle, you start the level off by getting to the bonus as fast as you can without grabbing any checkpoints. You don't want to grab checkpoints. So you just skip everything and get to the bonus, basically, and then you clear it, and then after you do the bonus, you will take a death. But yeah, this beginning part, you could just bounce on these. There's other strats, but you can just bounce on them. This set of boxes, you actually want to hold right and press spin and then mash X. That'll give you a double jump and save you from dying here. Well, that's awkward. That's funny. In theory, you know, in theory. But yeah, it looks like that, basically. So, oh, that's funny. Oh, the strat doesn't work, guys. No, it works, but like maybe I'm just bad or something. Or it's like an emulator thing. Either way. On hardware, this works like every time, so it could be an emulator thing. I don't know. Regardless, I don't use emulator that much, but yeah, mashing spin there usually works. And then use a mask to damage on that TNT and get up here. And then you just break these and you leave. Once again, using the way diagonals work to fast turns. Like I held up left there, and then I rotate to up right to immediately go right after. So yeah, after you clear the bonus, you just slide forward and die, and you'll be at the beginning with 19 crates, which means that, you know, you're ready to do the one cycle. If you're new to the game, you can't do this. I'm gonna be completely honest, you can't do this. It's really hard, but if I show the video, you'll be able to like get an idea of what to do. Obviously, if you're excluding the time trial from this, you're just gonna get all the boxes normally. You know, I just want to show like what the one cycle looks like, basically. But just envision like splitting the level up otherwise. You know, nothing crazy. But yeah, once again in the video I'm heading out of warp 1, that's just because of the route I do, so, you know, entering tomb time, and like I showed you, just going to the bonus and then dying, so that is just a general thing in this stage. This level is very technical, so I mean, you can see like the inputs and stuff whenever the one cycle happens. It's really tight. 110. So like I'm a good player, and I have around, as a good player, I have around like 2.5 seconds to play with to get the relic here. So it's hard. Which is why I advise you starting out to just, you know, grab the gems separately from the relic, because that's just like way too much. But, you know, you'll know that. Like, if you're doing the relic, you'll just play it like any percent. You basically just play the level like it's any percent again if you're doing the time trial separately, which you should do. But for the advanced players who want to go the extra mile, I just want to show the one cycle, basically. So, you know, you get a general idea otherwise. And yeah, you need invincibility here. You get invincibility twice in this level. If you miss it at all, you can't do it anymore, so just be mindful of that. This corner cut here, I actually have a visual cue for this. This is something you just can't know outright. You basically cross this gap diagonally because you don't want to hit the switch and then go over like up and then to the left. That's too slow. So instead, you cut this corner diagonally. Something you won't be able to know is there's a giant invisible wall around here. And I have a visual cue to avoid it, which is like this line right here. I basically just try and leave the ground diagonally whenever I get to this line. So like Crash's feet will like leave the ground whenever I touch this line. If I'm slightly further back, I will die because I'll get stuck on the wall. So if you ever do this corner cut and get stuck, it means you were too far back. You need to like move farther forward before you do this jump. So keep that in mind. This will kill you often otherwise, so that's just why that happens. And yeah, moving in a very specific manner to get all the crates efficiently. Like that diagonal slide into glitch high, clipping the back of this crate, and then slide spinning around these darts, for example. And then this part is very important. So there's another mask crate here. You do not want to break this. You want to break it when you turn backwards. So what I do is I jump around it to the left. So I cut around it like this. There's some people that go this way. Don't do this. Don't do this because you can get stuck on the wall and then you can't get unstuck without breaking the mask. And you could also just clip the mask in general and immediately break it and everything's ruined. So just land here and just jump around the left. Do not do anything else. Like, it's not worth it. So just, it's way safer and it won't lose you that much time. Yeah, I break those two and I'm rising up. You know, I've talked about how triple mask works with boxes, so you'll understand why these are breaking and whatnot. So yeah, I get the mask on the way back, which gives me a refresh on my triple. Use the oil there with a glitch high. And yeah, just breaking all these crates without having to like turn back or anything is just extremely tough. It's just, it takes a lot of practice to do. This is a very niche interaction that you won't know unless I tell you or you play the game. This set of crates right here, this 2x2, if you do not spin when you walk into them, this crate right here will not break. You will break these three and not this one. So you have to spin here. Like there is no argument. You have to. So spin here. It's stupid. I don't know. It's really dumb. And then yeah, corner cut down left to get the gem. And that's all the crates, so. Yeah, you'll notice the time trial time's 110. I'm cutting it close, right? Like you can see how close it is, even with how the movement's been and all that. So, you know, I get like a mid 107, which is pretty good. So that's actually like pretty well played. The first time you ever do this, you'll probably get like 109.9 or 109.8. Like it's extremely hard. I'm an experienced runner, and it took me like 4 hours to do the first time. So I'm just trying to like share some knowledge and show you the buttons I'm pressing, and hopefully it helps. But yeah, if you're new, split these up. These things are one visit, and then you collect them, and then go back in and get the relic. Don't put them together if you're like brand new. Don't even try. You know, it's not worth it. So you can also do the relic first to get invincibility. to get 2 masks out of the stage, because the relic gives you 3. So you can enter, do the relic, and then do this part with 2 masks. So you could also do it that way. Yeah, that's Tomb Time Gem Relic. Alright, Tomb Waiter. This level you must have 2 masks entering, like no questions asked. You really want 2 masks here. Because invincibility stops the water from rising. The water is like the main hazard in this level, so it's also the unique like gimmick of this stage. Water is interesting because it does kill you, but it also hinders your movement and it disables certain actions. So like slides and spins, for example, they do not work when the water is up. So I'm pressing the buttons and I'm only crouching and nothing's happening when I try and spin. So when the water's too high, it disables your movement, and if it's too deep, it kills you. Like if I touch the ground here, I will die, for example, no matter how many masks I have. So, but good news though, the water is not on a global timer. Which is to say that every time you enter the stage, the water is always the same. It's like a spawn-in cycle, which is pretty unique. There's not many things that are like that in this game. But yeah, the water you see when I play the stage will be the exact same as when you play it, so that's, you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, you'll see here, I'm not actionable whenever Crash hits like this pose. You can't do anything. You can jump, that's it. But if I'm up here, for example, the water's not that deep, so I can press all my buttons and they work. So it's like a depth thing, basically. So when the water's rising and you're like on the flat ground, then it can like cancel your moves, basically. So if you try and like neutral slide jump down here and the water's too high, it'll get canceled, so keep that in mind. These pushers are on a global cycle. They push you. Wow. Amazing. I bet you didn't see that one coming. They are weird though. You can like clip into them sometimes if they like catch you when they're like down in the water, which will come up later. And yeah, the way the level's designed is like you want to wait on these platforms and then you wait for the water to go down. General idea. That's like the intended design of it. These enemies will push you backwards. They don't kill you, they can't deal damage to you, but they push you backwards, basically. And the only way to get past them is to slide them. You can jump on top of them too, but you know, just slide them. You just slide them. These levers open these doors, which is like a timed thing. It's basically like when you hit a lever, the door goes up for a set amount of time, then it goes back down. You know, pretty basic Crash stuff. Like, you know, a lot of these things happen in Crash anyways. Another thing I want to touch on are like certain platforms. These platforms in these stages, these platforms are like lies. Like these platforms lie to you. Like their collision is not the same as how they look. Like their outer rim does not have collision. It's really hard to explain, but like when they're up in the water, you like that, for example. Like Crash is like clipped into it, but the collision's not there. And that's only when they're like raised up from water. So those platforms are not as big as they look, basically. So generally speaking, you want to land more in the middle. So don't be surprised whenever you clip inside one of those and die. But yeah, this level is basically all about managing. When you have triple mask, the water never comes up. If the water's up when you obtain triple, it does stay up the normal amount of time, and you do instantly die still if you fall into like deep water. So if you get invincibility and the water is still up, be careful regardless. It won't come back up until triple's over, but if it's initially still up, then yeah, you need to be careful. But I think that's all the basic stuff with this level. Like, as far as hazards go, there's nothing else here. Besides that, the Crystal Gem Pass is like, you know, your usual Crash Bandicoot, like, Gem Pass. I don't know how else to describe it. But I can show the video of, like, playing it here. And once again, you need 2 masks here. You can play the level without 2, but you gotta be really, really good to, like, not bleed that much time. You have to be really confident with, like, landing on crates and stuff. Like, landing on crates is one of the hardest things to do in this game, genuinely. So, like this, for example, like, I don't expect you to do this immediately. Like, that's hard. I know it looks stupid, like, basic, but that is hard. This is also hard. Like, you know, if you wait a couple more cycles, feel free, you know, do what's comfortable for you. Yeah, this bonus, it's like a puzzle, the beginning. It basically wants you to, like, if you hit the switch right away, the gimmick is like you hit the switch and then you can't get this crate, but we can go so fast so that we can grab it while the bridge gets filled in. So I grab it, bridge is filled in, and I continue on. This part, you spin and then do an NSJ for the bottom 2. If you slide too early, you will die here. If you slide like now, like during the grace period where Crash is still slightly airborne, if you slide during that, you will die. You will not, like, get a jump because the game thinks you're, like, sliding midair, which means it's impossible to jump, basically. So you want to spin and then wait a little bit, basically. Not that much, but a tiny bit. And then you light that TNT. Okay, this is very important. This is a very important thing that like doesn't come up very often. So what's happening here is this TNT is ignited, but it's not blown up yet, which means the box tally is 16 out of 25. And you'll notice that I don't wait for it to blow up. Instead, I touch the bonus platform, and then they blow up after. The caveat of this is if I die before I reach a new checkpoint after doing that, the boxes that were blown up post bonus platform will not be saved. So if you leave the bonus like this and then you die, you have to re-enter the level. A way around this is you can not break this checkpoint right here. There's a checkpoint behind the start of the bonus. You can leave that checkpoint before you touch the bonus. So you can, like, skip it, go to the bonus, and then turn around and break it. And that'll make it so you're always safe. But otherwise, you have to play until the next checkpoint. So just keep that in mind. Like, you could wait for the TNT to blow up manually. But I'll let this triple mask section play, because I don't know, it's cool or something. But yeah, the water's down, so I'm allowed to go immediately. If the water was up, I'd have to wait a little bit. But yeah, like zigzagging down slopes, there's a life box up there, but if, like, you know, you followed the triple mask guide at the start, you'll know that the crate breaks because the verticality of triple is so high. Triple wears off, and I'm able to jump on this enemy here. This is an attribute of these, like, scarab enemies. When they're flying, they have a giant vertical hitbox. So you'll see I landed, like, below that guy, but I still bounce off him. You can actually land lower on that enemy, and it will still give you a bounce. So these enemies have, like, a really big hitbox when they're flying. I can, like, slow it down. But yeah, see how low I land here, and it still counts. I could have been lower, and it would still work. So that's also something. Only those enemies really behave that way, though. But yeah, I'm just making a really tight cycle here. You probably won't be able to do this, so what you want to do instead is hit this switch, and then that'll activate this like highlighted like cube basically, and then you can stand on it. So if you can't do this, then hit the switch and then stand there basically. No shame in that. Also, cute thing, cute thing right here. The water, like I said at the start, the water cancels my spin here, so I get to immediately jump and then NSJ and spin again. So I actually use the water there to my advantage to cancel my spin early. And yeah, notice how I land like near the middle of that platform because I don't want to die. Grab those crates and leave. So yeah, this level can be very simple if you wait a lot, which is totally fine to wait a lot. But it's also one of the harder ones if you try and execute really quick. So it depends how you want to approach it, but that's pretty much all there is with Tomb Raider Gem Crystal. So there you go. All right, Sphynxinator. Yeah, so once again, you want triple mask here, so like 2 masks entering. You don't have to have 2, but I would highly advise having 2, because 2, like, triple mask skips doors in this level, similar to Tomb Time. That left path has nothing, by the way. Never go left there. There's nothing over there. It's purely, like, optional. No boxes or anything. Yeah, we get triple mask at the start here, and then there's this jump at this checkpoint. You just cut diagonally, and then you NSJ and then hold diagonal, and you just go right. So that's not too complicated. Right here, you just want to slide and then keep pressing spin, and that gives you like speed across the oil. And then this is the part where there could be some difficulty as far as understanding goes. So what I do with these crates, there's like 3 rows, basically. There's TNT in the middle, and then there's TNT on the bottom, and there's like no TNT here. So this one's simple, it's just a glitch low, you know, already shown glitch lows. And then this one, you want to slide one of the bottom crates, and that'll light the TNT. And if you go forward enough, then it'll blow them up. So I usually just diagonal up left slide like that, and then jump. And yeah, they blow up eventually. And then for this, I once again go up and to the left, but I jump spin instead of slide, obviously, because slide would blow you up. So it kind of looks like that. If you do it wrong, that's what happens. That's like wrong. You don't want to break the middle one. That means you were like not left enough if that happens. So in like a fluid motion, it should look like something like this. Yeah. So that means I got all of them. As long as you like clip that middle one. Because like I've said before, the way like TNTs interact, if a TNT has a box on top of it, or a box falls onto it, then they light. So, wow. I was gonna show you, but I actually broke it in such a way it was impossible. It's funny. But this is impossible. Okay, I guess I could do it the intended way, and then you'll see. Ow. But yeah, like I said, this is the one part that I think is like actually kind of hard. So yeah, the box fell, so the TNT lights. So you get the idea. And yeah, these skewers, here's something pretty niche about them that actually matters. Their hurt box lingers after they fully extend. So if they're all the way up and you spin while they're like shaking, they still hurt you. Like that. See? They were all the way up, but they still damage me because they're still technically moving. Like if I spin now, I'm safe. But if I do it when they're springing up initially, they hurt me like that. See? So do not spin like near these guys. Like if these are not all the way up, don't like mess with them, basically. That's a pretty like niche interaction, but you'll get hit if you don't know that, so you know. If you're the best player of all time, you can skip this part, but instead let's be reasonable and only skip after you touch the second one. And you want to go to the left of this guy. Gives you plenty of time to get around him. This bonus you want to mask, so it's kind of awkward. I'll just have to show the video, I suppose. You actually want to mask for this bonus. So I guess it's a good time to pull the video up, I guess, because like I can't really show it. I have no mask. But it's fine, it's fine. See, another stage where we want 2 masks entering. I mean, that's most stages in this run, so you know you're not too surprised by this point, but and yeah, crates behind you at the start because you know, cool devs, I guess. There's a mask crate behind there, so you get triple immediately. Once again, zigzagging down the slope and then spinning at the end. We jump across this gap with NSJ and then holding upright and DTSing. Pretty straightforward. All the doors stay open, slide and press spin a couple times to cross that. And yeah. Sometimes that door won't be open for you, it's all like global cycles, so you'll just have to see where it is when you play. And yeah, that part was super smooth, like I showed before. That part's hard though. Practice that part like a fair bit, those crates. That part's actually tough, so it can trip you up really bad. I'd recommend just holding triangle after that part and like memorizing the box count, because sometimes you'll miss a crate because of the way TNTs blow up. But yeah, entering this bonus with both our masks, so you spend a mask here. Sometimes you spend multiple if you mess up, but yeah, you just bounce on that and then jump to that one and break that crate. And then you do a spin bounce on that TNT. Ooh, this is a thing I can show actually. I can actually show an important thing. There's a very niche interaction in this game with boxes when you're hugging walls. I'll actually show this like right now in the game. Freaking... This is actually relevant. I forgot about this. Hopefully I don't like die. That'd be really like embarrassing. You know, I can just make a save, but basically when you hug a wall, I think I've shown this before. When you hug a wall and you land on a crate, you won't bounce on it. So what'll happen is you'll try and do this, and you'll not break the TNT. Sometimes. You know, I don't really know how this works. Maybe you have to like, what if it's like a frame perfect jump or something? I don't even know. All I know is that sometimes the TNT does not blow up here, and I don't know why. I guess that's not the reason. I don't know. Game's weird then. I mean, I've already talked about this mechanic before though. When you like hug a wall and land on a crate, it won't bounce you like that. So that can happen here though sometimes. I don't know why though. If it's not doing it then. Maybe TNTs are different. Whatever, this game's weird. I don't know. All I know is that I've had runs where I've like spun on that TNT and it has not blown up, so maybe I'm losing my mind. Who knows? Let me show the whole bonus again. Sorry, I like went on a side tangent that didn't even end up mattering. It's fine. Yeah, we spin bounce that TNT so it blows up the extra life down there, and then we body slam there because doing anything else is really slow in that spot. Oh, oh yeah, okay. There's another thing I want to show you too. Dude, this level's weird. I forgot how weird this stage is. So yeah, that's the level. You know, not too crazy, but there is something that can happen after the bonus. Actually, that's really dumb. So you'll see that I go on the right side here, like, I break these boxes, and then I head to this box wall, this way, yeah? So I'm heading on the right side. So there's a really, really niche thing that you can do that's bad. It involves this sarcophagus enemy. This enemy can actually, like, snipe the crate in the back. Oh, whoops. Yeah, my bad, gang. Yeah, this is actually important, so I want to show you. Like, even though it's like time consuming, whatever, it doesn't matter. This level's like not too complicated anyways. This will actually like is actually relevant. But yeah, this enemy can hit this crate. It snipes that crate in the back. Okay, well, it wasn't the right one, but I can still explain it. I can still, like, pretend, you know? Okay, pretend to hit that one, okay? You know, just pretend, because that's what usually happens. So what you'll do is you'll do the same movement, right? Like, imagine that box is gone, and it's like the other one's there, or whatever. So you do the same movement. So you do this, and then you do this. And you move on, because in the video I move on, right? Well, yeah, the TNT doesn't light, because the crate isn't on top of it. Because the mummy snipes that crate, this doesn't light. So you have to be very mindful of that. It's like if I break all these, it'll light, see? Because there's a box on top. But if you snipe that exact crate and then do that, it won't light. So you have to be... And there's no sound effects, so you won't know. So pay attention to that. That actually matters. Because then you'll check the box count, you'll be like, why am I like, you know, 9 boxes short, or however many it is. Yeah, that's why. So, that mummy, if you kill it with a spin, keep an eye on where it ends up, basically. But yeah, besides that, you know, level's pretty straightforward. That one part with the boxes is pretty tough. The bonus is pretty tough, and then you have to be careful of that very niche interaction. But besides that, Sphynxinator is not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. Alright, Tono Tails. You want 1 mask in this level? You can go in with 2, but 1 is good enough. So you can kind of go here whenever there's like a stage that doesn't need triple, I guess. You can go here to replenish masks, basically. Like every jet ski level in Warped, waves are, you know, constantly apparent. You have to be very mindful of them. There's a billion waves in this level that can trip you up. Like, I wish I was kidding. You just have to play the level, get experience, and learn. I will show you, like, by far the worst wave, though, and what to do about it. There's one wave in particular that is notoriously bad, but I'll show a way to get around it that hopefully doesn't cause too much problems. It is this guy up here. I mean, if you played the game before, maybe you know, but yeah, this guy, this wave, this ramp in particular, you can see the wave. It's, you know, these crates, they're extremely easy to miss because the wave just like lifts the ramp so high. So if you were to go like when the ramp is like super high up, you will just overshoot them completely, and you'll just miss the crates. It's horrible. I have lost so many runs to like just this wave. But basically, what I look for with it is I wait for the wave to pick it up, and then on the way down, I go off of it. So you basically never want to go off this ramp when it's at the peak of the wave. You want to go slightly before it's at the peak or slightly after. If you go when it's flat, you don't get the crates. It's just maddening. So you essentially just wait until it's halfway up or halfway down. Halfway down is way easier to time, so that's what I do. Like, it goes up, and then when it goes down, I go, basically, is how I go about it. It's just horrendous. I don't know. We can get into the gameplay now, though, because there's not much else to say in this level without like explicitly seeing the video. So but yeah, 1 mask here is pretty much all you need, I would say. If there's ever, let's say you get hit in Tomb Raider and you need to replenish your masks, you can come here, basically. Like, you don't need 1, you can enter with 0, but you kind of want to leave with 2 if possible. Yeah, these cannonballs are on a cycle, so sometimes they're in the way, you know. These seagulls are on a global cycle. In Makin Waves, they're not on a global cycle, so they're different. These seagulls are different. This part right here, this is really weird. This is a really weird thing. I don't know why this works. It has to be some sort of like camera spawn trick or something. But when you play the box pass of this level, you go to the left of this enemy. If you are doing the time trial, you go to the right. I don't know why, but that's how it works. So box pass, you go left. Time trial, go right. You'll see in the time trial that I go right. It's probably based on your movement, how you spawn him in or something, but yeah, that's how it works. Just really weird. I don't know. Yeah, use the diagonal, like, quick turn tech here to grab these crates really fast. And you'll see I wait for this wave to sink down, and then I go, and then I get them. So if I were to go earlier, I would have overshot. And yeah, not the most eventful level of all time, but, you know. It's actually hard to not have anything go horribly wrong here, though. Based on my experience with attempts, I like half-jokingly call this like the hardest level in the warp room, but that might not be true. I just say it because I don't like it very much. And yeah, that seagull's on a timer, so luckily he went up as soon as I got to him. You can wait on him if you want. Damage on this shark, so these cannonballs can never hurt me. With the cycle that I got, they don't hurt me anyways, but it's more of a precaution, which is why you want like a mask when you enter. So I damage on the shark and then do this. Obviously, if you're rerouting for mask purposes, you don't do that, but if you're doing the relic right after, just damage on that shark to make the cannonballs not hurt you, because if you take damage to an enemy on the jet ski, you get popped up in the air, and that'll pop you over the boxes there, and you'll have to turn around, which is really bad. Just go around these ramps. There's like, the sides of them just don't have collisions, so you can just go around them. That way, that ramp is kind of wave dependent. Most of the time it works, but sometimes it doesn't. You know, it's one of those. Waves are weird, so. But I would say like 90% of the time that wave works if you line it up properly. And yeah, the time trial is done after. Not a whole lot to say about this time trial, just like knowing where the mask crates are. There's a mask crate in a really like annoying spot, so if you have to go here to get triple on a different stage, then you have to be a bit mindful of that. Something I'll point out that's relevant like immediately is that sometimes there's a wave that makes the clock impossible to grab immediately, which actually happens here, which is a great example. So I'll slow it down. You can see the wave comes in, and the clock gets like fully under the wave. If this happens, you will overshoot it and miss it. So if you see this wave coming in, you don't want to hit the gas. You just want to wait, which is what I do here. So I just wait a little bit longer. Then I get the clock, which is really annoying, but if you don't see the wave coming, just hit the gas, obviously. It's really stupid. You know, I've had runs where I drove past it and had to turn back, and it's like, you feel like such a moron. But that's the game, you know. And yeah, this is the relic, so yeah, you go to the right of this guy. See? Go to the right. It probably has to do with the movement that I do. Like, if you match my movement, you'll have to do the same rules apply, but yeah, it's just a funny, like, trivia, I guess. It matters, because if you go the wrong way, you die sometimes. So yeah, don't die. Don't die. Dying is bad. The goal time here is relatively lenient. If you skip, like, every time crate, you can miss it, but that U-turn is really good. The bombs can be in really bad spots there, but, you know, if they're in a bad spot, then you can dodge, maybe. Unless you can't react, which is understandable. So yeah, the second mask crate is, on the left here. Yeah, it's over there. So if the cannonballs are in like really bad spots, you have to like slow down to grab this. So ideally you don't need triple in the next level, and you can just skip it and grab the 3. That's like ideal. You don't really want to grab that mask ever. So if you get 2 masks out of the box pass, just go to a different level. Because grabbing that is like super bad. Puts you at risk of getting hit, and also like you have to slow down for it, so it's not the best. And yeah, that's about it. It's, you know, it's not rocket science, this level, but it's a necessary evil, I guess, is how you describe it, you know. You just gotta get it done, so you just do it. But yeah, that's, I think that's it for Town of Tales. You know, it's one of the easier jet skis, but it still trips you up really bad. But yeah, I think that's it. Okay, Bye Bye Blimps. Bye Bye Blimps. First plane level. Couple mechanics to go over with this stage, and plane in general, since the first stage with plane. Basically, you have square, which is like a spin move, and what this does is it makes you invincible against bullets. It's like there'll be these small planes, and they'll shoot at you. And when they do that, you'll like take damage. So I take damage there. But if you spin when they do it, you evade bullets during that amount of time. So square makes you like immune to bullets basically, and then circle or R1 is to shoot. So basically, like in this level, you just want to shoot down the blimps, and that's how you get the crystal. And then getting the boxes is how you get the gem. You can't shoot things from across the map since it's PS1. They have to like load in. So like the blimps, once Cortex's like face like loads in, that's when it like starts the what do you call it? The hitbox being available, I guess. It's like Cortex's face spawns in, so now I can kill it, right? Crates slightly different. They're like you'll see them like blip when you get kind of close, and that means that they're able to be shot. And they actually have to be closer to these than you do the blimps for some reason. They have like a closer proximity, so crates you have to get a bit closer to them, and then they die. And then one last thing, I might die here, but if I do, it's okay. Then the last thing about this stage that's relevant is the fact that, here I'll die so I can like show it better when I'm on full HP. The blimps like sink whenever they're shot. So if you're aiming at the top half of a blimp, like right now, see how I'm not doing damage anymore? It's because the blimp like lowers when it takes damage. So you want to be aiming at the bottom half initially. See how I'm still shooting and it's not getting hurt anymore? It's because it sinks down. So you want to aim at like the lower half, and when you do this, you will just kill it clean without having to adjust at all. See if I can like line it up here. So I'm shooting the lower half, so it just dies. See that? So that's actually relevant for this stage. And if you're slightly high, then you want to like tap a little bit to adjust. It's like I'm a bit high here, so I'll like tap up to like shoot down a bit. Also, yeah, the y-axis is inverted, so up is down, down is up. You know, what can you do? You'll get used to it. But yeah, the box pass and the gem pass and the relic pass take different routes, so show each of them here. But yeah, besides those rules, it's not very complicated. You just do the route that I do. Slight optimization. In this stage, you want to hold right whenever the level's loading, because Coco will get locked into like a right turn. See the head tilt to the right? So that moves me right a slight amount, which lets me shoot this blimp sooner. So that's like a really small thing you can do. You don't have to do it. You'll probably forget it exists. I know I do. So basically, these levels, you just copy my route. That's it. And I already like told you how shooting the stuff works. So blimps you can shoot further away than crates. So like up here, for example, I don't go for the crate on the left because I can't shoot it yet. So I'm killing the blimp and then going to the crate. And I still can't shoot it. And now I can. So there you go. So like that's why you go for the blimp first there. But yeah, you just copy my route, essentially. There's really not much else to it. And once again, I shoot this first because the crate spawns later. Pretty simple. If you take too long to kill that blimp, then you pass that life box. So if you're bad at killing the blimps, then get that crate first. Funnily enough, you can accidentally kill this one before you break the box because of how the spawn works. So the blimp is shootable first. So I'm doing damage to the blimp, even though the crate's in the way. So that's a funny thing. Yeah, so and then you loop back around and kill this. If you know the exact amount of health that a blimp has, you can like hit it down to 1 HP and then turn back for that. But if you miscount, then you like end the stage early. It's not really worth it. So yeah, that's the box pass route. Relic path. The route's different, I think. Yeah. yeah, the route's different. I don't get like the best relic here ever, but it's okay, it doesn't matter. I'm just showing the route at the end of the day. Oh, very, very niche RNG thing here. So you can't shoot the clock yet at the start. You have to get a bit closer. Never hold shoot at the start of this level, ever. Like, never do it. Never hold shoot at the start, because when these planes are spawning in, there'll be a couple of them sometimes. If one of these planes flies in front of you when you're trying to shoot the clock, and you hit the plane with a bullet, the clock will despawn. And if that happens, you have to re-enter the level. You have to pause and go to the warp room again. So at the start of this relic, just never shoot. And then when you get close enough, you can shoot. Very, very, very important. So you don't like lose a bunch of time to that. And once again, like trying to shoot at the bottom half of these blimps so I don't have to adjust. And you can see how clean it is when you do it like that. And it's harder than it looks, you know. It's not super simple. But yeah, this is just the route you want to take. Levels super fast when you do it like this. I get like a 38 here, which isn't awesome. You can get like a 33 or 32, whatever, but you know, as long as you're doing the route properly, it doesn't really matter what your time is. You'll improve and whatnot, so don't worry about it. Yeah, that's Bye Blimps. Super straightforward level. Just a couple small things you gotta look out for, and yeah, really easy like intro level for the plane. So that's all there is to it. All right. Whoops, audio. Yeah, so Tomb Waiter, one cycle and Sphynxinator one cycle. The reason these are together is because they are linked together by global cycle manipulation, like setup, basically. So, and that's to say that when you take a death at the start of this time trial, and that affects Sphynxinator. So Sphynxinator will always be the same if you do them together. So just a general tip, or what I would say is a guideline, is do Tomb Waiter Relic and Sphinx Relic back to back, with Tomb Waiter being first, because you die in this level, and that sets up the cycles. So yeah, you just die immediately after getting the clock, like high time, and then play, you know. Even if you don't catch the same cycle as me, it'll still set up Sphynxinator to be consistent, so you don't have to play the same as I do here. Just do the death so that the levels are the same when you practice. And yeah, we skip the mask there, don't need it, just out of the way. And we bounce on this crate, which has a mask in it. You know, it helps to have a mask, I guess, you know, for some next level comfort, even though the mask does like nothing because you just drown in the water anyways. Whatever, dude. Small thing to avoid here. I've never seen this happen, just to be clear, but apparently if you are too far to the right, this enemy can sidestep into the wall, and if that happens, the game crashes. So I guess just don't be too far right in this area. Like with this shield enemy, just like stay near the middle or like over here-ish, I guess. Just don't like hug the wall, I suppose. I've never had this happen, and I've played this game a lot, so, but it's happened to people before, so just generally don't stand like super far right here. Yeah, back it up, because I wanted a tangent there. But that is something to avoid. And yeah, Tomb Waiter has a really lenient relic, so you're allowed to wait a lot. But what I do here is generally pretty good, so. And yeah, you want to catch this cycle with this pusher and then jump off it. There are instances sometimes where you can't get to the lever in time because the water will be too high, and there's actually a backup for that that I can show real quick. There actually is a backup for that. So what you do is, so pretend that I can't hit the lever because the thing is, you know, not able to be hit. So you stand on this, and then you just jump over the door. So you do double jump spin into Death Tornado Spin, and you can clear the door. So that's a backup that exists. So that's cool. So you can do it like that if you want, if you don't make it to the lever in time. So that's a cool backup you can do. Otherwise, you just do it normally. So yeah, depending on how this stage goes, it sets up Sphynxinator. Just the doors, like the doors in Sphynxinator, you basically just don't want to wait very often. It just so happens that this cycle that I do makes it so the doors are like barely ever open, or closed rather. I believe you only wait on one door for like a little bit, so. It also is just good practice to put these levels together, so. Yeah, definitely worth doing. There's not much to say about this relic. The alternate path is entirely oil, so if you don't know how oil works, it's like ice in Crash 2, so that means that zigzag does not work on it, and when you're in the air, so when you jump, if you slide on oil and then jump, zigzag doesn't work, so just don't zigzag in this section coming up, ever. Yeah, slide spin there into slide jump. That's different because we don't have triple here anymore. But yeah, you just wait on this door, and then you just NSJ around these two rows, and then tap, jump, spin there. You need these two masks, so tap, jump, spin is super relevant there, for sure. And yeah, we're just using slide spins in this section, not zigzagging at all. Slide spinning on oil, just the general like movement option that you want to take. No NSJ, we're holding forward the entire time. You don't NSJ off of oil, so. And then you use the oil momentum to hover into the portal there, so. You don't want to like jump too high because you can overshoot the gem and then hit the exit, and then you're sad because you missed the gem, so. Don't jump too high there. But yeah, there's not that much else to say about that level, you know. Pretty simple. Just getting the mask before the blue gem is a bit tricky. That's about it. Alright, Future Frenzy. Yeah, Warp 6. You have to go to Warp 6 for this level because to get the box gem, you have to enter through the 29 button. So you have to get enough relics to enter this stage, and then you go here. So this is why we do like late into Warp 4, basically. You also want 2 masks for this level. Yeah, you just want to jump on one of these TNTs. It depends on where the enemies are. Like I said, like enemy positions, it's going to be tied to your global cycles, so it depends on how you practice it with your route. So what you see in this recording is not going to reflect what actually is there in your game, in your practice, whichever. This strat here, you spin, so Crash is standing on top of the box stack, and then you simply slide to the left and then do a glitch high. Generally speaking, I want to be lined up like in the middle of these two boxes. I'm a little bit to the left here, but it still works. So you want to spin these top two and then stand here and then face left and then slide into a glitch high, and that should break all of them. If you do it too fast, you'll miss one, so you want to like let Crash like stay for a second. You don't want to go immediately or else it won't work. So you have to give him like a small time frame to like get situated, and then you tap left and then slide. My media player is like a bit fucked though, so it's a bit quick. I'll replay it. When I change the times on my media player, it like skips some sections, so. But yeah, notice how I stood still there for a brief period. And then you just spin that crate and walk away. Generally speaking, I try and time it so I press upright and square at the same time for that box, because if you stay too close to the TNT while you're spinning, you'll blow it up, so. It's hard to see because those enemies are in the way, but there's a crate like under that TNT and you want to spin it and walk away at the same time. This part's pretty tough. You need like really solid left zigzag here. Probably like an okay spot to slow down, honestly. So you basically extend a slide to the left with some zigzag, and then release jump for the NSJ, and then you land on this box, and then you immediately start a death tornado spin after spamming zigzag here. And if you do it well enough, you land on this saucer enemy. If you aren't comfortable with this, you can just double jump, you know. That's always the get a jail free card option. You can always double jump. So yeah, avoiding this mass crate because we want invincibility later. We're going backwards onto a moving platform, and moving platforms remove your triple mask status. So we're saving that for later when we move to the right, because we're currently backtracking for crates. So this enemy we stomp on. This enemy we do not. Never touch this guy. I don't know what's wrong with him. They coded him bad. I don't know. Never touch him. You can sometimes when you bounce on him, he still hurts you. So just always jump with this guy. I don't know why he works like this, but he does. Never, ever, ever, ever interact with this guy. Just jump over him and move on. You'll try and jump on him to kill him, and he'll just hurt you for no reason. So yeah, don't mess with him. Okay, so this backtrack, it depends on your cycle, so it'll be different for you. But generally speaking, I start by doing a double jump spin into DTS with a bunch of down zigzag to get over that laser. If your zigzag is bad, that'll hurt you. So, see, and you have to memorize where these lasers are and where these enemies are. The cycle I'm doing, I know where stuff is, but yeah, you'll just have to play the level a lot and memorize, basically. Those like camera enemies that rotate are a big issue in this backtrack. You have to hit the crate that I did there because the nitro doesn't blow it up later. So this box that I jump on right here, you have to get. So make sure you grab that. And yeah, these body slam crates, I mean, obviously you just slam them. Nothing much else. Feel free to wait on the lasers, by the way. You do not need to skip them. Just wait on them. Like, you're not hurting that much. Like, you'll lose like 3.5, or it doesn't matter. Just don't lose your mask by trying to skip those for no reason, you know. So you get invincibility. And then you get to like plow through this part. NSJ over that. Generally speaking, you don't want to touch those green like spiral platforms because they shoot you in a straight vertical angle, and that's not very good. So usually you get all those crates with that triple, but I had like really bad input stuff there. So all right, random jump cut, but I was going over my footage for the bonus in this level, and it was like really like choppy and like it froze for like 30 seconds. So I'm probably gonna stop using like speed down when I talk about stuff in the guide because it messes with the video player, so, and how it displays. So yeah, this bonus basically just like you NSJ right and then spin once with a little bit of zigzag and you land about here. And then I like to hold up when I land. And then I basically do like I slide against the wall, like I slide up and then I tap right a little bit, so I curl my slide downward and that breaks everything. And then once I'm down here, I just do an NSJ and a spin, like that. You could also do a glitch high, you know, whichever you want. I just do an NSJ because like slightly faster, right? And then this part, I slide off of this ledge into an NSJ. You can do it from down here. You can like drop down and then do it, that's easier, but I usually do it like this. And then once again, I spin and then hold up, so I'm standing on this crate. And that makes it so I can do the same thing as before. I slide straight forward and then tilt right. And I also throw a spin in there. So it looks like that. This part, you can glitch high and get all the crates, but the glitch high is inconsistent because you need to get a certain amount of height to break this this extra life box. So sometimes you can miss it. So I just like double jump and then do it like that. I'd recommend double jumping. But I can show it all again in one fluid motion. Just to show you what it's like sped up. Oops. You get the idea though. Yeah, so I just wanted to throw this in because the in the original video the footage here gets really like messed up, so there you go. Just disclaimer. Glitch high DTS there, glitch high with some spins there. If you time your glitch high well enough, you can get those two crates without blowing the nitro up. You can also blow the nitro up and take no damage. That can also happen because nitro are funny in this game. And this is like the one time I use one of these green spiral platforms because it actually like gets crates for me. So I actually touch it there to grab those boxes. And then I glitch high DTS here. With enough zigzag, you can cover that spike enemy. And then at the end there, you have to wait for the gem to land. I think I've said this in a previous stage, but you have to wait for the gem to finish landing. Like, the gem cannot be grabbed while it pops up. So this does not count, but it counts whenever it's fully landed on the ground. And then I move. It's like right now. See that? So there's actually a grace period, so don't accidentally leave the stage early. I have definitely never done that before, by the way. There are no clips on my channel of me doing that. So, yeah, Frenzy, this is one of the harder levels in the game. The backtracking is really difficult. The enemies are gigantic. Takes a lot of memorization to become comfortable with. But yeah, it's a tough one, but you know, just keep up practice and you'll get it. Alright, the engine fight. So basically the objective in this fight is to, at the beginning, is to take out the middle piece as soon as possible. The fight basically devolves into like, there's 5 different appendages you have to destroy. There's the middle, then there's the shoulders, and the guns. So they go in a specific order. The middle part's always vulnerable, and then the shoulders open, and then the left gun goes, and then the right gun goes. So the general goal is to break this middle piece before moving on to the shoulders, but if you don't break this in the first like 2 seconds of the fight, you need to adjust and go to these shoulders. But in this example, the middle dies really fast, so I immediately pivot to the shoulders. And yeah, I killed the gun then, so if you did not get the middle immediately, in between guns is when you can back it up. So let's say you didn't kill the middle yet. After killing this gun, you can pivot. So like if you kill the gun there, you can pivot to the middle and kill this. So that's like the general order. Like if you don't get the middle right away, you can get it now. And also you don't want to kill that shoulder immediately because you want to kill it last. For some reason, phase 2 starts quicker whenever you kill the shoulder last instead of the gun. I don't know why. Killing the gun last is just bad. I don't know how else to put it. So yeah, start of phase 2, you want to be hugging the left side of the screen because this, yo, TK, thanks for the raid, bro. Thanks for the raid, bro. Yeah, you want to start on the left side of the screen for this phase because this portion always opens first, which means you get your damage in right away. Now the problem is it is like quote-unquote random where engine is like like which direction he's swaying. Like if you look at the boss, he's like swaying like up, like left and right basically. So when you start phase 2, this left piece will be at a random position. See, it was like moving in the process of moving up there as the cycle started. So you have to adjust to that. So you either have to flick down or up depending on what happens. But if you're fast, you can kill both side pieces in one cycle. A lot of the time you'll be too slow and the right one will close early, which is okay. You can kill it later. But yeah, you can kill far left, far right, and then do the bottom. If you don't kill far right immediately, you can pivot back to it after killing the bottom. So you can go like left, right, bottom, right, and then top. You always do top last. So left should always die immediately, and then sometimes right dies after. And if it doesn't, you do middle, you do bottom, and then right, and then you do the top. Whichever, the top one that opens first is also random, depending on the cycle. So in this case, the far left is open first, which is pretty bad, so I mostly just like abandon it and go to the right. You want to go right to left here, because that's the order they open. So you want to get damage in on the left before the right opens, and you just keep going right to left, basically, until everything dies. You want to try and distribute damage pretty evenly. And not have too many missiles fired, because they block bullets, so... this fight's pretty hard. This is one of like the last things I practiced in the run in general, because like I didn't really care at the time. It didn't make that much sense. So, you know, there you go. You get the bazooka and you're out. So engine's not too bad. Alright, Future Frenzy Relic. The way this is routed, I do it after engine, but it's a time trial, so it doesn't really matter when you do it. But yeah, big thing about this time trial is there's 3 masks in the 2D section, but in this section there's no mask at all, so depending on what cycles you get, these lasers can be completely in the way or never in the way. In this situation, they are in the way most of the time, so you get to see like how I avoid them basically, so that's helpful. So like, you could just wait on them, but I don't, you know. You don't have to wait on them. It's just, generally speaking, it's just a lot riskier to go around them, obviously. Like, keep in mind that your spin hitbox makes you way larger, so if you try and go around them and you're a bit too close, you will get hit. Just notice that I usually spin a bit later than it looks like I should, because I'm trying to not get hit by the lasers there. Just bounce off this crate to go over top of that area so you don't have to crawl, you know. I mean, that's pretty obvious. And yeah, it's just about not getting damaged at all and getting your invincibility here. Glitch high there, don't touch that platform. And yeah, once you get triple, you're pretty much in the clear. These platforms, they usually like glow red and then rotate. They don't do that at all when you have triple, so they're completely safe. And yeah, if your movement is good, you should lose the triple at this elevator. This enemy, he'll be in a random spot depending on your cycles, so I usually just double jump there. Sometimes you can react, but it's not really worth getting hit over. I think there was a part back here that I wanted to... Yeah, this jump's actually kind of... The timing for it's a bit tight because you can't go too early or else you'll bonk on this and take damage, and if you're too late, you'll slide into this guy. So your timing here needs to be pretty good, actually. This is like a... This part's like one of those parts that's like, you don't really think about it, but it is actually a bit tight. And I also avoid the platform there because I don't need the crates. I do advise for this bit to, what do you call it? This part, I do advise that you press spin, like, a lot here, because inputs do, like, drop when you DTS in this area, so what you'll do is you'll be like, oh, it takes, like, 3 spins to get across, so in a run you'll do 3, but the game will, like, drop 1, so you'll get 2 and then die, so just spin here, like, more than you think you should. Like, it looks really precise in the recording, but I think I just got lucky, so just, like, press spin there a few more times than you think. But yeah, overall this level's not really that tough. Besides the beginning is tough because the enemies are so hard to avoid. But once you get to the 2.5D, you just get triple and whatnot, so yeah, not too bad. Okay, Warp Room 5, Flaming Passion is the level you do first. You need to do it first because the green gem is required to play this level to completion, and also this level if you do the 5 gem area immediately when you enter it, which if you're new, you will be doing it right away. So you have to do Flaming first for the platforming stages in Warp 5. So odds are you go here. Hopefully having 2 masks. You can play it with any amount, it's just that 1 is like the prerequisite amount you need to do all the strategies, so... But yeah, this level's hard, so hopefully you have 2. Something at the immediate start of the level, your controls are locked whenever the portal is spawned in, but you can actually slide during it. If you could see there, I like snuck a slide in. So what you can do with this, if you hold forward, you can't move. But if you do a slide and then like a jump, so you do an NSJ, you actually do get to move forward while you're locked like movement. See how I got that far, basically, without, while the portal was still spawned in. So you can actually move ahead while the, while you can't move forward. It's like, it's a way to move forward whenever the game isn't letting you, basically. And there's only 2 levels in the run that let you do this, and they're both in Warp 5, so it's pretty funny. So yeah, you can like get that far ahead without technically being able to move. And once again, just a lot of global cycle stuff, like the fires, the carpets, the guys with the swords, they're all on a cycle, so every time you play the level, it'll be slightly different. This part, whenever you approach it, you kind of can't tell what's gonna happen with the fire that well, so generally speaking, I just like jump around to this. Sometimes you can tell and do other things, but I usually just jump around these. This TNT stack, you can bounce on the arrow and bounce on the TNT, but what I do is I just glitch high and then do a curl slide up and to the left to blow this TNT up immediately. If you time it wrong, like that was late, it won't work, but yeah. I do it in the recording, so it's okay. It's hard to do it like on the spot. If I do it all in one fluid motion, it's not that bad. But yeah, it's like that basically. But I mean, if you can't do that, then just bounce on the TNT. There's not really an issue. Just keep in mind you have to go pretty fast after lighting it, because if you're too slow, it won't blow everything up. You know, I talked about TNTs like way back in like Dino Might or something, so still the same rules apply. This section here has like a pretty cool strat. I don't know if I'll do it first try or anything, but the recording does it, so it doesn't matter. Basically you line yourself up with this TNT and then bounce on it, and if you bounce on it correctly, you'll bonk on this ceiling, and if you bonk correctly, you'll land on the on the checkpoint, and then you get to like go over here. So it looks like this, basically. Shit. My recording does it, so I can show you then. Don't worry about it. See you later. This part, you can shoot this guy. It depends on his cycle, but I mean, if you can just go up here and shoot him every time, there's no real reason not to, unless you have a lot of space. This tarp skip right here, you have to do a very specific like set of actions for this to work. And those are NSJ into double jump spin body slam. So it looks like this. Double jump spin and then body slam. If you try and do it in a different order, like let's say you glitch high double jump, you can't slam. Like I'm trying to slam there and it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. The spin like resets it basically at the body slam. Like double jump into body slam is impossible, but body slam after a spin is possible. So that's why you want to double jump spin instead. So yeah, it's just slide jump, double jump spin, and then body slam. So if you can handle doing all that really quickly, then you don't have to shoot this enemy. Yeah, that's all that is. This is something that trips people up. So this crate right here, you'll try and shoot it and you just can't. It doesn't work. So you're like, okay, well, guess I'll go get it. I'll go break it. But that's also wrong. Basically, this box is like really like specific. I'm pretty sure if you're too close, you can't even get it either. Or it's really tight. Yeah, like that's really tight. If you stand here, like perpendicular to the death route, like on this black line, shooting it's really easy, basically. Look how much like room for error you have on it. Like you have a lot of room to shoot it. So if you stand this far back, you just can't hit it. It's probably not loaded in or something. But yeah, right here you can. So you just shoot it. If the crosshair is red, it'll hit, essentially, is how it works. Like, if it's red, it'll work. Okay, this death route. It's a lot of these, like, sword-throwing guys. It's a lot of straight lines. Yeah, you just jump over these. There's a lot of invisible walls in this area. Like, way too many. Pretty sure there's one, like, right here or something. I'm thinking of this spot. Yeah, like, this entire area is an invisible wall, so they, like, force you to go here, basically. But yeah, this part you can, like, glitch high and then, like, spam zigzag on. And also just spam zigzag here. It's not very complicated. Like, these guys, if you go fast enough, these guys can never hurt you. Like, their swords don't travel fast enough, so it's a really straightforward section. The reason you shoot that crate before going on the death route is because the death route takes you further into the stage, like 3 seconds of gameplay further, but that's like the crate that you miss if you, it's set up so you miss that box if you don't shoot it, basically. These guys can be on like a good or bad cycle, depending. What I generally like to do, if they're like on a bad cycle, is you can NSJ off the carpet and then double jump DTS spam and then drop on that checkpoint. Just remember that you have to be neutral whenever you are spinning to drop like straight down. Like I talked about this forever ago as well, but whenever you spin during an NSJ, it immediately stops you if you're not holding a direction. It's like I hold right here, and I still move, right? But if I don't hold a direction when I press square, I just drop right away. Like all your speed is cancelled. So you can use that to land on that checkpoint over there. This bonus has one of the longest, like, travel times in the run, so if you die in this bonus, it's a bit sad. But, oh, it's actually kind of bad that I'm here with no mask. So in Warp 4, we got the bazooka, which lets us shoot nitro. So you can shoot them. If you have no mask, I'd probably recommend it, to be honest. So, like, you would shoot here, and then you would shoot these from down here. But if you have masks and you want to not pull the bazooka out because it's slow, you can try and bounce off of them. So these are nitro bounces. All they are is just buffering a jump input whenever you land on the nitro. And if you do it right, you take no damage. So all it is pressing jump, you just have to time it right. And if you do it right, they won't hurt you. This section, you just shoot all these arrows. You can get 2 in one shot if the crosshair is like in the middle. So if you want to try and do that, you can, but you don't have to. You can just spam the button and just clear them out like this, you know. This part, you want to double jump and then Death Tornado Spin. It looks like you can glitch high in Death Tornado Spin, but you will most likely miss one. Or you'll get stuck on the crates and you'll die, so just double jump Death Tornado Spin these. These Nitro, this is what the mask is for. I said like you want to enter with one mask, and that's because you can like get hit on these on purpose to blow them up right away, because they're kind of awkward to Nitro bounce on because they're so high up, and aiming the bazooka like vertically is really slow. You can see. So if I had a mask, I would just NSJ and double jump into these and get hit on purpose, which I do in the video. So, when you leave on this platform, make sure you slide like relatively close to it, because you can actually fall in between this gap and die. I have died to that before. If your slide is like the perfect distance to drop you down in that pit, you will die there, so be careful about that. Yeah, once you do the bonus, if the fire is not there, then you slide this guy forward. And then there's this box up here. This box is pretty annoying because this is a really laggy part of the stage. I would advise just double jumping and then mashing Death Tornado Spin to grab it, but I have a fast way of getting it. It's like a visual cue, basically. Like, I do a neutral slide jump, and I try and press the jump button when I touch this like black line in the planks. So like when these two planks like touch, I try and jump around there, and if I do it right, I bonk my head on the crate and get it without double jumping. Because like double jumping is just really slow, but I would recommend doing it to grab this box, because this box like sucks. I think this is the worst box in the level. But yeah, I jump on the black line and I bonk on the box, so. And all the crates I'm missing are from the bonus, so yeah. A lot of stuff in this level to keep track of. This level's also very like dysfunctional, so it doesn't really work too great. Yeah, I can show all the stuff in one fluid motion now. But yeah, you just have to do flaming right away in Warp 5, so. One of the hardest stages in the run. It's really tough. But hopefully with like that level of insight and whatnot, you can have an easier time getting into it at least. It also has a death route, so if you die early, you have to exit and re-enter. So keep that in mind. And yeah, it's being like very reactionary with the cycles. You can see I get the checkpoint there. Like knowing exactly what to do in all these different circumstances is pretty tough. But yeah, you'll notice like those swords never come in contact with me because they're just never a problem. If you just go fast when they spawn in, you know, they're never an issue. Once again, doing a stick on the death route. If there's any elevated platform in the game, you just do a stick. And yeah, that lag is because of like emulator. That part's pretty laggy on MU, so. And if you have a cycle in mind, like you practiced a lot and there's a cycle you go for, you can do different things, obviously. Like this playthrough isn't what's going to happen every time. So yeah, you can see the nitro bounces here. And then you can see the mask being used at the end of the bonus. So yeah, you just bonk on that and burn it. So yeah, there you go. You don't have to worry about masks at the end of this level anyways as well, because we just go to the you do the time trial right after, so you immediately do the relic after this. Because it gives you the masks back, basically. Masks are really important for the following stage, so you want to leave this level with 2, and this level gives you 3, so. But unfortunately, to get triple, you have to not take damage, which is the hard part, you know? I blow that TNT up there, but you don't have to do that. This relic is not difficult to make if you just constantly keep moving forward. And yeah, if the carpet is on the left here, you can skip over that section. The carpet has to line up for you, though. Oh, I will tell you, there is something here, actually. This is, like, actually important. You'll see that I jump, like, super early onto this tarp. Never slide here. Like, sliding like this to, like, jump onto here. Never slide, like, this early. Or this late, rather. Because this section doesn't work. So, like, getting a jump here is very hard. So, if you slide this late, odds are you'll just go dead. You know, you'll just die. So I jumped like back here because I've had way too many experiences just like trying to make this slide work and it just doesn't. So I just jump super early instead. Just don't slide in this area ever. Just don't do it. Same can be said for this jump here. Like I jump really early there as well. Also, this is like a super niche thing, and it will only happen on certain cycles, but if you're trying to, let's say you slide off this carpet, and you land like here. If you can clip this corner on this floor right here, and if you ever clip this, don't press slide like right when you land, because you'll clip through the floor and die. So, just in general, when you're exiting this area with invincibility, just don't press slide like right away because you can go through the ground. That has happened to me before, and I've seen it happen to others. So just like, don't be like trigger happy with the slide button on that part. It's stupid, but you know, what can you do? But yeah, if you exit with 2 masks in flaming, then mission accomplished. You're set up for the next stage, so good shits. Alright, so Gone Tomorrow. Gone Tomorrow, you want to enter with 2 masks. If you don't have 2, it's like pretty rough at the beginning. Once again, we do that like NSJ at the start of the level. You know, my controls are locked there, but I can still move because of the NSJ. You need to avoid those enemies. Just don't spin near those camera enemies at the start. If they're active, just don't touch them at all, because they'll hit you like across the map. So you grab triple here, and then you do a glitch high on this stack. If you don't glitch high there, you'll miss the top crate, so make sure you do a glitch high jump there. NSJ across here. If you recall triple mask, how triple behaves, then you know it breaks those crates. Even though I don't jump, the verticality of the hitbox just breaks them. So I'm lining up for a Death Tornado Spin here to activate this switch with the invincibility. Otherwise, you have to shoot this with the bazooka. So I'm using my extra time of invincibility. I do a glitch low and into a death tornado spin. So I'm going to do a movement like this, basically, and land over here. The camera moves, so it's kind of hard to tell what's happening, but I'm basically doing a glitch low and then hovering to hit the switch and then going left. You'll see if you hit the switch because there'll be sparks and you'll see the exclamation point fly out. And then you just get to this platform. This level has backtracking, so that's why I'm leaving stuff behind, because I'm going to get it later. So this checkpoint I'm leaving, because if you break every checkpoint, then if you die late into the stage, you'll have to replay like the entire level. Like right here, I leave a crate to do the same movement next time, so I don't break both of those. Where these enemies are, I mean, obviously, you know, the routine, it's like random, basically. So this maneuver right here is very important for these boxes. The intent is, I do this section again later, so the intent is I break these two boxes. So I break this so I can bounce on this TNT later. So I do that. And then I do an NSJ off of the ground and then spin this box. I don't spin this because these hollowed out boxes down here will be filled in when I come back. So I'm leaving the TNT here. If you do blow the TNT up, you can shoot them with the bazooka, but it's really slow. So I spin this TNT and then move on. And then this enemy, you have to, like, you won't know where he is, but hopefully he's not in your way. If he is, you might get hit. This bonus has TNT spins and nitro bounces, so this maneuver, this bonus is really RNG because of that nitro stack back there. So once again, TNT spin bounce, you know, spin into buffered X press to blow this up. Then you do a nitro bounce. Right here, I do a glitch low into bouncing off of this crate, so the glitch low breaks all three of these. If you aren't standing on this metal box, then you will bounce on this, and that makes it really slow. So you want to aim for like this metal crate right here. And then I bounce on that final crate into a double jump to land on here. And I spin when I land, because when you spin on top of like things that normally give you a bounce, it doesn't bounce you. So I spin when I land on here, and then I do an NSJ into a single spin into a nitro bounce. And if you get bad RNG there, you do take damage. So you will just get hurt in that bonus sometimes. It's just the way the game works, you know. Not much you can do. So yeah, double jump onto that enemy, and then do a glitch low here. Like all these boxes I'm leaving, I'm getting later. So just keep that in mind. And this is why you need to do Flaming Passion first, because there's a green gem section here. So yeah, these, you know, and any section with lasers, you know, if you have to wait, then you wait. Going around them is just pretty tough. But the way the cycle was, I didn't have to wait that much. And yeah, I hit that switch and then touch this platform, and that takes you back to basically the beginning of the level. So I do a DTS hover to get on this treadmill, and then I go back to these crates. If you broke everything I broke, you won't need to go backtrack anymore. So, and then right there I do a double jump spin, and I press triangle to make sure I get every box. Just like you press triangle, and then if you get +4, you know, I got 64 there, so I got all of them. And then I shoot the last switch and move on. So that's everything in that section. So if you break all the same stuff that I do, then, you know, this will work out. And now I grab the checkpoints. Now if I die, I don't have to do all of that stuff again, basically. And I use this crate that I left to go over this guy again. If you killed these enemies early on, they obviously won't be there anymore. So yeah, I use the TNTs like that, so I just bounce on them and leave. And I use these two boxes to get some height over that enemy. And then I do a glitch high into DTS zigzag there to get over that guy. If this enemy is on the far right, it's very specific, but doing this movement can damage you. If this enemy is on the far right, like right here, and he is popping up or about to sit down, you will take damage. So If you have no mask here, you can wait instead, but I usually just do this. But there is a chance you will get hit if he is right here and he's starting to glow or stopping, whichever. But anyways, you just move on. And then there's a couple more lasers at the end here. This cycle was good, so I didn't have to wait at all, but sometimes you have to wait. And then this enemy, you just go around. That's like the box pass, basically. This, if this enemy is spiked up, you want to go around him, so you want to, like, sidestep and then get the boxes back here. Just keep in mind that if you spin, your hitbox is larger, so, like, he can't hit you if you're a bit too far back. So if he's spiked up, you just go around him and then break them from here. Otherwise, just do that, and then go around this guy before the missile hits you. So yeah, that level is just really technical. There's a lot to keep track of as far as like crates go, and the bonus is random, so that can also make it a bit tougher. Dying there is just really snowbally, so not much you can do really. Like it will go wrong, is what I'm trying to say. Sometimes it will just go wrong. As far as the relic goes, you get triple twice in this level, and this is one of the strongest triples in the game, so it's really important to get it. So just try your best not to take damage anywhere. Oh yeah, I forgot I died once. Alright, let's try to find the actual take. Hopefully it's this. I forgot I died once, or twice. Maybe I died twice, we'll see. I stepped away for like 10 minutes before I pulled this up, so... Forgot that happened. But yeah, you get to this part with 2 masks, and get triple right here. And the reason this triple's so good is because you get to ignore all of these like massive enemies and TNTs and stuff. Like, you'd have to do so much double jumping and whatnot to get around all this otherwise. So it's just really important that you get invincibility there. And then the invincibility afterwards lets you skip the lasers and stuff. So overall, just really good, this triple. And yeah, the time trial is super easy if you get all the crates, so... Or not get all the crates, but get the triple masks you need. Plenty of time. But yeah, this level really is just the box pass, and not getting hit in the first section of the time trial. Like, that's basically it. Afterwards, you're pretty in the clear. Alright, so the last platforming level, Bug Light. Once again, 2 masks is the amount that you want to take in here. This level is actually like one of the more difficult ones in the time trial, but in like the normal stage, it's not as bad. Once again, similar to Sphynxinator, do you do like a tap spin jump there to break the middle box and not the other, not the one on top. If you break the one on top, you have to go back there for that TNT. But yeah, you just get triple. Just do a jump here and then like turn to the right. Don't like spin or anything. Just do a tap jump there. So at this point, when you grab this checkpoint, I would advise you to like turn around and grab the blue gem platform and play that section. And then once you finish that section, take a death. Like, you obtain the gem and then you die. Yeah, just break those by holding right. Don't spin or anything. You can if you want, but I don't. Yeah, that color gem section, you just want to play. You just want to play it basically like... How do you say? You want to play it and then die and then continue as normal. So yeah, this bonus, spin and then slide these, and then slide straight down into a glitch high. I glitched low there, but that's because like I messed up. But you just glitch high those ones, and then you leave. These nitro on the ceiling don't hurt you if you slide spin, so you just slide spin past them. no problem. And then you just NSJ and get out. So should have like about 92 here. If you miss some nitro when you have triple, you will you'll have lower, but that's okay. This part up here, if you're at like this part and the door is like has been open for a while, then you want to like take damage somewhere, either from like these spikes in the wall or this guy. But in this case, the door just opened, so I know it's gonna stay open. So I just like kill the enemy and move on. But you can use iframes to keep that door open, basically. Just avoid this guy, and then hitting that snake into that crate lets me break those boxes without slowing down. But yeah, it's like, it's not too complicated this level. Like, just get triple in the bonus. It has like a little bit of stuff, but not really. Pretty straightforward, I would say, overall. But yeah, I can pull the time trial up now. Time trial is... This is like the one cycle, so if you don't do the one cycle, then like kind of ignore this part a little bit. Like, if you play the relic normally, it's kind of the same as the box pass, except you don't get the boxes, you know, you just get the triples and that's it. So... But yeah, when you start this level, you're gonna want to grab the clock and immediately restart trial. This is if you're doing the optional path in the same visit. So you're gonna pause the game and restart trial. And then after that, this is to set up the door cycles, so the doors are never blocking your way, basically. So yeah, this is the attempt that actually does it. So this relic has about 3.5 to 4 seconds of leeway. Glitch high here, and then DTS zigzag over top of the rest. You don't need all the time crates, but you want most of them. I think I skipped like 1 or 2. You can skip like 2. But yeah, basically, as long as you get to this door before it opens, you're on like good pace. So that's how you know you're on like good pace. If you get to this door and you're like not having to go immediately. So yeah, you just continue forward, avoid this enemy. You don't have to grab that one box, but I do. You don't have to. You just want to get on this platform as quickly as possible, basically. And then, if you beat this door, if this door does not crush you, you're, like, making it, basically. Like, if you keep up the pace. So, basically, when I know I make this door, I know I'm, like, safe. For reference. Like, if you're not making that door, it's impossible to get the relic here. So... the mask we grab does serve a purpose. We actually need to burn it in this room on this nitro right here to keep that door open. That door would close otherwise. And then if you did the restart trial, then these platforms will always be the same. So you can like memorize the cycles here. And then this section, you actually, these enemies, if you didn't know, these mummies, they actually track you horizontally. So you notice I stay in the middle for the most part, and now I'm pivoting left after climbing the stairs. That's because this guy's gonna start moving left now that I'm moving left, and I'm gonna pass him before it matters, basically. Same thing here. Notice how I like stick on the sides as much as possible. Like right here, I'm still on the right, and then I cross left. If I crossed left sooner, I would die, basically, because that guy would be too far to the side. So you have to like manipulate those enemies a little bit to not die to them. And yeah, if you're doing this section in the Crystal Gem Pass, you want to die here. Like, jump in this pit after grabbing the gem. Otherwise, you exit. And notice I get the relic here by only, like, 4 seconds, so there's not very much leeway here. And that's getting, like, pretty much every time crate, so... that one cycle's really tough. Your movement has to be pretty spot on for it, so I wouldn't recommend it if you're a beginner, but it's there if you think your movement is good enough. Alright, Orange Asphalt, bike level. So this bike level has a unique property that other bike levels don't have, where the dirt that like slows you down is slightly further away than it looks. like the you know, the dark dirt like will slow down your bike. It actually has like a smaller hitbox than the other bike levels, so you can actually cut corners a bit tighter. This level also has a couple like tricks and a couple things that will trip you up if I don't like explain them prior. So like this is a good example. This turn, I believe. Yeah, like the dirt would have gotten me there in any other stage, but in Orange Asphalt it doesn't. So we do a hull skip here. Basically, the way this hull skip works is you need to be to the right of this white line and in a straight line. So you need to be going straight forward. If you're going at this pit at an angle, you won't skip it. So you need to be going completely straight and to the right of this white line. You can be on it, I believe, but you can't be on the left side. If you're on the left side, it won't work. So yeah, hull skip there. I let go my wheelie here to grab these two crates. If your turn is better than mine here, you can get them without dropping your boost, but I would just recommend dropping your boost here just to make it easier on you. Go in between those to get this boost pad. So this is the part that gets people, this section. So the way this part works is there's 2 ramps in a row and they each have a box. So if you approach this ramp at full speed, you will go over the second box. You'll miss it because of the way the ramps are like set up, essentially. So what you do is you slow down with the square button to brake. And something that they don't tell you is you can actually brake in midair. So you'll see me here, like I go off this ramp and I'm holding square in midair. So what that's doing is slowing me down enough to get this box. Because if you go at it at full speed, you'll just go over top. You'll go like up here, and then you won't get it. So hold square while you're midair here, and you'll get that box. And you can see I'm already in first. Like, they give you a lot of time to win the race here, so don't go off that ramp, obviously. So the way boost pads work is they have, like, they're programmed to shoot you a certain direction. And this one here is made to, like, throw you to the left, so you don't go in the dirt on the right. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, it's a matter of just holding right here. If you don't have a boost here, you have to hit this. So if you aren't wheeling, you have to go off this, because this ramp requires you to have speed. But I just don't touch it because I already have a wheelie, so... And you need that crate. So yeah, make sure you hit that boost pad if you don't have a wheelie yet. And this is just left and then right, and then you're done. So yeah, the box pass has a few things. The whole skip and also the double ramp section where you have to brake midair is pretty important. So that is the box pass. The relic is really lenient. It's really lenient, actually. Like, you really don't have to worry about crates that much at all. But there are some hull skips, and there's also like one small thing I want to point out that can trip you up that you won't know about until it happens to you, or unless I like tell you. So but yeah, like all bike levels, start boost, just hold X after the second red light, and no matter when you start holding it, it'll work, as long as it's after that. So you don't really need time crates in this level that much, but I still get them anyways, because, like, why not? You know? Just, who cares? Just grab them. It's fun, I guess. As long as they don't, like, interrupt your wheelie and stuff, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I do the same hull skip as before right here. And now, since I don't need crates, I just like steer clear of them and I stay on the right side right here. So you go in between this guardrail. Right here, you see that I turn left. If you straight line, this sign can like clip you and throw you to the left. So I actually move over a bit here. You need to be about that far away. If you stay on this line, like right like this, that'll hit you. So if you're like in this area, this will still clip you, and you'll go flying to the left sometimes and go out of bounds. So just of this sign in particular just gets in the way, so just like steer away from it. And then you just stay on the right here. There's a lot of room because the dirt. See, look at that. Look at that. So this is only Orange Asphalt will do this. Like, no other bike level are you allowed to do that. Like, if it's any other level, your wheelie is gone. But in Orange Asphalt, it's fine. So that's pretty cool. And yeah, the end of Orange Asphalt, there's another set of hole skips. I get one, but then I mess up the others, but I can just explain how it works, so you get the idea. So essentially, like this, at this point, you're like lined up for it, and this lineup is not correct. You want to be on the blue, basically, like the not the blue, but like the side of the road before the other part seeps in. So you don't want to be in this color, but you want to be here, but you don't want to be where I'm at. I still get a whole skip with this, but I shouldn't have. You want to be like here. If you're here, you can just hold X and beat the level. But I wasn't. So you can see I beat that ramp, but I'm like trying to fix it. You can see I'm like fidgeting to the right or the left. But this ramp like clips me, so I just like abandon ship. If that happens, just stop doing it basically. But if you're lined up right, you just hold X here and nothing goes wrong. But you know, it happens, so you can fall in a pit because of that, but there's actually so much leeway with the relic that you can still make it if that happens, so don't like panic if that happens to you. Yeah, overall, once you know a couple of those things, then Orange Asphalt is one of the easier bike levels in the game. Alright, Mad Bombers. Plane level, I'd say like fairly notorious plane level. Basically just going to show the route and basically the thought process behind it, I suppose. But for the box pass, you're immediately going to like sharp right and then shoot these two boxes down and then kill this plane. The way the planes work is you have to shoot the two side engines, so you'll see like fire come out when you damage them. So the goal is to get like on the same level as them, like vertically, and just spray into the back of them when you get like super close. If you're just on the right vertical plane as them, you will deal damage. So you need to like do like really you do like a bunch of like micro adjustments. Like that's why you'll see me like tap up and tap. I basically just tap directions a lot of the time. So I always hold down R1 to shoot, and then I just like tap the D-pad. And when planes see me, I mash the square as well to avoid damage. So you basically just need to learn how to deal damage efficiently so you can make these cycles. If you're not doing enough damage, you're either like missing too much or you're not on the right level as you should be for these planes. Like if you tap correctly, you will do damage without being like directly next to them, but it's pretty precise basically. So after the third plane, which is, or even is it? All the way back here, yeah. So after the third plane right here, you if you have time, you can actually pivot into shooting the fourth plane early, which is right here. So instead of going for the crates right away, I'm actually dealing some damage and then going to get the box. If you're slow, you can't do that, which is okay. Like, it's not a big deal. If you want to get the boxes first, you can. I just do damage there because it's quicker. So then when this guy's going upwards, it's pretty hard to shoot him because, like, when they're changing their vertical position, it's really awkward to do damage. Same thing for this guy, because we're so high up and he's so low. So we just try and basically just fly down to him and then start dealing damage. And yeah, level's over. So just knowing the route is really important. Like that goes a long way. Like doing this level, like completely winging it, you're gonna lose like minutes probably. So that's super important. Okay, and I have a different recording for the relic here. So the Cortex button is here because I've gotten 25 crystals. This might happen to you on a different split. If the Cortex button shows up, you have to enter the fight and then immediately leave. And the reason for that is if you beat Cortex, you have to watch an unskippable credits sequence. So if you just leave the fight, all the buttons come back. So when his button shows up, you just have to enter it and then exit. So that's why I do that there, because I've obtained every crystal. So the relic here, you're gonna shoot the clock and then immediately turn around like a full 180 degrees. And then you're gonna look at this plane up here, and when this plane starts turning left, you're gonna turn left. So it's going, so that means I go. And that'll put me right behind this one. So I kill this guy, and when he dies, I go to this guy. So like, you just wanna always go to the closest one, which in that case is this one. So at this point, if you've taken a lot of damage, you can shoot this this life crate up here, but I haven't taken any, so I just ignore it. Sometimes the planes are really unlucky and they like melt you in this relic, so you have to be like really conservative with your HP. But yeah, kill this guy now. If you get too close to the back of a plane, you'll bump into it, which slows you down like dramatically, so you really want to avoid bumping into the plane. So you can use the X button to brake, which I'm doing right here, for example. Like if I don't brake here, I will just like bump into it and slow down a lot. Like right here, I'm very close to bumping, but since I'm braking with the X button, then I don't. So this rotation around to the back of the fourth plane is super important because it lines you up for this one. If you go fast enough, you can shoot this guy when he rotates like this. See how like I'm lined up vertically and I can barely reach. So I am barely reaching here. And that's how you know the level's good, if you can kill this guy immediately. But it's all about how you rotate on plane 4, basically. The level's really, really lenient until this part. This is the part where you basically just like have to go fast. If you cannot kill the 5th plane quick enough, then you'll lose like, at worst, like at best like 7 seconds, but it can snowball into like losing over 20, so you know. But I mean, if you don't even do the route, then doing this will save time regardless. It doesn't matter how you execute it, you know. So, but yeah, this level is really tough. It takes a lot of practice. But if you practice the route over and over, you'll improve at it, and maybe you'll even make that cycle one of those times. So, yeah, Mad Bomber is a pretty complicated stage, but if you know the route, then it makes it a lot easier. Okay, first level is first level of Warp 6, which is Ski Crazed. This is, in my opinion, this is the hardest jet ski level by a pretty large amount. Mostly because it tests your knowledge of like its waves to the like highest degree, basically. There's like a bunch of ramps that don't give you the crates unless you adjust to the waves accordingly, so I'll just point out, like, most of them, like this one, for example, you'll just see on the input display, like, when I approach most ramps, I'm not holding the accelerate button. I talked about this in Hot Coco as well, but, just generally speaking, if I don't feel good about a ramp when I approach it, I'll just release the X button, and it takes a long time to, like, obtain that knowledge. You just have to play the stage. Something I would recommend doing is grabbing the clock at the start and then pausing the game and restarting the time trial. That'll give you the same cycle every time, which makes it a lot easier to practice, and you can identify like what you're messing up, basically. Just to add consistency to it. This ramp that I'm coming up to is one of the worst ones as far as waves go. Like, if it's not flat, you have to slow down and like respect it, basically. It's really easy to fly over the crates there, so I usually come to a very, like, not to a halt, but I go very slow at that part to make sure I don't miss anything. This group of boxes right here, you want to be wide right and then swerve in. If you aren't wide right, you'll get clipped by the first bomb there. And now this jump, you want to be generally speaking, I would want to be like actually more to the right here if I could help it, but basically you want to like do a side, you want to do like a roll that breaks both of these, or you can also do like, if you're going slow enough, you can do like a diagonal turn. Um, you could also like hit the ramp at more of a diagonal angle, but I'm going like straight in this instance, but you could go like at a diagonal if you wanted and like break these two. But it's pretty tough to get both of those in a single jump. Just practice that ramp a fair bit. I generally like to stay on the right half when I do it, but that's just me. If you're missing a mask, then this box will be a mask crate. So if you don't have two, this will be a mask crate. So like, if you're worried about not having enough masks, you like get a new one later. I actually make a mistake here, but it's kind of good that I do because it shows you like it shows you what a mistake looks like, I guess. I don't slow down enough here. I'm going too fast approaching this ramp because the wave is bad, so I actually go over top of that crate, which is you know, it's a good example of like a mistake that can happen. This section, generally speaking, is just really hard because of the waves, but rule of thumb, just like slow down a little bit before you go off of the ramps. You eventually learn like when to and when not to, basically. This ramp right here, you always want to backflip off of. The wave here is really stupid. Like, if the wave is high when you land from this jump, sometimes you'll like sink in and then pop up, and if you pop up, you'll like overshoot these crates. It's really, this ramp is just ridiculous. Like, you either miss the last one or you miss like the first one. Like, you'll go over this or you'll like not reach this. It's really hard to get all four. In this instance, though, I do get all four. But it's just like, that ramp's ridiculous. It takes a long time. That's why like making the level consistent is important, because you can learn how to approach that section, basically. But yeah, you can make like, I don't even know. I want to say you can make like four or five mistakes and still get the gold relic here. So it's not the tightest thing ever. It's just frustrating, I guess. But if you're willing to set up the cycle and learn it, you'll get the hang of it eventually, and it won't trip you up too much. But yeah, very, very difficult stage. Yeah, so Rings of Power. Rings of Power. Air 51. Air 51 is Warp 6 bike level. It's in the dark, so it takes a lot of playthroughs to basically just like know what you're doing. Like, the layout has to be memorized, so. But generally speaking, at the start of the level, like, all the boxes are in the middle of the road, so I guess that's like a good way to start, you know? Like, the first few crates are just near the middle, so you can stay in the middle and then just react to where they are for the most part, until this boost pad shows up. There's no crate when you touch this boost pad, so you don't have to look for anything. You just get to the ramp, essentially. And then the crates start showing up afterwards, so basically just hug left here to dodge the police car, and then go on the boost pad on the right. And this turn right here is probably the hardest part. If you're too far left, you go in the pit. If you're too far right, you run into the UFO. So that turn is very tough. If you can manage to do it while holding your wheelie, that's like really good. This part here, you need to like slow down before the UFO, because if you like bump into it too hard, it's just like really bad. I'm pretty sure the boost pad like glitches and it doesn't work if you bump into the UFO like hard enough. You want to go to the side of this ramp so you can do a hull skip. If you clip the side of the boost pad in that section, you can hold right a little bit and that'll like put you over the ledge, so. Or you can just do the lineup like I did. And I'm not like pausing the video or reversing the footage because I don't want to like be confusing with where you are in the stage, because the level's dark, so it's hard to like know where you are, you know. Let go of X here for this turn, because if you hold it, you'll like swerve past the boost pad. And then yeah, you just go off this ramp and you're pretty much out, so... If you do all the strats properly, you have plenty of time. You have like over 10 seconds. You can actually fall in a hole and still make it. My personal best does that, so that's pretty awesome. But I guess that goes to show this level is pretty tough, especially with the memorization. You just have to play it a good amount. And once you have the layout in mind, you can like go for the speedier strats. So yeah, not the hardest spike level once you know what to do, but it is up there for sure. Okay, Rings of Power, this is the last airplane level. It's also like a different airplane level because it's a race, not like a level where you destroy like you destroy planes and stuff. You do have to shoot boxes though. Basically how this level works is when you press square through a ring, you get like a speed boost, which is the purple lights on the plane. If you don't press square before the speed boost, you get like yellow. I think there was some yellow back here, for example. Like a very brief period, there was yellow there. Or I'm blind. Either way. Either way, if you don't press square before the boost, you get yellow lights. But yeah, I can start from the beginning here. So yeah, that's all you need to know, really. It's like you press square when you go through a ring. If you press it right, you get purple, like, effects on your plane, and that means you go fast. And if you get yellow, it means you mistimed it, but you still go a bit faster than normal. So yeah, you just shoot the crates. I leave a box here because it's like a figure-8 shape, so you actually end up going back to that part. If you're ever, like... If your turn is ever, like, not good enough to make it, you can press the X button to brake, and that will, like, halt your speed and let you turn really sharp. So if you're ever on track to miss a ring, just, like, hold the X button for a little bit and fix your direction. You have a lot of time to play with, so you can do that. This part right here is really tricky with how you take turns. You can do this whole part without letting go of boost, which I think I do here. But odds are you're going to have to a little bit. This ending here also shows you a little thing where if you are spinning the plane, you cannot take damage to explosives. So like, I'm about to run into this nitro, which should kill me, but since I'm spinning, it doesn't damage me. So that's also something to note. But yeah, that ending section, like the last like 7 or 8 rings, if you're on a bad path, then just make sure to hold X a little bit, and that should fix it. Overall, though, the level's not too bad. Just take some practice. It's really not bad, though. Alright, so when you're able to fight Cortex for the 105% ending, like all the buttons will disappear, so I guess that's how you know, basically. And Coco, if you have all the items that you need before the Cortex fight, Coco will like throw a gem out for you. So you grab it, and then you go to warp 5, and then Cortex will be waiting there. So the way this fight works is that the two masks are fighting each other while you fight Cortex. Also, like, hold triangle when you enter the stage. So each phase of the fight, there's a different attack going on that you have to avoid. Cortex will shoot, like, 3, like bullets at you that you have to dodge. And then after he does that, he'll throw out 5 mines. And he throws them all at random distances. So you basically want the mines to be thrown, far away from him, so he's easy to hit right away. You basically want these two on the left to be far. You saw these two on the right were close, which is bad, but I still got a quick hit because I had room over here to damage him, so you basically just have to react to what's best. I will say you never want to hug the far right, because if he throws one of the first mines as far as possible, he'll just kill you outright. So I usually stand in the middle and then rotate to the right, and then hit him. If you don't hit him quick enough off of the board, he just like starts his next attack, basically, which means you have to wait for the force field to go down again, so... So in phase 3, these guys like spin around and then explode. So we actually want to use the third time they do this. You want to stand around here, because the explosion will blow mines up that Cortex throws, which means you have more leeway with the RNG. But yeah, you just spin him in, and then once you kill Cortex, this power-up will spawn, and the run ends whenever you cancel the menu that this power-up gives. So you grab it, and then this menu pops up. Whenever you cancel this menu, the timer ends, so like that would be time, for example. So that is the end of the run. So when you get the shoe and cancel the menu, that's it. So, yeah, Cortex overall just like, it's like part auto-scroller and then it's like an RNG type thing whenever his portal goes, his force field goes down, so just try to stay away from the mines. Keep in mind that your spin hitbox makes you bigger, so the mines can kill you and whatnot. If Cortex lands on a mine, it also like shoots him backwards, so also be mindful of that. But yeah, as far as the run goes, that's basically it, so hopefully all this mindless rambling and gameplay like makes the run easier to digest, whether it's just for viewing purposes or to actually like pick the game up, you know. So yeah, that's it, I guess. Guess that's the run, so there you go. And if you get this cutscene, that means you like got everything, but if Coco threw the gem out in the warp room, that means you got everything anyways, so that's about it. Bye.